Hello, we are now live.
Hi,
This is cool.
everybody.
Yeah, so we are back with another stream covering the stuff we were doing last year.
But quickly going over, because some of you might have not gotten the news. There's a chance some of you might have not gotten the news. Because last time we streamed, it was the beginning of February. Coolman and I are engaged.
Yep.
So yeah, we're going to get married.
Yeah, gonna do that later this year.
With that out of the way. Just wanted to throw that out there. Just throw that out there. I'm so happy. But yeah, we're getting engaged.
Yeah, we just have to make that announcement real quick. I mean, I had mentioned it on my community
we mentioned
notes,
it several servers. Yeah,
community server. But yeah, it says I'm sure that not everyone sees that.
But yes, we have a lot to talk about today, so we're going to try to do our best to not yap too much, which is a lot of our problem, me especially. So we're going to try to cover everything that we want to cover, and hopefully not keep you guys here for like 12 hours. Hopefully not. Please no.
Yeah, so we're going to try to keep ourselves relatively concise so we don't spend 20-30 minutes on any particular thing. we were about that in the last stream.
Yeah, keyword is try.
Yeah. No promises, but an effort will be made.
All of the effort.
Yeah, I figured just have a couple minutes. We have about 10 people here right now, so
thank you everybody for coming.
Yep, and do not forget to hit that like button and subscribe, and when the stream is done, you can hype it.
Yes.
That's the new feature.
I finally got the hype button working for my thing. So please hype it. And whenever he posts his next topic video that's coming up soon, please hype that too. Pretty please.
Yeah, you can do it. And I think you can only do it on mobile. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I think so. Ever since they announced it, because ever since they announced it, like I've been like waiting for that hype feature, and it finally came up for me 2 weeks ago, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can finally hype some videos. Granted, I can only do 3 a week, but regardless, it's like finally.
Yeah, because if you look on the on mobile, on the little section that you click to check out the
Wise Wolf. Hey, Wise Wolf. No.
Yeah, if on mobile,
don't forget
you see the
we can
little
highlight
thing
comments. We were bad about remembering that too.
Yeah, this is that is the opposite of action. Yeah, thank you.
But thank you everybody for the congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, on hyping, it's if you look at the little thing to click for the comments, it says if you swipe over, it'll show like hype. It's a little weird, right? But
it is weird.
Yeah,
but
you can do 3 a week.
I don't know how it is for. Yeah, I don't know how it is for everybody because I don't know if it changes depending on like if you're a premium member or not. But mine says 3 a week. I can only do.
Yeah, I've encountered that too. You get 3. And then it's like, now I gotta wait a week.
Yeah. All right. But all right, you guys ready?
Yeah, I think
I've been itching.
Yeah, I think we've got enough people here to start talking. We can let anyone else filter in as they come. So we're going to be doing this the same way we did it last time. We're going to be breaking this up into different sections, games, like shows, comics, movies, and we're going to be going through each of them, and we'll have a mix of stuff that both of us did, one of us, or just one of us did. So sometimes there will be something that comes up that just one of us are really going to be talking about. But the first one, the first section is going to be video games, which is a hefty section. We played quite a bit last year. The first one we have up is Transformers Devastation.
Yeah. So at the tail end of 2024, Transformers 1 kind of got us into a hungry for Transformers mood. So we played the Transformers War for Cybertron, Fall for Cybertron, and then at the start of 2025 we started this game, Transformers Devastation. It's done by Platinum Games. It is a good game. Oh, it's a good game, guys.
Yeah, and it is, as you can obviously see by the art style here, it is all heavy G1 based. Like all the designs, some of the aspects, little bits of the lore. I mean, obviously it has some more lore that they have added, but like it's all based around G1. So especially if you're a fan of old school Transformers, this is a really fun part.
That's Devastator, I believe, Ronan.
Well, we have we have the token female right here.
The one and only.
Yeah. My special token female. Yeah. Frank Welker's Megatron.
Yeah, we had Frank Welker and Peter Cullen together again, just like they were in Transformers Prime. It actually had quite a few of the old cast reprising their roles, and then just other people doing an amazing spot-on impersonation. The thing that I loved about this game is the stuff they set up with. I believe it was Nova Prime, right?
Oh,
I remember the Prime that was slowly losing his mind.
Right, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure I separate this from the War for Cybertron lore that they had.
Yeah, that was Zeta Prime you're thinking of. That was before Optimus. Yeah, but I believe it was called. I believe his name was Nova Prime. Yeah, Nova Prime. Thank you, Wolf. The other Wolf. We got two wolves in the chat. Inside your chat are two wolves.
Yep.
But yeah, it was like he slowly loses his mind, and they had a really cool idea for a story. One that like I was actually was coming up with an idea for like my own Transformer story of like what I would do, and I would take bits and pieces from so much. Transformers 1 created a huge brain rot, and one of my ideas was ironically, and then we played this game, and this game had ideas that like I thought of, and I'm like, oh, I didn't know that was in the Transformers lore of like things like Megatron wanting to terraform planet Earth, and I'm like, oh, that's actually like oh, okay.
Yeah, like the story of the game is simple. A lot of the story is obviously like background lore. If you read some of the notes, and they've got information, and they've got a lot of information, especially if you need to kind of get caught up on the basic information on what is the Ark, what is Cybertron, like what are those things. But if you've watched any of the old series, then you can basically just jump right into this, and it basically feels like it's continuing right on as another episode of like a TV special for the 80s show.
My only criticism, it's a personal nitpicky thing, but I really wish that Carly and Spike appeared in the game, even if briefly, even if like they were calling in and Optimus and them were talking to them on comms or something.
Right.
Because
there
Optimus
no
gives one of the Optimus gives one of the best speeches that Peter Cullen has ever given as Optimus in this game. If you ever look it up, like just the ending speech that he gives about planet Earth and why he protects it and how it's their home too. It is such a good speech, and I feel like it would have hit a little bit harder if you had that interaction of his human friends with him, and this would really cement this is why Optimus fights for it, because he really cares about their human companions. And like, even though they've lost their home world, they will protect this one because this one's basically adopted them. It's really good. But yes, the main reason we play Platinum games, guys, action.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Who is your favorite character to play as?
I, especially with the sword, Optimus was fun to play as. I think Wheeljack. Wasn't
you
it?
You did play him
Wheeljack
a lot, but you played Sideswipe a lot though. When you were
playing,
because Sideswipe is like a speed demon.
Right, he was so fun because this was made by Platinum. it's a lot of heavy, fast action, a lot of dodges. They've got that Bayonetta dodge that you can do to like, dodge like at the last minute and slow down time. And it's funny because the mechanics are technically relatively simple, but it's like it is very frenetic when they're throwing all these enemies at you, especially the big bosses, and they're like, "Oh, here's a giant robot that's like 500 feet tall."
Oh, thank you, by the way, again, Charlie, for the super chat.
Yeah. Sorry. You're just going to have to find yourself a special someone who buys you a ring. Says I can't buy you a ring, Charlie.
Maybe Noms can.
Yeah, go bug Noms. I think he could buy you a ring.
But
yeah, Sideswipe was great.
At the beginning of the game, it was a bit of a like you had to really understand the controls because some of it was like, oh, this is hard. But once you like figure it out, you're like, oh wait, this is actually not that bad. Like, and I know Cool Man went through a little bit of it too, especially one level where he was playing as Bumblebee and he was really struggling because Bumblebee is a glass cannon. He is really fast, but he will take hits hard. And so, and once he kind of recognized that, he's like, oh, this is like kind of like it's like a super speedy, fast Dark Souls. Hit, run away, hit, run away, hit, run away. Don't let Megatron hit Bumblebee.
Especially because there's literally just a button to instantly transform between like your car and robot forms. So you can hit the car form, speed away, then zip back, and you can do like a dash attack into them and combo that into a main combo. So it's like once you learn
spamming that as Optimus, that was the fun one.
That was so
just come in
because he's this big.
Boom!
Yeah,
I loved being Grimlock. Whenever I saw Grimlock, I was just like, Grimlock, I can create T-Rex.
And wasn't it Grimlock's original voice actor?
I believe it was, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Grimlock.
And he's just hilarious. He's always been hilarious. I love Grimlock. He's amazing. But yeah, this game's so much fun, and much like with, unfortunately, the War for Cybertron and Fall for Cybertron games, Platinum, even though they made it, it was Activision that kind of commissioned them to make it for them. So, just like with the other games, Activision just kind of just leaves it in limbo, and this game ends on the biggest freaking like sequel hook ever, and we've never gotten any resolution for that, and it's annoying.
Yeah, it's so it's like, especially because of how good that ending was. The big, obviously,
it was so fantastic. The game is fun from start to finish.
Yeah, it's obviously you get a big final fight between Optimus and Megatron. You knew that's how it was going to end, but it's great. It felt like a freaking Dragon Ball Z fight between them.
It was so anime. It felt awesome. So yeah, if you ever can, guys, if you can find this game, it wasn't too tough for me to hunt down a physical copy. I believe you could still get it on Xbox and I think PS3. So if you still have a PS3, go get it. If not, then emulate it. It's a genuine gem of a game. And especially like if you love games like Devil May Cry and Bayonetta and Metal Gear Rising, you'll have fun with this game a lot.
Yeah, it's that same kind of action-y style. Like they did a really good job on it.
The music's also really awesome. I don't have much else to add other than this game is freaking awesome.
So the next one, Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. This was kind of a surprise because I obviously.
So I'm going to mute so I don't get spoiled. And
yeah,
so you can talk about this game.
Yeah, so I'm not going to dig into heavy spoilers on this because there's some really good stuff in it. But I do want to talk about it.
I'm going to get me a snack anyway.
Okay. Yeah, so I talked about playing through a lot of the Yakuza games in the last stream for the 2024 because I was going through a ton of the Yakuza games. Unfortunately, not all of them are good. Some of them were kind of awful, especially Yakuza 6, which basically tried to sunset Kiryu's character, literally having him walk off into the sunset and just being like, all right, we're done. He's never coming back again. Everyone was like, whoa, what? We didn't get any resolution. We didn't get anything with that. Like, we have this random plot that pops out of nowhere, and now Kiryu is gone. He doesn't get any closure. He doesn't get any interactions with his longtime cast. He's like, he meets two of them for like 5 seconds, and then it's like, and then they're like, all right, he's gone forever. Obviously, they brought him back immediately afterwards. But Like a Dragon Gaiden is basically considered a direct follow-up to 6, because it takes place before Yakuza 7, which is Ichiban's first game, and concurrently with some of the events of that game. Kind of tying in, okay, what was Kiryu doing? Everyone knows that, because everyone knows Kiryu shows up in Yakuza 7. But Gaiden had probably one of the toughest jobs that you could possibly have, is trying to make the ending of Yakuza 6 suck less. That ending was hot garbage. The whole story was hot garbage. It was terrible from start to finish. There was barely anything worthwhile in that story. I was miserable playing it, but I played through it because I wanted to be able to talk about it. But Like a Dragon Gaiden says, okay, what if we actually add some context to this? And we're like, okay, so let's add a little bit more motivations for what Kiryu did. Let's actually explain stuff, because Yakuza 6's ending just says, nope, we're not explaining anything. So Gaiden says, okay, we're going to explain it. There was this whole thing, this whole story point in 6 that had no explanation. Gaiden expands on that. And you spend time within this one particular faction as Kiryu doing these secret spy missions. And what's so fun about it is that it actually makes the ending of Yakuza 6 a little bit better. Not because 6 has anything good going for it, but because they actually were trying to write around that ending. Because they added a lot more reasons, because there was a lot of stuff like Kiryu and the Okinawa kids in the Morning Glory Orphanage. That was barely acknowledged in 6, despite how important it is for Kiryu. Gaiden makes that a fundamental part of his motivation for why he's involved with these people. And he's like, oh, he's going out of his way to protect the kids, and that's his whole goal. So Gaiden is obviously it's called Gaiden, so it's a side game, but it's very short. It's only 5 chapters. But it's amazing how much it manages to fit into that, because it feels like this was their big apology for how bad 6 was. It was, oh God, 6 was so frustrating. And I'm trying not to talk too much about that, because Gaiden basically is okay, we're going to have to make something out of this ending. And they actually find ways to naturally tie Kiryu into 7, rather than just him popping up out of nowhere. They really make it feel like, okay, so Kiryu had to walk off into the sunset, but now we're explaining what he's doing and why he comes back. So a lot of the story has things that tie into a lot of different elements. It really does. It's funny because once you get to Yakuza 5 and 6, it's moved away from a lot of the actual stuff that I think I really care about with Yakuza. And Gaiden's okay, what if we're actually going to address that? Let's go back and reference stuff from Yakuza 1 and Yakuza 2. We're bringing actually some important stuff up from the original games. We're going to have Kiryu actually talk about Kazuma as a character doesn't really get much, because he's dead. He died in the very first game. But they actually are trying to bring up some of these plot points. They have certain characters talk about stuff. They actually even reference stuff from Yakuza 0. There's even a location, and they're basically hey, don't you remember this? And I was I do remember that location from Yakuza 0. You haven't mentioned it since that game came out. So it's so fun to actually go through it. And it was a breath of fresh air after some of the nonsense games that I was playing through. Now, in terms of the actual gameplay, you have basically his dragon style. Obviously, that's his main style. If you played,
doesn't he have agent style or something?
Agent style is the one that they added, so you can swap between the two. So you don't have 4 styles like in Zero and Kiwami. But
I remember that being a thing they advertised in the trailers.
Oh, and it is so freaking fun. He gets these gadgets. He gets these little jet shoes that he can zip around on. he gets this like these little whips that he can shoot out from his watch, and he gets drones that he can call in. It is completely ludicrous, but it is so fun. And it's especially fun when you can like upgrade those abilities, and he can grab like 5 or 6 dudes at once, and then he can like whip them to the side. It's great in the Coliseum that they have in this game, because it's not the standard Coliseum, because Kiryu's not in Kamurocho. He spends most of the time in like Sotenbori and doing random missions for the Daidoji. But the gadget, like the whole agent style was incredibly fun. Like this game was really fun to play. It was like obviously like it was a breath of fresh air. Like I can't even begin to describe, because if you haven't played through the slogs of like 4 and 5 and 6, then you can't really truly appreciate how much better Gaiden is in comparison. It's very focused.
At least 4 had some bright spots.
4 was like 3/4 of a good game, but it goes off the deep end hard.
So par for the course.
Unfortunately, 5 and 6 are just complete disasters. And then like 7 was actually
at least
good.
6 is fun to play, because if that's the Dragon engine.
It was the first Dragon. Well, yeah. So while it's a little unrefined, you can definitely compare. If you go from 6 to any of the other Dragon games, you can tell how it's drastically improved. And Gaiden even has a few elements that feel closer to the Judgment games. Funnily enough, they clearly use some of the mechanics from Judgment. Not all of them, right? But there's a few aspects of it that feel closer to Judgment. If you've played any of the Judgment games, we talked about that before. But yeah,
we love that game.
Yeah, I tried not to go too hard into spoilers, because there's some really good stuff in this. One thing, I guess it's not particularly too much of a spoiler, but this is actually what's so great about this game is it actually feels like for the first time they're addressing, maybe we shouldn't have Kiryu focus so much on Yumi. They actually bring her up, and Kiryu is kind of like, no, I have to let go and I have to move on. And I'm just like, finally! It's like they seem so obsessed with pushing her as his one true love, even though they had no chemistry, barely had any interactions in the first game. And now this game is also like, look, we're gonna try to have him like move on from that, and just like, oh my gosh, it's like this game was made for me. You are directly fixing so many of these issues.
Now, if only they'd stick the landing with Kiwami 3, but that's a topic for another time.
But yeah, I don't want to go too hard into spoilers, because the last few chapters honestly get really good. Like it honestly, it's funny. It's so good that if they decided to say Kiryu left forever after this, it would feel a lot less abrupt than it did in Yakuza 6. But then they're like, no. He runs into Ichiban and he shows up in Yakuza 7. Yeah, they stuck the landing as well as Mine did, acting as great cushioning for Andre Richardson, the true GOAT.
Oh dear. Correct. All right, I'm ready.
So the next one, and this was actually really fun.
Yay! Yes.
Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. This was really fun, especially coming right off of the Awakening remake, because this is obviously done in the same style. It's using a lot of assets from it.
Because you're loved every year, Charlie.
Charlie, we always love you. You're not just limited to 1 year.
Why do you want to be limited to 1 year, Charlie? Come on, love yourself better, man.
What was also, it's so cool about this is the first time we ever actually got to have a directly playable Zelda as the main character.
Wands of
And
Gamelon do not
yeah,
interact.
we do not talk about that. But what was really cool is they decided no, because Zelda is a different character, she doesn't just run around with the sword the whole time.
Well, yeah,
She
she can't
uses
have normal melee like Link
no,
does.
no, she is a representation of the wisdom. So you have it actually plays out a little bit more like a strategy game at times because you can basically copy pretty much any enemy that's been defeated and use them along with other objects and obstacles to then use those to fight. And you can get a link form for like 60 seconds, but you have to burn up the energy quickly for that. So that's something you only
It's
save
like
for.
her own invincible form is where she's 60 seconds she can channel Link's spirit.
Yeah. Well, and it's also really cool about it because when you play the game, you realize that there was basically an entire game. They could make a prequel to this focused on Link's adventure because as you're going around, because in this version, Zelda
Well,
hasn't
heck, you could
actually
have a
met Link.
straight up midquel, like because of Link's like going on a whole adventure side by side.
Well, yeah, because there's a whole part where you end up working with Link and stuff. But like there's a whole adventure of Link before the game even starts. And then hit like the very beginning of the game is the big it's why you start off against Ganon in the final fight, but that's the very beginning because
Yeah.
Zelda gets rescued. Link in his last moments saves Zelda, and now Zelda is out having to fix these little rifts in Hyrule.
Yeah, that are capturing people. And then the mystery is where's Link? It's the reverse. She's chasing his whispers of what he's been doing. It's kind of like the reverse of Tears of the Kingdom or Skyward Sword in a way. Where
Yeah.
Link is chasing around every whisper and Zelda is like off doing things, like her own things, getting things prepared, and every hint and every whisper Zelda's chasing after. I guess in the way that's the most comparable is Skyward Sword in the way. But instead of in the sky, you're going to like a rift. But it is a genuine gem of a game.
Yeah. Well, and what's also really cool about it is that it takes the same kind of freedom like that you would get from like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, but then it plops this into the classic era. They take effectively it's like imagine the
I like
map
to say a link between worlds walked so echoes of wisdom could run.
Yeah. Right, because they had a lot of the freedom in this, and this doesn't have all of the same like key items that you get because it basically means that you have to collect the right echoes of different enemies and items and stuff to progress through the game. So it completely turns the formula on its head while still following the same general structure of going into dungeons and stuff.
But I think the biggest draw for me is that it did take care to recognize that you can't just slap a sword on Zelda and call it a day. She's not going to go on an adventure like Link would. She's not going to do things like Link would. She never has in the past. When we hear of deeds she's been doing since Ocarina of Time and on, well, and even before that, whenever, like, even when she's captured and she still tries to find ways to slow down Ganon, like when she broke the Triforce and scattered it, things like that. Like, Zelda's, like, she's a strategic person. That's why she is the Triforce of Wisdom Bearer. So, like, you have to be more smart about how you would handle her character, and care has to be taken to not just make her a lazy palette swap of Link. And they did take care. They took great care.
Yeah, I did like how they were like, no, it's not just Zelda going on an adventure. It's basically, this is the continuation of a story that already happens. And throughout the game, you keep hearing, oh, yeah, Link did this for us. Link did this for us. And then because that hood that she's wearing is obviously it's inspired by the Breath of the Wild hood, but this is what Link's wearing in the game, and she ends up taking it. And then a lot of people are like, "Hey,
it was the one thing left behind." So she's like, sort of like wearing it on, like as she's saying, she's like, "I will finish what you started." And then they do reunite though. And then and then Link sort of becomes Zelda's companion, even though that's the other great thing about this game. You get a sidekick again with the little fairy Tri.
Yeah, like it was so refreshing. It's like, oh, we have a companion. They're plot relevant to what's going on, and they sit and they talk. It's like, oh my
Everybody keeps
gosh.
saying I want the Zelda formula, like having a baby, like the old formula with the new formula. And everybody keeps saying this over and over again. And I'm like, do you guys sleep on Echoes of Wisdom? That's what Echoes of Wisdom is. It is the old, like having a baby with the new.
Yeah. Well, and especially because you can notice it at the very beginning, because Link starts off with maxed out hearts. He's got the sword, the bow, the bombs, and stuff. And what it's very clear from the very beginning is that they took the Link's Awakening remake and then they enhanced it. There's like a proper lock-on function. Like you can lock onto enemies, and especially flying ones, and shoot your bow. And it's like, oh, they could literally just make another Zelda game, a traditional Zelda game, using all the mechanics they designed for this, which were only briefly used because you use them as Link, and then when you're using the Link form, the sword fighter form.
Yeah, I could see them remaking the original classic, the very first Legend of Zelda, but the way they did it with Echoes of Wisdom, and it would probably be an absolute banger.
Oh yeah. Like this is, I know that's something that Anuma always talked about, wanting to like not just regurgitate the same styles that they did for like 20 years. And I'm just like, yeah. And I think this is what led to Echoes of Wisdom, because it's like, it is old style. You got that top-down perspective. You've got a lot of the traditional dungeons, very traditional dungeons. And it's still got a lot of the freedom, because you can like climb up, you can like stack stuff and like walk on top of the trees that would normally be used to separate areas.
It encourages freedom too. Like it encourages creativity. But I think it does it in a way that doesn't take away that classic Zelda feel. It feels fun. It feels wonderful. It's delightful. I think this game is so charming.
Yeah, like I really want to see more. Like, and it's obviously a lower budget game because they were reusing a lot of assets, but it's just like, yeah, you guys can just do this style. Like, I wouldn't mind if they kept using this style of games in the same engine, just for like all sorts of different classic style Zeldas.
Yeah.
Especially because I know the game ran, there were, especially if you had a lot of objects.
I could totally see the Oracle games like done in this style too.
Oh yeah. And the game runs beautifully on the Switch too, because I've started playing it on the Switch, and there were a few moments, especially if there was a lot of enemies on screen, you had a bunch of echoes, you could start seeing the frame rate slightly start to dip. But on Switch 2, I played like the last like 2 quarters of the game on it, and it's like, oh, it ran rock solid on that. So they could really just take advantage of that and go bigger on these types of games. Not even just doing the remakes, but also entirely new games.
Yeah, brand new games. Like Echoes of Wisdom's a brand new game, and it's a fantastic one. And people don't talk about it nearly enough, because at first everybody was so excited when it was announced, because it was like, oh, playable Zelda. And then it's kind of like people kind of like, then everyone goes back to, I wish we'd go have a classic Zelda formula with the new like freedom stuff. I wish we'd have that, which I'd argue technically Tears of the Kingdom was already starting to go in that direction. But like, I'm like, did y'all just forget that Echoes of Wisdom happened? Like,
yeah.
Like, don't sleep on my girl. This game is so wonderful. But yeah, I digress.
But yeah, I think that's all we really need to say about Echoes of Wisdom. Definitely play it. If you're a fan of Zelda at all, like, play this game. If you're hankering for that classic dungeon crawling, it's got it. So, for the next games, this is all on me. So, I bought the World of Assassination trilogy when it came out on the Switch 2. I had seen some of the Hitman games in the past. I'd watched some videos of people talking about like the history of the series, and I was like, oh, it's kind of interesting. But I kind of wanted to play it, but I wasn't sure when to like jump in. A lot of the older games, especially before Blood Money, it could be clunky and stuff. But like the World of Assassination trilogy is a great way to like jump in, because it kind of gives you a bit of a like, oh, this is who Agent 47 is. This is how he joined the organization he works in. This is Diane.
Charlie, my man.
Oh yeah, excellent.
Excellent taste, sir.
But it basically take like the World of Assassination games, which they are confusingly called Hitman, Hitman 2, and Hitman 3, even though there are already a Hitman 2, and a Hitman 3. But they are continuing from the previous games. Even though it's kind of a soft reboot, you don't need to know what happened. But like they are mechanically the most refined from all of them. It's like, and when I was playing them, it was like really fun. They've got this really kind of like almost a James Bond-ish thing. I mean, there's a reason why IOI is doing the new James Bond game because they
Was
fucking
that
love.
the reason that pushed you over whenever it was announced that they were the ones doing the James Bond games?
Yeah, yeah. Like when I heard them doing it, I'm like, oh, I definitely want to check out what First Light is going to be like. Because like especially in Hitman 3, there's several missions and even some of like the DLC that they added are like very James Bondy. They did this whole thing where they had Mads Mikkelsen come back and they used his likeness
Yeah.
to play Le Chiffre again for the first time since 2006. And yeah, he played him in it, and you basically take the spot of James Bond and you recreate a bunch of the main plot points from Casino Royale, at least for the last act.
Ooh, Ronan brings up, I think, a good point. That's something that you can build on talking about.
Hi, Hitman is so good. I don't remember how, but I enjoyed Jacksepticeye's playthrough and found others playing it. How everyone kills the targets and so different and unique. I have a few favorite methods. Yeah, that's also something that's really interesting about the World of Assassination games specifically, because across the series, they have leaned between these certain like missions having freedom where you can do whatever you want, and in especially the older games, you had to do a very particular method, right? You had to go and use this one thing. You had to snipe them. You had to poison them. The World of Assassination games completely pull off all of the training wheels on that. And you can basically kill any target however you want. Like there are some like bonus missions or like bonus objectives that you can fulfill, and there are little like I forgot what they were called, but they were
Sorry,
more or less
I just noticed Wolf's comment.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that got me.
Yeah, it's like you can do a lot of stuff. They have these things that are like missions within there that kind of will get you through to the end. It's great on your first playthrough when you're like, oh, you can follow these particular stories. And there's this one mission in India where this one assassin is trying to take out the same people that you're taking out. And you can literally have this guy do all the work, but you have to go and you have to help him by getting the targets into the right position and stuff. And it's really fun, but like you can just ignore that if you want to. And on multiple playthroughs, you can just kill them however you want, whether you want to shoot them, set them up for an environmental kill, poison them, have them have them light up a cigarette, but then they don't know that right around the corner is like a propane tank that you unscrewed. There's
I
all
think
sorts of
that's what makes it genuine and cool, because that's what helps with immersion of really making you feel like you're an actual hitman.
yeah, and there are a lot of times when I was playing the game, like the things where I was trying to go for like a particular, like, because I know, like, because at the end of a mission, it'll like give you little hints of there's a bunch of special like eliminations that you can do, so you can like try to go for them, but then sometimes it gets messed up, and then I have to improvise and try really hard to get stuff like back in line, or then sometimes just have to shoot them and then run like the Dickens out of there while everyone is freaking out. There's a lot of fun to be had in it, and the stories themselves are also pretty good. Like it's mostly, I would say, episodic, and not just because the first Hitman, the Hitman 2016, did release episodically. It's the only one because it was very unpopular. The 2 and 3 released as full games. But like the general structure across the series has always been like, okay, each of these missions kind of have their own little story. This is a horrible bad man and the horrible bad people doing bad stuff. And we're being paid to kill them. And it's like, okay, now we let you loose. Run around whatever city we drop you in.
The thing
But
that gets me is how cool these games are. Is like I would kill for this studio to make a John Wick prequel.
oh my gosh, especially like if they basically use the Hitman as the base, and then they incorporate some of the more actiony elements that I've seen from First Light. It's like if you add the more dynamic, like close quarters combat, like you could make such a phenomenal.
It sounds like Dishonored.
Yeah, well, actually, I love Dishonored. It very much feels a lot like that, though. There's no non-lethal methods in this. Yeah, like Agent 47 is a hitman through and through. He's not going to find ways to spare them. There's no good or bad endings here to worry about on a morality level. But
you do lose points if you killed people who aren't like
right. If you kill anyone who's not a target, that'll penalize you. You're not supposed to kill civilians. You're not supposed to kill non-targets. I mean, you can still technically complete the game like that, but then they kind of finger wag at you, and you don't get points for it.
you could almost say the game doesn't encourage you to go out of your way and kill people you're not supposed to.
Yeah.
I'm not hinting at a certain thing.
Yeah, it's very good
about you know.
Yeah, it's very good about encouraging you to do things in a particular way, and especially buying the World of Assassination trilogy. It's all three games all at once.
Sorry, Wolf's comments again.
Astoria Morelli. Astorio's high score. Yeah. Corvo is like, I must not fall to the darkness. I must be a good beacon of hope for Emily. And then 47 is just like, well, that'll look really bad on my resume if I kill them. Yeah, and the World of Assassination trilogy, there's so much content. There's all the extra stuff that they've added, and when you buy it now on any version, really, I just bought the Switch 2 version. You just get so much. You get all the elusive targets, all the extra modes, all the
Doesn't
extra
it come
missions,
with a funny
DLC?
Modes? That's a Switch 2 version. If you put in this code, you get a Mario and Luigi costume or something.
Oh, yeah. You get a red and green suit that I noticed that they have as one of the outfits that you have.
It's so goofy looking.
Yeah, it's just funny because it's this bright red and bright green suits, and it's Mario and Luigi, guys. It's honestly, it would have been funnier if they were just dressed up as actual Mario and Luigi, because there's so many. These games also have a hilarious sense of humor. It's a very dark sense of humor, but you can run around dressed up as the Flamingo mascot.
You get the Mario costume, you put it on, and then he goes to pull out his weapon, and it's just a hammer. So you have to hammer somebody to death.
Well, I mean, you can also grab hammers and throw them at people, so you could be your own little hammer bro.
You just have a fireball in your pocket and you just burn somebody.
Yeah. But yeah, this is very there's a lot of games that I think should be taking some more inspiration from Hitman. I really think that the Assassin's Creed games should have started having modern stories that take inspiration from Hitman with all the the freedom that you have. But yeah, it's alas, it says we don't have everyone doing that, but they really should, because these games are really freaking good.
The hype is understood.
Yeah. They should have had a plunger. Yep. Unless you're a Fire Emblem Assassin, and then you got to do triple backflips for your criticals.
Yeah.
So the next game is going to be a bit of a departure in tone. So I bought the several of the Mega Man collections.
Janie's not here.
No.
No.
She loves Battle Network. But I bought the collections. I got the Battle Network collection. I got the X collections, the Zero collections. I got them on a sale. So there was got a whole bunch of those collections, and I was playing through Mega Man Battle Network, specifically the first one. I haven't gotten to all the other ones, But it is such an interesting departure because if you know about Mega Man, it's just like having it be an RPG with like
A la Pokemon.
yeah, where you're collecting all these like cards that you use in battle. And then you also have like action combat where you're moving around on basically like a chessboard
Yeah.
and using all these different
It's
cards,
really
the battle
different
chips.
though.
Yeah, but it's such an interesting thing because this is like one of the times when the games are like, no, 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 no. This is a completely separate like universe. A lot of
That's
the other
the thing I've
games,
always appreciated about the Mega Man IP, though. With every iteration, they've always kind of evolved and tried something different. Like, granted, X was basically similar to the old school games, but much more refined. But then, like after that, like Walnut's completely different. It's 3D, like with Legends, and then of course you have Zero, ZX. Those games they go in a different direction as well. You have the Mega Man Battle Network and Star Force being more RPG. So I like that they don't like because they've never pigeonholed Mega Man into one thing. They've always experimented with him. He's always been a very flexible character with each different generation version of him. They still don't give him enough credit and love because he's the GOAT. It's Mega
Yeah.
Man.
yeah. Though I actually watched some episodes of the old Ruby Spears cartoon. That is actually great. I need to finish watching that so I can.
I think
talk
he's
about it.
talking about the Mega Man Battle Network cartoon of NT Warrior.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, they've had several Mega Man like
Yeah, because he's
shows.
mentioned anime specifically.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I did watch some of the Battle Network anime too, which
Yeah,
is
I
funny because
remember watching that a lot with my cousin. I actually own all 13 volumes of the manga for Mega Man NT Warrior. It's a fun it follows more the games rather than what the anime because the anime goes in a different direction. It tries to the manga tries to
okay.
follow the games a bit more. Granted, they do their own spin on certain plot lines as well, but overall, it absolutely paced like in manga format. It's paced like a video game. It's like, all right, defeat them, go. What's this new enemy? All right, time to fight demons. Get new power ups, go.
Yeah.
It just keeps going.
Battle Network in and of itself is very shonen. It is extremely shonen. You've got
Yeah.
the kid protagonist fighting against terrorists, and he's using his own little Tamagotchi to fight against the terrorists.
Because if
Tamagotchi.
everything's hooked into the internet, because that was when the internet was really starting to take off in the
Yeah.
early 2000s, and they're like, guys, it's the internet. What if it controls everything? It can do anything. And now I'm finding out that there are people who have smart fridges and smart this and smart that, and I'm like, holy cow, maybe this game was ahead of its time.
It was. They literally are like, we have our stove connected to the internet. You're like, what does
Where
it do?
is my net navi?
Yeah. How come we got all the lame stuff from the Cyberpunk future and not
we
the
didn't
cool
get
stuff?
net navis. I want my own Mega Man.
But yeah, it's like that's something that you can see, and even with the NT Warrior anime too. It's just like, okay, it's like random episodes where they fight one thing, and it is funny because I do like the fact that the anime actually gave a lot of the supporting cast more to do because Lan is kind of like Mr. Do Everything in the games.
Yeah.
And
The one thing I did appreciate the most, though, is bringing back a lot of classic characters because of X and Walnut. Oh, sorry, Legends. Mega Man Walnut is from Legends. They kind of started introducing a lot of more newer characters for their cast, and like this brought back a lot of the classic Robot Masters as net navis.
yeah. Well, and then they even brought in a lot of other characters because, like, one of the games even has an adaptation of Colonel and Iris.
Yeah,
from
Colonel's
Mega Man
here, and
X4.
Iris is here as well, and like they do a lot of really unique, different stuff. And I believe even the anime tries to bring back. Granted, he's like not quite him, but they bring back a character that's clearly based on Zero, like literally Zero from Mega Man X.
Oh no, that was the game the network transmission game on the GameCube, the Zero Virus.
No, I know. I remember the anime adapted it as well, but they
Okay.
went in a completely different direction. But we never got to see that because that season never got dubbed.
Oh yeah,
I only know this because my cousin and I were obsessed with the anime back in the day when we were young and teenagers.
Oh yeah, back in the day, you had the whispers of the all the stuff that didn't come.
Yeah. But I loved the manga. I gotta let you borrow the manga sometimes. It takes things in such a different direction. It's so funny. Base is straight up just Vegeta to Mega Man's Goku. It's so funny.
Oh yeah, there's a reason why base.exe is the most popular version of him. Like base
He
is
is
fine
cool.
in the main.
They gave him a cloak, and that made him instantly super cool.
Yeah, then he's like he becomes like one of the most like enduring antagonists. He keeps coming back even though they keep defeating him. He's like, I must get more powerful and defeat them. He really is like Vegeta.
They even fuse. I'm telling you, it's Goku and Vegeta.
Yeah, base cross Mega Man. I think that was even like I think they had an anime movie where like the entire
Yes, they
shtick
did.
was
I remember my cousin, she torrented it, burned it onto a CD, and she mailed it to me. So that way I could watch it subtitled since we never got, that either. It was like it loosely adapted some plot lines from the manga, but it still went in its own direction to fit into the anime's continuity. But I was still quite appreciated to see all that cool stuff animated.
Yeah. I remember that was the big deal. They were like, we have base cross Mega Man in anime form. And they had this big transformation sequence. It was I remember hearing about that when it happened, even though I wasn't into the Mega Man games at the time. It was just like I remember that was an event. It is crazy though that Battle Network has evolved so much that
Yeah.
it has become I mean, I know the Battle Network Legacy collections sold crazy well, which is
Yeah,
why
and now we're finally getting the Star Force collection, which it's like, okay, can we have like a 3D collection now with some like with at least the Legends games and a couple of other obscure like the 3D games
and
that
then they have
Capcom?
other and then they have other like games like the RPG, the Mega Man XRPG command mission on the
Well, and then there's the Mega Man NT Warrior, the GameCube game.
Yeah, the network transmission game. It's called
Yeah.
network transmission, and it kind of mixes stuff from the anime and the games, which
Yeah.
is kind of confusing if you're
Well,
familiar
I
with
think
the
it's
lore.
also because it's got the voice actors, the Japanese voice actors, because it never got dubbed. I remember because I bought it for the GameCube, and then when I heard the Japanese like actors and then see the subtitles, my brain as like a 14-year-old was fried because I was so used to watching it on Kids WP with the dub actors, and I'm just like,
Yeah,
is there an English option? I don't speak Japanese. I know there's subtitles, but this is not what I'm used to. It fried me because of like I'm hearing land being called Neto, and I'm just hearing Rakuman, and I'm just like, his name's Mega Man.
get his name right. You're just an ignorant kid. You don't know that he's called Rockman in Japan.
It was a learning experience.
Yeah, that's actually Battle Network 6. So you're going to have to go through the series before you actually get through that story. But I think it's actually a really good adaptation of their storyline because it's a very similar setup from X4, but they actually spend more time on it than X4 did.
I'm grateful though if you want to get into any Mega Man series that at least even though Mega Man's been mistreated by Capcom in a lot of years, but at least they've given us a lot of these collections, and we're finally going to get a new Mega Man game coming up, and then the Star Force collection just recently came out, so like maybe we'll finally.
And now there's rumblings that they might actually do another Star Force game continuing from the
Yeah, because that one kind of.
Yeah, I know, especially because people were seeing that there was apparently some like unused concept art of like stuff from that's big spoilers for Star Force 3, and people are like, "Wait, what? Like there's continuation from the ending of Star Force 3?" They're like, "You're going to give us a new game," and Capcom.
And if they gave us a new game, and I'm telling you, I'm going to immediately be like, "This is how Legends 3 can still happen."
Yeah. They got to put out the Legends collection,
please.
It's like, and then we will buy it, and then they're going to be like, wait, people want?
Yes,
Legends
we like
3?
Mega Man.
Yes, we were absolutely clamoring for that. And honestly, if they wanted to be really cool, they could put the Mega Man 3 demo that they refused to release.
Yeah,
on the collection.
Jinx, it depends. Completely depends.
Yeah, I mean, it really is like there's sometimes when like
if a dub sucks, I'm not watching it. If a dub is really, really, really super good and just as good as a sub, then I will check out the dub.
Yeah, I will always watch like Cowboy Bebop or Space Dandy with the English dub. The dubs are freaking amazing.
They're really good. It varies. Some things are actually pretty good. Some things are meh. And sometimes I'll just watch both. I'll go back and forth and like just so I could really like hear both versions, different takes. And sometimes if I really love something, I'll even go straight up and watch it in a different language. I've watched Digimon in the Spanish and German dub. Not all of it all the way through, but I did that. It was a different experience. I've been starting to watch Dragon Ball Z in the Spanish dub. Those guys are super passionate about Dragon Ball, so it's only fair to give them a fair shake and watch their stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're
getting
are. This is how the Legend 3 can happen still.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you do have to remember they also did a 1-to-1 faithful recreation of Metal Gear Solid 3. Literally the exact same game with just some more extra modern bells and whistles.
Well, also, like, Konami's not the one developing it, though. Konami's just licensing it. You have to remember, Charlie. It's the people who made the Dead Cells game, that indie developer. They are commissioning them to make this new game. And they absolutely love Castlevania. They had this whole dedicated DLC to Dead Cells, just nothing but, like, just throwing love upon love upon love upon love of Castlevania, like, doing a bunch of whole new, like, tracks that are just basically, you know, like, familiar Castlevania tracks, and they're beautiful renditions of them. You have to like listen to them, like, and like they even said they're like, no, this is a straight up Metroidvania. This is not going to be a roguelite. It's not going to be any of that. This is Castlevania.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and it's also going to be a direct follow up to Castlevania 3 and Curse of Darkness. So I'm interested to see what they do because you're playing as the child of Trevor and Sonia. So it's like
Trevor and Sypha.
Sypha,
Sonia.
Sonia is they said her name is going to be Sonia, and then
they immediately took that down. So I don't know if that was a spoiler or if they just got her name wrong, because if that was what the most popular fan speculation is, that her name is Sonia because she's clearly, her design is supposed to invoke Sonia especially with the long braid, especially the blonde braid. So I don't know if now that makes me second guess. Is her name actually going to be Sonia or is it not? Who knows? But it's clearly like Sonia was an intentional reference for her design.
Yeah.
But I digress. We got off of Mega Man. We probably should move on.
Yeah. So this is a game that I played. If you're not familiar with Detective Instinct, it is basically, it's an indie game that is heavily inspired by games like Famicom Detective Club and Ace Attorney. You're playing as a character. You play as a dude. He doesn't actually have a main name. You give him whatever name you want. And the girl that you see here in this, she's like the mascot of the game. It's Emma.
Cool Man was like in the middle of, he still hasn't finished beating it yet, but he was in the middle of playing Detective Famicom, the remakes that have come out on the Switch. And then this indie game came out, and I remember sharing it in the group chat because the indie developers have been like advertising it and saying like, we're big fans of Detective Famicom, we're big fans of Ace Attorney. You like those games? Please check our game out. And once I shared that, you immediately were like, eye emoji.
Yeah. Yeah, and like it's funny playing both of them where like back to back, where you can tell that Detective Instinct, it follows all of the exact same structure what Famicom Detective does, because you have the same presentation, the same like options that you're given. What I do like is they made it very, very easy to not get lost in this. That's something that I will say does happen sometimes.
Yeah,
in Famicom Detective Club, where
and even the first Ace Attorney, I feel like sometimes I would get turned around. So both of those games kind of have that issue. So it feels like this game's clearly learned from both the first Famicom and the first Ace Attorney.
Yeah,
like let's not do that to our player.
Yeah, so like even as you're going around, you're doing your investigation. It will far more easily like point you, saying you should go to this place. And it'll actually like highlight which options that you've selected, so you know, well, like, okay, so I haven't said this to, because that's something that in like Famicom Detective Club, there are some times when you need to like go to a location, talk to a guy, leave, come back and talk to them again, and it's like sometimes that can be a little obtuse, even in the remake where they did make some like improvements and stuff. But it is very clearly a massive love letter to those styles of like visual novel games. But I will say, when you're going into this, be aware this is an indie game. You're basically getting like half of the main story, because by the time you get to the end of the game, you're like, okay, no, wait, we're picking up. We're getting into like the mystery, and then it's like, it's over. Sorry.
I believe they're like still working on.
Oh
Like,
yeah. So they're going to be obviously making a follow up to it, because this was just their first release, and they did a phenomenal job for like this being like their first release. But like, it is obviously, it's something that people might be disappointed if you buy the game, because it is cheap. It's like what, $15?
Yeah,
So
it's
like,
pretty darn cheap. You could get it on your Switch. You can get it on Steam. I not sure if you can get it on PlayStation, Xbox, but I'm pretty sure you can. I'm pretty sure it's multi-plat, but I know for sure, like 100%, I know for a fact I can get it on my Switch or on Steam. And like, it's fairly cheap. I think it's just $20, but like, this game has gone on sale a couple of times.
right. Yeah, it is $20. No, but it is only for PC and Switch. They haven't.
Okay,
put it
so
on other...
so it's only for those two. I think they're also working on getting it to the PlayStation Store. I thought I heard rumblings about that.
Yeah, but they know the audience for these types of games is going to be on PC and Switch.
Yeah.
And apparently they did really well on sales, so they're definitely like going to be making that follow up, which I'm really interested in, because like the game does a very interesting job where like they have what I would feel are some like certain moments that are like very immersive, where it's like one time when the lights go out because of like a power outage, and you actually have to click around the blank screen and do the inspect in order to get the light switch. And it's the same layout as it normally is, but it's just all blank. And I'm like, oh wow, that's actually some really cool stuff that they did. And then they have some of these moments where you play these almost like little mini games. And I'm like, okay, these are actually cool to like spice things up, but you only do it like a couple of times, because obviously like they were just trying to get their basics down here.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to see what like the follow-up to Detective
I also
Instinct.
really love the sprite work that they have for this game. It's very clean and pretty.
Yeah, this is that sprite work is the most obvious stuff that's inspired by Ace Attorney, especially when some of the characters have like really aggressive or like over the top actions. It's like it feels like Ace Attorney, especially the like the older games, like the original trilogy.
The OG trilogy.
But yeah, like this is something that I thought was really fun. The story that we got in it was actually really good, because it has.
I like to see you try, Charlie.
No. Yeah, like Emma is kind of like Maya. She's actually the one who's taking like point on the story, because the main character, who doesn't actually have an official name as far as I'm aware, you just kind of, it's the old RPG thing where you get to name them.
Yeah, it's more reminiscent of Famicom in that way, where you don't actually see the protagonist really. It's just mostly his point of view most of the time. And then oh shoot, what's her name? It flew out of my head. Emma.
Yeah, so like, and I actually thought
not Emma. I'm sorry, Famicom, the girl.
Oh shoot.
Her name was like literally just in my head, and it flew right out of my head. She's super popular. She's super cute.
Yeah, she even got a trophy in Super Smash Brothers Melee. I remember that. I unlocked it. I'm like, what the hell is a Detective Famicom?
What was her name? This is gonna bother me.
And now I gotta look this up.
I'm already looking it up. I'm gonna beat you to it. Ayumi.
Right, Ayumi Tachibana. That's what it was.
Yes, that's right. Because we kept making Yakuza 0 jokes at her last name. It's all coming back to me now. I had such a brain fart. But yeah, like she kind of reminds me a little bit more of that than Maya.
Yeah. Yeah, except she's also like Emma is definitely because the story, the main like mystery you're following is because of her. She's the one who actually gets invested in the mystery, and she drags the main guy into it to help her investigate. And it's like I actually think what we get here in terms of the story and the little character interactions is all really good. It was really kind of making me like, man, I really want that follow. I want Act 2 of the story. Like, it's like it feels like right as things were getting to a crescendo, it was like, oh, we're gonna start getting into it, and it's like, sorry, credits roll. It's like we ran out of budget. Sorry, we're an indie game.
That can't be it. Where's the rest of it?
Where's the rest of it? Yeah. But yeah, like if you've ever been into, I would even go so far as to say I think Detective Instinct would be an excellent first experience for this type of game. It's a lot simpler, it's more streamlined. So if you want to check out a relatively,
if you like visual novel like mystery stories, and if you loved Ace Attorney, for example, that's the most famous one that most people would go back to. Check this out, and then check out Detective Famicom because that's still a little bit too niche.
yeah, like I do think that like this is streamlined and short enough that it can be a great first experience if you are like wanting to get into this type of game. And I actually think it would make it a lot easier to ease into Detective Famicom because those are a lot more complicated with a lot more things you got to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's all to really talk about with Detective
Without going into spoilers.
Without going into spoilers, because I don't want to go to. I actually do like the story of this game, but so I don't want to delve into the actual spoilers. That's the game.
Game of the year.
Yeah, so we obviously bought and played Donkey Kong Bonanza, and this was
fantastic.
So good. Oh my gosh. Like I knew it would be fun. Right? Like I knew it would be fun.
Absolute cinema.
But like I didn't expect the sheer love for like all Donkey Kong games. Like the guy who was directing it made it no secret that he loves the country games. And I'm like,
I felt that love because of like, I mean, I have played some of the other games post the Donkey Kong Country games, but my heart and soul as a child, I loved the Donkey Kong Country games. My fondest memories are always anytime I visited either of my grandparents' house, because we only owned one Donkey Kong Country game at my house as a kid on our Super Nintendo. But at my grandparents' house, they had all three. One of them, and then the other one only had two of them, but I digress. That was always like one of my favorite childhood memories, either going to my mom's parents' house or my dad's parents' house, and like whenever we had downtime when we're not doing something in Colorado or Utah, I'd sit around my siblings and like we'd play the Donkey Kong Country games like a lot of the times. And oh my goodness, I have like it's this game spoke to me on a deep level.
Yeah, because it's like you have stuff like Randy, you have Diddy and Dixie showing up, and you have Cranky Kong running around complaining about stuff. And it's so funny because it's like it's like you kind of think and you're like, wait a minute, a young Pauline, the best thing to think of, don't think about it. There's no Mario timeline.
There never's been a Mario timeline.
When I see people who are like, what are the implications of this for the Mario timeline?
Who
like,
cares?
There is no Mario timeline. Nintendo, like Shigeru Miyamoto would kill you where you stand if you said the words Mario and timeline in the same sentence. It's just
He's like, don't bring your Zelda timeline BS into Mario.
We already have a hard enough time keeping track of that. We're not doing it with Mario. But yeah, it's just young Pauline. There's some reference. There's a few mild references to Odyssey, but like it is overall heavily referencing a lot of Donkey Kong countries. And it's like
the story is very simple, but it's so fun and engaging. And really the heart of it is this really cute, almost like big brother, little sister dynamic between Donkey Kong and Pauline.
Yeah.
We've made so many jokes though. because especially the way she's like constantly like hanging out with him, like this big beefy gorilla with this cute little girl. Overall, like when when Nintendo does like the next Yakuza like game that they're gonna put on the Switch, they need to have a costume of Kiryu just in a monkey suit, and then Haruka's just dressed as
Yeah.
I still want that, Nintendo. Put that in Yakuza Kiwami.
Yeah, it's like it's made by a lot of the people who were involved in the Odyssey development. Like they Odyssey, as far as I'm aware, the Odyssey team kind of split into two,
Yeah.
and half of them made a Bonanza, and another bunch of them are working on the next 3D Mario.
Yeah, from my understanding, that's basically it.
Yeah, so you have a lot of similar like ideas and stuff in terms of Odyssey, because Odyssey is kind of like the natural evolution of the Mario 64 like areas that you go to.
Yeah, the 3D Mario.
Yeah, and then this feels like that, but then they added all of the environment destruction, and it is impressive. Fun. It is crazy. Like, I know she sat there watching me play it, and I go into the Bananza forums and I just start blasting through all the rocks. It was fun. It's like it was just fun to destroy a bunch of stuff and just
and
to see.
The music is so good.
Oh my gosh, they were cooking hard on the music. Like there's a lot of good music, but then they have a lot of vocal tracks. For all the people who are like, when is Pauline going to get more than Jump Up Superstar? Okay, you can have like
a bunch of songs.
Yeah, like it's all about her singing in this, and like she gets several new songs. Like there's one, it's Breaking Through. It's the one that they used in the trailers. Yeah. And then like
but of course she's got all the power-up songs for all of Donkey Kong's different power-ups.
Yeah.
But yeah, apparently her voice is magical and it can help Donkey Kong transform.
Yeah, and it's like the funniest part about it is you're expecting, is there going to be some sort of big explanation for it? Like, no, her voice is just magic.
Her voice is just magic.
And that's it. That's all you get. They say that when she first shows up, and then they're like, no, we don't explain it. She just does it. I'm like,
okay, there's one spoiler I'm going to give because it's probably already spread all around the internet regardless, and this story is super light. So we've been saying it the whole time we were playing this game. And we're like, I bet you anything. King K. Rool comes back.
And we were saying that for so long. Like there were obviously like conspiracies from before the game even came out. But it's just like we were watching
we fight Void Kong. And then suddenly the music swells, and then we see the psychotic eye shot open. And Cool Man and I jumped up off the sofa, like the controller flew in the air because it was let go. And we're just like, King K. Rool's back.
And then they had their own rendition of Gangplank Galleon.
And it was amazing. It was tough, though. He was a tough boss.
I know, it's like there are like 4 phases to his fight. It's not a short fight.
No.
Like, and then
they're like not only is King K. Rool back, but we're going to make sure we make it well worth your patience.
Yeah. And it's just like that final phase.
That whole gauntlet though, where it brought back all the Kremlin crew.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I was geeking out as a fan of Donkey Kong Country.
I'm still geeking out about it.
It was amazing. I was just like, this feels like such a love letter to not just Donkey Kong fans in general, but specifically the Donkey Kong Country fans. It was wonderful. I love this game.
Yeah, it's like you can tell like this was made with such love for country, and it's like, yeah. Like it feels like it was the guy making it. It was like, hey, why haven't we put all of this stuff, all the Kremlins, King K. Rool, why haven't we put this in a new game? It's like we should do that right now.
Hang on, I'm gonna send you a meme that gives my feelings on this game. It's just, it's just the perfect thing. Where is it? Here we go. I'm gonna send it to you, and you can post this image for the world to see. Because this game is wonderful. If you have not played it, guys, please buy it. I unironically argue, especially if you're a platformer fan, this is worth getting a Switch 2 if you're still waiting on buying a Switch 2. This and a couple of other games, but this is the game I feel like that should push you over the edge. It's a wonderful game. But yeah, here you go, cool man. There's the meme image you could share for everyone to see.
Yeah, just a second. Let me get this.
Our final verdict on Donkey Kong Bonanza is just.
So,
I'm waiting. I'm
No.
trying to help delay.
I'm trying to. It's being a little finicky.
It's ruining the mystique of me building up this dumb meme. I tried, guys. I tried so hard, and I got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter.
Okay.
Okay, this is the final verdict. This game is an absolute bonanza.
That's a good way to end the Bonanza section. So now I can talk about a game that I spent like 250 hours playing last year.
Holy cow, were you on this game forever? Every time I kept like going online, and then I look, you have one friend online, and I look, cool man is playing Cyberpunk, and I'm like, shouldn't he be in bed?
Yeah. Like, so I got obviously Cyberpunk on the Switch 2, which has all of the content, including Phantom Liberty.
Oh, hey, Ghost, welcome.
Hello. So, like, I get to play it in the best version that it's had so far. I don't have to deal with any of the
years of it going through so much.
Yeah, after the mini fixes. And what's also really impressive is they not only got the main game itself, but that plus Phantom Liberty all on a Switch 2 cart. This game is all on cart. They even did some heavy optimizations in order to fit it. Yeah, it's a la carte.
But
So, and it runs really well. I saw some people who were trying to be like, it probably won't run well. I'm like, no, it ran really well. The only bit is Dogtown. That's the Phantom Liberty area. It's like, there's a few parts where maybe it slowed down. There was like explosions and stuff. But I mean, it was just a little dip.
No, you're good, Ghost. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. But still. But it's like, I was playing this and like, I'd kind of been interested in it. I'd always heard, especially after
I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Okay. I had heard a lot about like the updates, the 1.5 update, the 2.0 update, and all the improvements, and finally getting around to playing it myself. And yeah, well, I do have some issues here and there, which is mostly comes down to a lot of the development hell the game went through. That like it's like there are things that were cut here and there, and like they could have been improved. I had a lot of fun playing this game. It was, especially once you start getting like a lot of the upgrades. Like I actually did like cut down on the upgrades. Like I didn't get any like the mantis arms or gorilla arms. I tried to like limit myself on those types of like big upgrades. And I was, playing through the game. I was getting into the story. Jackie is obviously the GOAT. He is the absolute bro. In this house, we respect Jackie Wells. What I was surprised at was just how much I spent just doing side missions. And I always like doing side missions and grinding. I did a lot of grinding. I practically sleptwalked through most of the story missions just because I leveled up so much. I got to the point where I was like, I gotta stop leveling up so high because I'm making the main missions too easy. I hit the level cap like before I even got to Phantom Liberty. Like I was already sitting on that for most of the game. I really, really liked a lot of the story. I feel like some of the stuff, like the companions, probably. Yeah, sorry, Charlie. Yeah, I'm sorry, Legger. We had to move on at some point. We got like a bunch of stuff to talk about. So. I was playing obviously my.
Don't worry, this'll This will still be up even after we've gone live, so you can go back and watch it.
Yeah. But it says obviously Pan Am, best girl, best love interest, the only one. Like, do not at me. Also,
Anomaly ink scratching at your walls.
Yeah. Also, the star ending, definitely the best. I feel like it's so stacked against all the other endings because a lot of the Cyberpunk stuff is like, yeah, bad. There's always a downside. So every time you get one seemingly good thing, it's like, oh, something really bad happens. And star ending is the only one that it's like, yeah, we're not going to have something catastrophically bad also happen that balances out the good. Because you're just like, F it, we're leaving Night City. But it's also really funny when you learn about the lore that a lot of the nomad yeah, the nomads like they have all these like connections to all these different groups in the greater like cyberpunk lore, and it's just like, oh yeah, like they could actually definitely find a way for you to like get a solution. It just kind of requires you to like put your trust in them rather than getting a direct solution that typically comes with a heavy cost, especially the Phantom Liberty one. Yeah, I would say though that was something that kind of got a little annoying. It's like there's no good things in Night City. I'm just like, can we have one story that doesn't end with everyone dying?
No.
Yeah, like that's why I like the star ending, because it's just like, yeah, that's something that Mike Pondsmith has said, where it's like Cyberpunk is not about saving the world, it's about saving yourself. But it's like, also I do want to save some people too. Can I be a superhero vigilante? I'm already like double jumping and like slow-mo like sniping people. Like, I think I could be a superhero. No, I have not watched Edge Runners. I don't really have much interest in Edge Runners, to be perfectly honest. They do get some references that were added in the 2.0 update, but it kind of falls into that everyone dies kind of a thing, so it's a little hard for me to get invested in that.
Who knows? Maybe we'll check it out someday.
Yeah. Actually, no, Wise Wolf. That's not a guaranteed. The thing is with them is that's something Pan Am really kind of emphasizes in her ending is like there are resources that nomads have, because the Aldecados that you see are just one part of not just the Aldecados greater group, but also the nomads as a faction. There are a lot of resources they have. The thing is that unlike any of the other endings, like the Devil ending or the Tower ending, that give you a direct, you are cured, but it also comes at a steep cost. The Star ending is basically saying you're going to have to put your faith in Pan Am and the Aldecados to help thee. So it is what I do like is it is actually a hopeful ending. It's the only ending that I could go for. Like, and it's why it also works out perfectly, because you get it with you. It's really easy to get it when you romance Pan Am, which is obviously she's best girl. So there's no one else to choose. I mean, there aren't really more than a few love interests anyway. But like, I'm glad that the best ending has best girl attached to it. But yeah, there was a lot of fun. A lot of time I spent with this, doing all the missions. It's like, and I do have a few complaints here and there. There's particularly a few missions here and there that I didn't like. It's like, but I would say that like overall, like considering just how much work went in to make Cyberpunk 2077 come out and to get it fixed, like I cannot say I wasted my time. I spent like 250 3 hours I think playing the game, and I nearly exhausted everything.
Oh, so Ghost, I'm hearing that your brother's based?
Yeah, also based. Yeah, that's Pan Am is the only one to care about. Sorry, I don't make the rules.
Anomaly scratching at your door. No.
Sorry, Anomaly. I will get the star ending again. So yeah, I mean, I don't want. I guess it's not too big to talk about spoilers because this game came out in 2020.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I did generally enjoy the story. I do wish that there were some things like I think it was Takemura. Yeah, Goro Takemura. I was like, I'm trying to remember. Like he was such a cool character. I kind of wish we got to do more with him. I wanted to bring him with me and being like, hey, there were several characters I was kind of like, hey, you want to
join my party?
You want to join my party? Like you want to join the Aldecavas with me? I kind of wanted to do that. I wanted to do that with Judy but Judy will only join you if you romance her, and you have to be a female Vita romancer. And it's like, otherwise you won't. I'm like, but she likes to travel. Like she can join you. Like, look, I just want a platonic join. Like, hey, let's be friends. Like I helped you on your mention. Come join us on the Nomad on our
She's
little
like,
Nomad
no.
quest. No,
you're sneaky. You're like, oh.
but with friends. But yeah, like there was a lot of that side content that was really, really good. I especially loved that one thing when you do a Carrie Uridine's quest. You have to do one really, really awful mission that's like has like some of the worst writing in the game to get like some of the best content in the game. Because Carrie Uridine was a part of Johnny Silverhand's old band back in the 2020s. When you get some flashbacks to that. I mean, oh goodness, I can't not talk about this. Not talk about Keanu Reeves. Can't believe I didn't talk about Keanu Reeves. He was so good in this. Like he's super passionate about Johnny and playing. And it got to the point where Mike Pondsmith was like, I kind of envisioned him a little bit differently, but I like Keanu's take so much that we're just going with this.
It is Keanu Reeves.
Yeah. And it's funny because he ended up like ad-libbing a lot of stuff. And then Mike Pondsmith was like, actually, that's good. That's in character. It is funny when you see Keanu Reeves. He's just like, when he gets into a project, he's like, no, I'm making this my whole personality. I know. I almost forgot Mr. Reeves. How could I? Oh, hello. You missed the Mega Man Battle Network.
You missed the Mega Man Talk, JD.
Yeah, well, and that's funny because I ended up watching Johnny Mnemonic some time ago because I was getting into some Cyberpunk. I was watching like Blade Runner for the first time, and I watched Johnny Mnemonic, and there's several plot points from Johnny Mnemonic that are almost shot for shot recreated in Cyberpunk, especially the whole thing because Johnny Mnemonic, he's a carrier where he carries like data and he sneaks into places and he gives them for money, delivers it for money. And in the movie, he's got this like mega, like this super crazy huge file size of like 100 gigabytes. It was the 90s in his head, and it's actually causing his brain to sort of melt if he doesn't get it out, which is exactly what happens with the chip that V has in his head, where he's actually gonna slowly, like his brain's gonna melt if it doesn't get out in a way that's safe. But I thought that they probably did that on purpose as a reference because that's one of Keanu Reeves' like one of his bigger roles from like the mid 2000s or mid 90s. Oh yeah, that crash out. I love that. Actually, is a great little scene. If you haven't seen it, it's the part where Keanu Reeves is like absolutely losing it. He's probably gonna die. And he's just having this meltdown. But yeah, like I don't want to spend too much time like talking about Cyberpunk, but I really did enjoy Cyberpunk 2077. And to talk about another game that I liked, the Raidou Kuzunoha remaster of the first Raidou game. This is what I would probably consider the gold standard when it comes to like remasters or remakes.
The game looks really good.
Oh, yeah, it looks good, and it mechanically is a drastic improvement. I actually played, because I bought the original on, I think it was the PlayStation Store, like years ago on my PS3. And I played a couple hours of it, but the mechanics were a bit clunky. I heard that they were drastically improved in the second game. And what they did here is they took all of those extra mechanics and all the better combat, and they put it in Raidou and the Soulless Army. So they they brought in all of that content. They added a lot more demons from a lot more more recent Shin Megami Tensei games.
And then they dubbed it.
Yeah, and then they gave it an English dub because the original didn't have one. And it's really good. Like they also
I also just love this setting. This particular time period of Japan, I've always had any story that takes place in this time period in Japan. I've always it always piqued my interest because I find this period of history in general, not just in Japan, other places in the world, to be an interesting one because of because that's also technology is starting to change a lot more dramatically too. Culture's changing everywhere, so it's in this in between transition period for a lot of cultures, but Japan in particular, it just a lot changed in that time period. And also Raidou's outfit is the coolest thing ever. I know that that's a style that was in Japan, especially for
a lot of uniforms had that military style.
Yeah,
it's like
but
it's everyone.
It's just so cool looking.
Unironically, probably one of the best designed Shin Megami Tensei protagonists ever in the entire
Unironic drip.
But what's also really cool about the remaster is they did everything. There was they not only touched up the character models to look nicer in higher definitions, but they also redid a bunch of background. There were some pre-rendered backgrounds that looked a little rough. They didn't look bad, but they wouldn't look as nice just up-resed because they were designed for a PS2 that was putting out 480. 480. That wasn't even HD at the time. And they did a lot of redesigns of some areas, including creating new 3D environments that weren't there before.
Yeah, I watched you play some of it, not all of it. I need to finish up my own playthrough. My backlog's a million miles long of games that are all half finished, but it's genuinely really awesome.
Oh yeah, and what's also really cool about it is there were several plot points in the original release that weren't explained. Even the main antagonist, their backstory is never even talked about. But the Raidou Remastered actually adds some stuff. These are things that were added in supplementary materials and audio dramas and stuff that was released afterwards. They added this context back in so you can actually check out files that explain the main villains motivations and backstory. And you're like, oh, this is actually really cool. You actually get to find out all these details about them that weren't in the original game. And it's it's crazy to me because this is everything that was good about the original. It keeps all the story the same. All the content is there. They add more content. They make it look nicer. They make it play better. It's literally the original, but better in every way. It's this is, I would consider, the gold standard. And it really shows that you don't need to remake a game from the ground up. Sometimes just a really, really good remaster can make a game, especially for a game of the PS2 era that already had it has such strong art direction.
Yeah, some games are they're really good even for their time. It just needs a couple little touch-ups here and there, and that's all they really need. And I'm all for just remastering several old games because some games you don't need to spend all that super extra money on a remake that's sometimes not always going to be better, and a lot of times, not always, mind you, there are some good remakes out there, but a lot of times there's just some inferior remakes.
Yeah, I think that they made really good decisions with how they remastered it, because it's they took all the content that was there, they cleaned up the presentation, they made it
just remaster Persona 4 instead of making a remake, but I digress.
Yes.
That's a salty subject for another time. They could have just done this, but I digress.
Yeah, I remember I had so much fun playing this version because the original one had a very simple combat. It was action combat, but it was not all that crazy.
Correct, Ghost. I am filled with salt.
Yeah.
Call me Lot's wife because I'm a pillar of salt.
But what's really great is with all the additions that they added from Raidou 2, But then they also added a few extra mechanics that make the game even more fun to play. It's like they took the whole action combat and they're like, no. That we're going to have all the action. We're going to add all the features. You can now block and dodge and do special attacks and like all the heavy attacks. And it's like, oh wow, this is actually a really good like action RPG. And you can spend all your time. I had so much fun just grinding. There literally is just a dedicated training hall. And they're like, you can run around here and you can grind. And
That's a sentence you don't often hear gamers say. I had fun grinding.
Yeah. And what's also great is it kind of has that thing in like that Persona 5 has where if you're significantly over leveled for an enemy, or not significantly, but over leveled enough, you can automatically defeat the enemy on the main screen without going into battle, and it'll just give you all the XP and items that you would have gotten from it.
They're like, listen, this thing is about to be so disrespected. We're just going to kill it on sight just to save it the trouble.
Yeah, so it's like, and there were some times though where I had so much fun playing the game that even in my grinding sessions, I would just go into battle anyway because I wanted to keep playing more of that. It was an incredibly fun game. I'm really excited about them doing the same thing with Raidou 2 because it's like I really wanted to play like the second game too. I never actually got to the second game, but like seeing them do this, it's like, wow, they can just take the original game, make it look nicer, make it play better, and that's it. Boom.
Yeah.
It's peak cinema.
Absolute bonanza. Wait.
Absolute. Absolute devil summoner. But yeah, like this is, if you're a fan of like the Shin Megami Tensei games, if you like Persona, like this is, I would even go so far as to say it feels like it lines up a little bit more with Persona thematically than a lot of Shin Megami Tensei games. Like if you're coming on from playing like Persona 5 Royal or whatever, and you're trying to get into like the greater Shin Megami Tensei games, I would recommend.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also do like those, but the art style does feel reminiscent of the old Shin Megami Tensei and Persona 1 and Persona 2.
Oh yeah, like forgot the artist, the Kaneko, I believe it was.
I can't remember their name.
Yeah, but like that guy did a lot of artwork for Shin Megami Tensei games. So they kept all of that original style for this.
Kaneko. Thank you.
Yeah. Kazuma Kaneko. Yes.
Thank you, Million.
Yes, thank you. But yeah, it's like they just kept the art style and just it looks really, really good in like HD. Like the art style was all like it was already looking nice. So and then it's like you can see they still kept all the designs here. This is how they looked in the original. They were just being output at 480p.
Yeah, but it's a beautiful art style. I genuinely think it's quite lovely. So it's so nice to see it just still here. It's not like they try to revamp anything. Honestly, it's a gem, and more remasters should follow suit like this specifically.
All right. Now the next one, this is going to be for you.
My screen is still buffering. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. There we go. Okay, so everybody who knows me knows I took a painstakingly long time to finally beat Tears of the Kingdom because I was trying to juggle several games all at once, and I was taking my sweet time trying to do every little thing and 100% this game. And I dragged beating this game out. And not because of I didn't like this game, because I didn't want it to be quite the opposite. I loved this game so much. I genuinely, it's now probably up there. Still not sure where I would put it in my Zelda ranking. But it's gonna be tied with probably somebody in the top 5. It's still not beating Twilight Princess. That will never be beaten. Because that's my other one true love. I'm on streaming now with the other one true love. But this, I love this. I didn't want to say goodbye to this game. I was not ready to say goodbye to this game. So I dragged out beating this game, and I kept meandering and collecting things and doing other little things and beating enemies.
I
and
was
stuff.
like, I
I know, I
after a
was
few
driving
weeks, I
you
beat the game.
absolutely
And
crazy.
yeah, I complete the game, and I'm just like, come on, beat the game so we can talk about it.
And then I'm just like, I'm gonna go beat this other game while during my lunch breaks. I'm gonna just do a couple little side quests and collecting every little Korok.
And she's like, I have to find all Korok seeds.
I'm like, I need to 100%
why?
this.
Like,
I didn't want to say goodbye.
Finish this game.
This game is amazing. I love Tears of the Kingdom. I know we talked about it, I believe, in our 2023 stream briefly, because Cool Man beat it then. I think
I beat it the year it came out.
Yeah. So we talked about it then, but we didn't go too heavy into spoilers. We did talk about a bit of the dungeons that you play. We didn't talk too much about endgame. But this, oh my gosh, guys. The end game, I will talk about spoilers. So if you do not want to be spoiled to Tears of the Kingdom, mute the stream, because I will be talking about spoilers. Oh my heavens, heck almighty! This is one of the best end games I've ever experienced in a game. Mm-hmm. The build up to the final boss fight was crazy. It was so good. Oh my, I can't even describe how good the build-up was to the final boss fight. Breath of the Wild is a genuinely amazing game. One of its major criticisms I would have against it is I do think the end-game boss fight was mostly the final boss fight, whenever Ganon is in his boar beast form that you fight, was disappointingly easy. And just the build-up didn't match up the payoff. Like, the build-up going through all of Hyrule Castle, building up, and then fighting his first form, and then all the Divine Beasts hit him. That was all great. And then whenever you get to the final fight, it was kind of...
Yeah, like, it felt like it lost a lot of steam. And the fact that if you did all of the Divine Beast quests, then he starts off at half health.
Which
so you
still
already
fine
have
because of that boss fight with Ganon, Calamity Ganon, is not easy. He will still throw everything he's got at you and the kitchen sink. But it's whenever you get to his final form where it's a little too easy. And it'd be one thing if it was easy but cinematic. Like, amazing. Like, the best comparison I can make is Persona 5 Royal. Once after you've beaten, I'm not going to say the name of the boss because I genuinely refuse to spoil the true ending of the boss fight. It's really hard. And then when you go into the next section, it's mostly story. And you either you have to survive a couple of giant hits from the enemy. And then once you do, you get a big cutscene. And then you take the final shot. And then it's like, but that whole scene is like, it's fine that it's easy because of it's basically you're getting this whole cutscene reward of amazing payoffs to all this story. Breath of the Wild kind of didn't feel like that. It felt like the final boss was painfully easy, but hey, we're still getting an amazing ending cutscene. But it didn't feel like a scripted story sequence that's like payoff to a bunch of big story beats. Tears of the Kingdom, however, the build-up is insanely crazy because you're already going into the depths, which are dangerous, but the biggest, deepest, darkest depths. And you do have to prepare for it because of the enemies you will face up, just even going closer to Ganondorf's territory, I should say. Like, the corrupted, monsters that you fight. And, whenever I go down and I saw a corrupted Lionel, and I immediately whipped out the Sheikah arrow. Because I got a couple of them from my amiibo. I said, nope. And I one-shot of that thing. I'm like, I am not going to waste my resources of my weapons or my food to heal myself fighting that thing. No. And then I just carried on my merry way. But I still made sure to stock a bunch of the Zonai pots so I could make myself food because I did start burning through some health stuff. And I'm like, no, I need this to fight Ganondorf. And then you go down, you do a bunch of stuff, and the build up to going further down, it just built up my hype. It was insane. And then you finally get to confront Ganondorf, and it's already a tough fight. And then eventually all of the champions, well, I guess I should say sages that you've wakened up to that point will come down and they'll help you fight Ganondorf, which is already insanely hype. But the best part, and I know it's the part that Coolman really wants me to talk about, is like after you beat the one phase, and then it gets even harder. And he goes, the best part was also seeing his health bar go up, and it kept going up, and then it kept going up.
And then it went off screen.
It comically goes off screen. And I'm just like, this is the developers just directly flipping me off.
Why do you say F me then?
What do you say F me for? It was such a tough boss fight, but it was so fun. I was grinning ear to ear the whole time while also screaming.
when Ganondorf did the dodge and then he did the flurry rush, I was like,
so disrespectful, by the way. Ganondorf.
It was that picture of the cat with his mouth that gave would be like,
bro realized he was not built for this. Oh, it was so fun. And then when you beat him, and then the best part was the climax of where Ganondorf eats the stone and turns into an evil demonic dragon, a dark reflection of what happened. Because like I said, spoilers, by the way, because Zelda turns into a dragon. She becomes the light dragon. But the buildup for that is crazy, because then you're flying through the air. There's this evil Ganondorf dragon. Dragon Zelda saves you. She doesn't remember who she is, but she still comes to your aid. And then you're just having this, like, flying through the air, like, diving to try to hit all its weak spots. So technically, it could be a relatively easy battle, but it's one of those where I said Breath of the Wild, it didn't feel like it paid off. This felt like it paid off. This was, like, building upon so many things of the story, setting up so much stuff. And it's still, like, it wasn't nearly as easy as the Beast Ganon in Breath of the Wild. Like, there's still, like, you can still flub up if you're, like, getting too cocky in certain parts. And it's just, it felt like an actual, like, traditional Zelda boss fight in a lot of ways.
Well, yeah, like it very much did feel like this is the cinematic finisher where all you need to do is to just hit some of these weak points and then you win. But because you're flying through the air, because if you touch,
and he's moving around a lot, so you can miss your shots.
So it's like, you already have like a lot more going on than you did during the Beast Ganon.
And then you'll constantly, like, if you miss a certain area and you fly down, and then Zelda can catch you, and then you could try it all over again.
Yeah, and it's so cool because you're literally just in the skies above Hyrule. You get to see the whole of Hyrule underneath.
Incredible. And then, of course, Zelda gets changed back to her regular form. She's restored thanks to the spirits of Rauru and Sonia. They basically pour some of the last of their magical energy into her before they ascend to heaven, basically. And that restores her back to her true form. And then it's the most cinematic thing. Oh my gosh. And obviously an echo of when Link failed to catch her in the opening cutscene. When she first got separated from him.
I know.
Diving down to catch her. And it's like, it kind of reminded me of Bayonetta, but when Bayonetta, does the comical where you control either the bullet or you control, like, Ace here to be
Bayonetta 2, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of something similar to that, where it's a relatively simple thing where you're diving down to get close to Zelda, you press a button to catch her, the game ends. But it was still, like, the music and everything. The emotions were so high for something so relatively functionally simple. The story lent itself in a way where it felt like the most triumphant thing on planet Earth when I caught her.
Oh yeah, like, and that's the thing that I loved about it so much is that, like, yes, that last phase of Ganondorf plus the diving to save Zelda were 100% just very simple cinematic moments. But I'm like, we already did the main boss fight. So now
this is your reward.
So we get to have that, and it's
just these high emotions, and just like you saved the day, you did it, you brought Zelda home, and she still played a huge part in helping aid Link along the way, and like having all the companions. By the way, just helping you fight Ganondorf in like one of the final phases was also just amazing too. It was like, it wasn't like having one Zelda companion. It was like having several sidekicks fight along your side. And it was wonderful. It was genuinely wonderful. I was just like, this game is amazing. I
Yeah,
love this game.
it's just like when I beat it and I was sending the DMs, I was like, they understood the mother
They
effing
understood the mother effing
assignment.
assignment. It has everything I love about Breath of the Wild and then more. This game is wonderful.
Mm.
That's what I gotta say. I love this game. It's amazing. I love it so freaking much, and I can't wait to play it again on the Switch too. Anyways, Guardians of Azuma. I went down a rabbit hole with this game.
Speaking of the game that like I was playing Cyberpunk.
Yeah, this was my Cyberpunk.
Yeah, she's got hundreds of hours into this.
I have not beaten it the post game yet. I finally beaten the final boss. But I need to do the post game now. But this game, I was addicted to this game, especially the constantly like changing around how I rearrange the towns when I heal them. I think the reason I got addicted to this more than any other game that has farming simulators is simply because it does have a bunch of other stuff outside of it, like going out and fighting monsters and getting the materials out there, and sometimes fighting bosses, and there's a big grand story, and then of course there's the social aspect of where you could pretty much romance any character. Now this game's not perfect, mind you. You can tell one of the big things is the two protagonists, depending on if you pick the male or the female, Subaru or Kaguya. You could tell that the developers at the time, while they were making the story for this game, they had not considered, this is a spoiler, they had not considered the other character, because if you pick, say, for example, you pick Subaru, Kaguya will be the first arc antagonist, and vice versa. And they clearly did not consider after the first act, what if we, instead of having the other Avatar character not die? They clearly didn't consider that for the story. Now, granted, there's still plenty of story you can do if you do their supports and like build up the friendship rank to romance rank, etc., etc. But you could tell because of in the main story, once their story is mostly complete, they don't really contribute much other than with side content, which is a little bit disappointing. But you can tell the developers didn't consider at the time, well, what if Subaru lived or what if Kaguya lived? They made that a choice that you had to do in the game, that you could save their life after the first act. But genuinely, I feel like it would be a waste to let either character die, because first of all, it's the other Avatar character that you like. Could you imagine playing Pokemon and it's just like, I picked Leaf, I guess I'll let Red die. Just like, I couldn't imagine doing that for just that reason alone. But the other reason is their story is genuinely an interesting one. Either support, whatever you do, they handle their grief of being used by the enemy differently, as well as their dragon, who the dragon was sort of a well-intentioned extremist. They each of them handle that arc a little bit differently than the other one, depending on if it's Kaguya or Subaru who's your antagonist. But either way, I like both of their stories, and I think it's very wonderful. And it's why I immediately, like, when I played the game, I had Kaguya romance Subaru, and I just feel like it's the most interesting romance choice to do, is have these two, because of their, first of all, the characters are also long lost childhood friends who lost their memories. Yes, it's cliche, but I don't care. I love it. But this game, I've said this before in a couple of other streams. This game, I don't know why, it makes me nostalgic for Fire Emblem Awakening. It's not the same type of game as Fire Emblem Awakening. That couldn't be more different. The settings are completely different. The gameplay styles are completely different. I don't know why it makes me nostalgic for it, but it just does. Like, there's just certain little aspects of it that remind me of Fire Emblem Awakening. The casts are all just as endearing to me. The characters, their dynamics, their relationships, they're just so fun. And the farming aspect, yes, it is addicting. I've been building up these villages and doing all this sorts of stuff, and I got so much lost in the sauce doing all that stuff. But it is a really, really fun game. I've never played any of the Rune Factory games before. And then I remember on one of our direct reactions, whenever I was just seeing this trailer, I'm like, oh, this kind of looks cool. And I think I did a double take where I was just like, this is a Rune Factory game?
Yeah.
And ever since then, I kind of kept peeking in on trailers of this game where I'm like, no, this game kind of looks like it'd be really cool. I want to check it out. So now I played it. I'm absolutely in love with it. Now I've bought in a couple of the past Rune Factory games, so I'll start to play them. No, it's not the art style, unless you're saying that's probably why it caught my eye, but I do like the art style of Azuma. But like, I've never been as big into farming simulator games. Now, granted, it's because I'm scared that I will be dragged down a rabbit hole that whence I will never come out of. I tried playing Stardew Valley once, and I realized I need to stop playing Stardew Valley, or I will never come out of my room. There's something addicting about farming simulators, which is why I usually avoid them. But and so I play this one, and since it's sort of technically a pseudo farm simulator, pseudo romance simulator, I'm like, maybe I'll be okay. I still got addicted, but I digress. So now I've bought in a couple of the past Rune Factory games. Once I clear some stuff out of my backlog, I intend to go backwards and play. I bought 3, 4, and 5, so I did to check those out and play them. And once Rune Factory 6 comes out, I'll definitely try it out as well. I think now Azuma does things because it's a spin-off a little bit differently from my understanding from the other Rune Factory games. It emphasizes much more on the combat and the relationships of supports of between characters. There's like much more that the other numbered Rune Factory games, from what I've heard, that like they go even more in depth in crafting and things like that. That's not in Azuma. Azuma's a little bit more simple, but that's okay. It is a spin-off title, and it does heavily, from my understanding, also tie into another Rune Factory game because it references like one of the characters, Hina. She's from a past game. She's like a grown-up character. That's the other reason why I keep making comparison to Fire Emblem Awakening, because of like I straight up, because if it's like, oh, look at this, a character from another past game, they're all grown up now, they transform into a magical creature. Just like with Tiki, how she's like a dragon. And then you got Hina, she could transform into a fox. And they're the same English dub actress. Like, I think it's Mila Lee is her name. She voices both Tiki and Hina. So I'm just like, ah! So it like got me being like, hey! It made me so nostalgic. But yeah, it is. I do look forward to playing some of the other Rune Factory games and seeing how much different Azuma is, especially because of I am starting off backwards in a way. I'm starting off with a spin-off title and not the main series. So I would love to see how different things are and how much I'll enjoy them. And I'm sure I will, because I really loved Azuma. It was genuinely a gem. The characters are all such a gem. I really love Ulalaka and Fubuki in terms of the god characters that you recruit. They're quite fun. Of course, I love Subaru. And oh shoot, who else do I really love? Well, Hina. I adore Hina. I think she's got a fantastic design. And who else? Kai is really fun too. He's also really fun character that I quite enjoyed. And there's another character suddenly that Iro is really cute too. I love her. Oh shoot, what was his name? Koilong. Choilong. I'm saying his name probably long.
Yeah. That guy. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're all. Granted, the whole cast is lovable, but like there's certain characters where I'm like, oh, I really like you. Oh, I really like you, and so it's just all around. It's a fun game, and I think from what I understand, you don't have to be familiar with any of the other Rune Factory games to jump into it and have fun with it. But if you have played a couple of the past Rune Factory games, it does make deliberate references to, I believe, Rune Factory 4, quite a few of them, and a couple of things to 5, I think. From what I could be misremembering, but that's what I think I remember other Rune Factory fans saying. And not just with Hina, but like other plot points being referenced as well. Even Hina refers to you as an Earthmate, which is like a title given to the characters in the Rune Factory games. Because in this game, you're called an Earth Dancer, which functionally is the same as the Earthmate from the other numbered Rune Factory games. So Hina calling you an Earthmate is supposed to be a reference to that. But yeah, so I look forward to learning more about Rune Factory games. I think so far, I'm having quite a lot of fun with it, and I hope to learn more about this franchise. But yeah, I love this game. It's really, really fun. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. All right, and that'll be the end of the video game section. So if you're here, do not forget to like the stream and subscribe if you're not already subscribed.
Smash that like button.
And if you're watching this back after it's all over, then do not forget to comment and hype the video.
Pretty please.
So now we're going into shows.
TV shows. Anomaly, you're not here. You should be here.
He was the one that wanted us to start watching Dr. Stone.
It's so funny because when he described this show to us, it sounded like something we would hate. He did not sell us on it.
No, he did such a bad job at explaining what the show's about.
And like, so we kind of went into it grinning and bearing, like thinking, okay, we'll just check, we'll give the first episode a shot. And if we hate it, we'll tell Anomaly we tried, we just couldn't get into it. And from the premise, it does sound like a bleak show, but it is not. It's just got a very depressing premise, but the whole point of the show is like crawling out of that. But yeah, cool, man. Do you want to give the premise of Dr. Stone?
Yeah. So basically, it starts off with, we have our main character, Senku. He's the guy with the spiky hair in the front. He's the super genius. He's got
an incredibly gifted young man, insanely smart. Your traditional prodigy character.
Yeah, and then he's got his best friend Taiju, who's like
a meathead.
Absolute himbo, strong
meathead.
And very dumb, but entirely well-meaning. Taiju is gonna profess the love to the girl that he's been in love with for years, and then Yuzuriha, and then all of a sudden, like this green flash happens, and everyone turns to stone. The world gets brought to a standstill.
Yeah, like planes crash, cars crash, all human beings turn into stone.
And then it says, oh yeah, and then 3,000 years pass and everything around
nature's kind of basically overgrown everything, and humanity is still just petrified. And like already that sounds depressing, especially because the implications of like the loss of knowledge, infrastructure, everything, it all collapses.
Yeah, and then but then it starts off with, okay, now we see that Senku and Taiju have woken up. They've broken free of their stone forms.
Petrification, yeah.
Yeah, the petrification. And now they're like, okay. And Senku's like, I'm going to rebuild humanity.
I'm going to free everybody from the petrification, and we will rebuild civilization through the power of science.
And that's it. It says that, sure, something really bad happened. It says, but despite that, we're going to rebuild. We're going to free people. We're going to work to reestablish humanity. And he says we're going to, that's this thing he keeps referencing, they're going to speedrun technology. He's constantly introducing this is a medicine that was invented in 1910 or whatever. It says, and I'm going to use it now.
Yeah, I'm going to jumpstart it. So, but he'll go through these roundabout ways of being like, okay, we need to build this, which leads us to us getting ready for this. And we do this, which will have us do this. And then, so incidentally, he'll invent other things. But that's incidental because that can lead into another thing. Now, the science isn't always hard science. It does kind of play fast and loose with how things are supposed to actually work. But overall, you can tell there's almost a childlike, the mangaka almost has a childlike love of science. Because even if it does get some things wrong, I can imagine many people probably walk away from the show wanting to learn how something works. And I'm not going to lie. Even I said to myself, I would love to learn how to create something like this, learn how to grow plants like this. I will not lie. This show has actually gotten me interested into learning about how certain things are actually built, which is okay, so I think it does its job well in that regard.
Yeah, and then it also tells a story that is relatively simple. And what I do love about it, though, is it can basically be described as it's about the indomitable human spirit.
It pretty much is.
It's it says that no matter what happened, humanity will still come back. No matter,
we will endure.
Yeah.
That's the big theme of the show, is that it doesn't matter like how many bad things have even happened in the history of our planet. Humanity has always endured and rebuilt every time after every disaster has ever occurred. And so it's despite such a bleak premise, it's actually an incredibly optimistic show, and it was such a breath of fresh air. I cannot believe Anomaly pitched it to us the way he did.
Yeah.
He should never be a salesman,
No.
but I do thank him for introducing us to it. It's a genuinely really awesome show. But another thing, because I gave you some links, cool man. So in the English dub is actually not half bad. Now, for any of you who have don't know this name, but maybe you've only watched Dr. Stone and you're like, let's say you're a newer, younger anime fan. You probably didn't realize before Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, there was the 2003 Full Metal Alchemist show. And Aaron Dismuke got his start as a voice actor in that show as Alphonse Elric. And he was literally the exact same age as Alphonse in that show. Like, they got an 11-year-old to play an 11-year-old. His voice has changed dramatically since then. So, cool, man, if you want to pull a little bit of how he used to sound. So if you've ever only watched Dr. Stone, this is how Senku used to sound.
Humankind cannot gain anything without first giving something in return.
Okay. I'm going to be careful for copyright.
Yeah, just in case.
To obtain something of equal value must be lost.
Yeah, that was Aaron Dismuke.
That was Aaron Dismuke. That was him as a little boy. This is Senku's voice actor. His voice has very dramatically changed ever since he hit puberty. So obviously when they started dubbing Brotherhood, Aaron couldn't come back as Alphonse because unfortunately he grew up. Puberty happened, his voice has changed. He literally physically cannot do his old Alphonse voice. So they brought another woman in who, for the most part, she actually did a pretty dang good job sounding close to his Alphonse voice. She did her best. She doesn't sound exact, but she sounded nearly close in the dub. But the reason we bring this up is because of it's something we both noticed. I especially noticed because of I've watched the 2003 a lot when I was younger.
Yes. So for comparison, this is what Aaron Dismuke sounds as Senku.
Yeah, I go to specifically the 13-second mark, cool man. Yeah, there you go.
It took humanity over 2 million years to crawl out of the Stone Age to the modern age.
Yeah, I gotta pause for copyright.
We need to do that in a sprint. I swear I'm going to take back the world. Through science, I'll figure out what happened to us.
Okay, all right. Don't want to...
Yeah, so that is Senku's voice. That is Aaron Dismuke as Senku. I couldn't help but notice this because at first when we were first watching the first episode, I'm like, why does he sound so familiar to me? And then I looked it up and I was like, oh, Aaron Dismuke. And Cool Man for a minute was like, why does that name sound familiar? And I'm like, he was the original Alphonse Elric. Or he was like, oh my gosh, that's him? And I'm like, yeah, that's right. But if you notice the way he talked, he sounds so eerily close to Vic Mignogna's Edward Elric. I'm not even kidding. It's not the exact same, but his cadence, the way he phrases things specifically, he sounds like Vic Mignogna's. Like, they sound related.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a painless lesson. They just don't exist. Sacrifices are necessary. You can't gain anything without losing something first.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy how as he's grown up and now the way that he talks is this other character, he almost sounds like Vic Mignogna, who, like, they played brothers in the original Full Metal Alchemist dub. And I'm like, and now he grows up and he kind of sounds like almost, not exactly, but he kind of sounds similar to Vic Mignogna. They do sound like they're related. And what's funny is Senku as a character has actually got a lot of similarities to Edward Elric. It's actually kind of uncanny.
Yeah. You know, it was so crazy when I hear it now. I'm just like, Aaron Dismuke. I'm like, oh my gosh, he sounds so much like Vic here when he's voicing Senku.
Yeah, it's actually really nuts. It's they're going into getting the final season ready for Dr. Stone. The manga's completely finished. So Dr. Stone is very accessible to get into. Yes, Janie, You would love it. You would love Dr. Stone a lot. It's right up your alley. The only thing is there is an arc that I think will trigger you because if they get the science of medicine so wrong. It was noticeable that even I noticed it. And I just worked front desk at a doctor's office. um, to make a long story short, they could have basically to cure this girl, they gave her antibiotics, which is it's fair. You do need to get antibiotics into this world. A lot of people, like it would tremendously help the health of a lot of people. But they make it clear that this girl was sick all the time, and I'm like, I feel like to match the diagnosis, they either need to say she had tuberculosis, which would have, but that's not something you can fix with antibiotics. Like, or what they should have said is she had a weak immune system, so she always often caught like you know like bacteria. She often caught bacteria. Like I felt like that would have made sense if that was Senku's diagnosis, but it feels like what they described almost sound like tuberculosis, but then they cure her with just antibiotics. Like Senku goes through this whole long process of curing her with antibiotics. Now, granted, the antibiotics make sense because of in the process of learning how to create antibiotics, they also creates like several other things that him and his crew need to have. But it's just like something needs to be a little bit tweaked. But I just know Janie as a nurse, that one arc, it would just like send you into a tizzy if you feel like that's not how that works.
Oh, I didn't know that Aaron Dismick was young Hohenheim in Brotherhood. In
Yes,
the
he
flashback.
was.
I learned something today.
Yeah, you need to watch the full Brotherhood dub. It's really good.
Yeah, I actually watched Brotherhood back before it got dubbed, so I never actually watched the dub of it.
Yeah, Janie, when Coolman and I were watching Dr. Stone, I kept saying that's not how that works. That's not how that works. And I say that as somebody who only ever worked front desk as a doctor's office once upon a time. But I remember turning to Coolman and I was just like, if Janie was watching this show, this would piss her off so much. But overall, it's a really good show. Like it sometimes gets the science wrong, but its heart's in the right place. It wants to push obviously people watching it to be more passionate to actually learn about these things. And I'm fine with a show getting things wrong as long as it has that vigor of also wanting its audience to actually educate itself. Like even if like say a movie's not historically accurate, if it's good enough and it makes you want to like go to the source and learn about it and be excited about it, that's fine. Like for example, like I didn't care if like say for example like Hercules the movie got a lot of Greek mythology wrong. It still made me want to go and learn about Greek mythology. I didn't care that the Prince of Egypt, besides like being a phenomenally very faithful movie to both Judaism and Christianity, it's like it does get a lot of details that are inaccurate to the Bible, but it's just also a really well-made movie. But it does make a lot of people want to just crack open the book of Exodus and start reading it. Like, so I think like it's okay if it gets some things wrong, as long as it makes people want to learn, like, how would I build this? How would I make this? How would I grow this? Like, so like, and the trade-off's fine. The trade-off is fine. But I digress. I think it's a really well-made show. You can like it's nearly complete. It's about to get its final season out soon. The manga is 100% done. It's really good. Anomaly, you actually gave us a good thing.
Anomaly, you did something right for once.
Okay, I gotta stop ribbing on him. But Anomaly, whenever you finally do pop into the chat, we're gonna tell you, scroll back until you see a Dr. Stone image and actually hear us talking about it. It's a really good show. The characters are all insanely likable. I guess before we move on, Cool Man, favorite male character, favorite female character?
Favorite male character. I think I'd probably say Chrome, actually, for the male characters. I like the fact that, he's obviously got the spirit of the scientist.
Yeah.
But because he didn't have someone like Senku to teach him, at least at first, he was always just kind of stumbling. But once Senku came in, he completely was like, oh, this is exactly what I...
And he picked up quite quickly. Like, he's obviously got a natural aptitude for this. And very creative. So I think he's a good pick. Is your favorite female character Kohaku?
Yes.
Is it because she has a ponytail?
Well, partially, yes.
Is it also because she's hot?
Yes. Okay, but like for real, it's like the fact that she has such a great dynamic with Senku, and the fact that she is the tough tomboy warrior, but she also is smart enough to understand scientific concepts, even if she doesn't
She's
understand.
like, because of she's a more of the noble savage, you could argue, but she clearly has natural instincts and almost like not quite street smarts, but like the equivalent of it for somebody in the stone world. She's very quick on her feet. She's very adaptable is a better word, I think, for her. Kohaku is also my favorite female character too. I think she's really cool. She's really tough, but she's like also just her love for her older sister is genuinely heartwarming. I really like her, and I think she's just super endearing. As for favorite male character, without saying Senku, because that's just the easiest one to say, because he is genuinely a really awesome character, and a very awesome protagonist. It's hard to say, because I also really like Chroma, and I really like Gin. But if I had to pick, like forced to pick, I would probably say Ukyo, the guy, with the bow and arrow.
Yeah. Mr.
I think he's really cool character. Sonar Boy. Yeah, I think he's really cool. I love that he's got like this superhuman hearing. That's the other funny thing about Dr. Stone. Every time they want to introduce a character, but they need a specific gimmick, or a specific gimmick could be like too oh, we'll succeed unless somebody possibly could have this, runs into that character, possibly that has that one skill set that would throw a wrench into everything. It's like happens without fail. But I think Ukyo's really cool. I do quite like his character a lot. I think he's pretty underrated. And Risui? I'm saying his name wrong. Risue.
Yeah, I know it sounds awkward if you're not saying it with the Japanese pronunciation.
Yeah, I'm saying his name totally wrong.
Mr.
He's voiced by Bakugo's voice actor. I know that much, and I like him way better than Bakugo because I hate Bakugo. He's a good voice actor. He's just I hate Bakugo. It's not his fault. But he's also really enjoyable and entertaining, and I also quite like his character a lot. His giant planet-sized ego is hilarious. And Tsukasa is also another character I really love as well.
Yeah.
He's a great first arc antagonist, and then when he eventually does, spoilers, help you later on. I'll just say he helps later on. He might help with a thing or two. I won't give away when, where, and why, but yeah. But I think he's a really interesting character, and I do quite like him as well.
All right. I think that's a good...
Yeah, I think that's a good summary. I don't want to give away too much. I think people should watch it more. Okay, Frieren. I know we talked a lot about it in the last stream when we were talking about Frieren and Hemmel. But I talked about it the most since I was talking about why I love Frieren and Hemmel, just specifically as a couple. So, cool, man. Why don't you talk more about this show and what makes it so special?
Well, the whole concept behind Frieren is such an interesting, like the interesting premise from the beginning is that it's after the major story, because
beyond the journey's end.
Yeah, it's like, imagine if you had a story that was like Lord of the Rings or whatever. Now they defeat Sauron, they destroy the One Ring, and then it would be like,
and then they are going to do another story beyond Lord of the Rings. No.
But it's like what would happen if you had like Frodo and Sam were just kind of chilling out, and they go on some little adventures, but it's overall not like it's crazy and over the top, because like Frieren and the party she went with 50 years ago to fight against the evil Demon King, that was the big story. That's the real like major story. And
sorry, Ghost, for bringing up Stephen Colbert.
But that is the story that we only see in flashbacks. So we get to see her with her student, Fern, who is introduced as a child, and you actually get to see her grow up in the first few episodes.
They breeze through time interestingly in Frieren, like through
Yeah,
the
like
passage of time.
it's
But
funny.
it's clear this is how Frieren sees time through her eyes. It's so fleeting, and it passes humans by. But to Frieren, it feels like as if she woke up and everything changed. Because human lives are fleeting, and she's still the same. Like I remember when Fern grew up by the end of I think it's the second episode. It was so interesting because of like all of a sudden it's like, whoa, Fern's grown up now. Like she's a young teenage girl. We're like, whoa, she was just like a little girl. You blinked and she grew up. But it's like, oh right. Because to Frieren, it almost felt like she was just like hanging out at Heiter's place for a week. It like the way the music was going, it kind of felt like low key, like she was maybe there for like a week or a month. And then suddenly you blink and you look, and suddenly Fern's like 10 years older now. And you're like, whoa. It's like, oh wow, like yeah, like she's grown up now.
It was.
Sorry.
It really it really is like crazy when you think about it, because it's like so many shows would be stretching out their like the
time skips.
yeah the time frame. And it's like they would usually save time skips for like certain periods of time,
or like if they're going into the next season, like oh, we finished Naruto, here we go, time skip, here's Shippuden, things like that. Like bam, we're just dropping you in and like blink. But with Frieren, it weirdly spends a little bit of time in the moment, but then blink, the passage of time has changed. So you're only getting glimpses into that moments of time, but it kind of lets you sit back and like actually like take it in for a little bit. Appreciate the little things of the mundane things of life. And for an anime that can suddenly, at the drop of a hat, suddenly we're in an awesome, really beautifully animated action scene, spells and axes and things like that. But for the most part, it is this more slowing down, because Frieren, life just passes her by constantly because of everybody ages so much faster than her because she's an elf. But it is more about like, through teaching Frieren, it's also trying to teach the audience to learn to appreciate life and the people you have in it, and slow down and take in the little things and see the beauty in all of it around you, and what's to love about it and appreciate about it. And it's so funny because like in 1 minute Frieren is fighting demons and and suddenly she's that meme. You should kill yourself now. Sorry. 1 minute it's that, and then in the next minute it's like Fern is like freaking out, and she's just like, Mistress Frieren, Mr. Stark asked me out on a date. What do I do?
She's like,
Came to the wrong girl.
Well, and it is interesting that there is certain moments in like where there's action and big things happening, but most of the story is pretty like nonchalant, very like slice of life almost. Yeah. And it's like they kind of save these big moments for if there is actually a story that pops up. But then there's a lot of times when it's just them moving from one
village to village.
Yeah, and then sometimes they may come across a village that Frieren visited 50 years ago, and she starts recollecting something where it's like, yes, Himmel the hero once was here, and then you get to like get some more insight on her past, and you get to see how she's reflecting on all these events. Because I know we talked about like Himmel and Frieren, where it's like
the other interesting ones is the even further back beyond that, like with her Master Flam.
Yeah, and you get to see like all the things that happened when Frieren first learned magic 1,000 years ago.
Apprentice. And I still remember though, as we were watching the show, you were like absolutely diabolical to show us one of the most beautiful women to grace planet Earth, and she's all in a flashback because she's been dead for hundreds and hundreds of years.
It was just like you see Flam and you're just like, oh my gosh, she's unironically one of the most stunning women in the entire show, and there's already plenty of beautiful women in it. And
And
you're
it's
like,
just like, by the way, she's been dead for a long time. You will never get your best girl. And it's just like, why are you so cruel?
it's literally that one gif of the kid with the single tear. And he turns away.
That's okay. Frieren also fumbled the perfect man, so both sexes get it.
Yeah.
But this show is genuinely special. Like when I heard all the hype for it, I'm like, you know what, let's just check it out. And like, so even though it has such a sad premise, it is like has a very beautiful, uplifting message about appreciating the little moments, appreciate the people you have in your life, take every day one day at a time, and don't take it for granted the time that you have in this world.
Well, yeah,
And
and
I
it's
think
like,
it's a genuinely beautiful message.
right, and it's like a lot of it's really what you kind of see with like with Dr. Stone and as well is it's not even just the premise that really dictates the tone, it's also how you treat it.
It's the attitude. It's a reaction the characters have to whatever big life-changing event that happens in their life. For Senku, it's a literal world-changing event, but to Frieren, it's a small event. Even though technically it should be a big event because it's like, well, yeah, Himmel's like a hero, a world-famous hero. I'm like, but to Frieren, he was just another person that she met in her life that she only knew for the tiny fraction part of her life, but something stirred in her because if she realized she'd taken him for granted.
Yeah, it was like she only knew him for 10 years and she's been alive for over 1,000.
Yeah, like that's not even 10% of her life. Like he was in such a small part of her life.
But it became like so fun. Like once she attended his funeral, it was like all of a sudden it hit her just how much he meant to her.
And how much she regrets that she didn't like try to like stay in his life longer to have every moment she could have had with him that he had left because of how fleeting the human life is compared to an elf's life. And that because of that, she doesn't want to take Fern or Stark for granted. She wants to watch these kids grow and actually be more like invested in adventures with them. And like she's got her own goal. She wants to meet Hemel Spirit at the edge of the world and to the Frieren universe's version of heaven, which is a place, yes, you can actually visit. But like she has that goal, but she does want to also like take time and do all these other little side activities and side quests, specifically with her new party, and learn more about people, be more involved in their lives, and actually help them and engage and learn more about them. One of the cutest things about this anime is like how like that hairpin that Fern wears is like it's early on. Frieren gave it to her as a birthday gift, but like you see how much like Fern really cherishes it, and Frieren actually notices Fern wearing it. Like before Himmel died, that's not something Frieren would have noticed. Like after post his death, she notices Fern appreciating that gift and loving it. It's like it's little things like that that sound so like, oh, that's kind of cute, but let's like, oh no, that's like showing meaningful growth in Frieren as a person.
Mm.
And yeah, it's just a beautiful anime. So if you have not seen it, see it.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to a bit of a different type of show.
So speaking of Transformers 1, getting us down the Transformers rabbit hole.
Yeah.
We actually started watching it a little bit in 2024, but we pretty much finished the bulk of it in 2025. I only ever, when it first came out, watched the first 2 seasons of Transformers Prime. I never actually watched the 3rd season or its TV movie. So it was fun to revisit it, but also just sit down and watch stuff that I actually never watched about it. And for Cool Man, he's never seen it before.
Yeah, I remember when it was airing, but I never watched it. I was watching other stuff at the time.
And this is I believe, is this not like technically in TV show format the first time Frank Welker has come back to voice Megatron?
I do believe so. Yes.
Because I know he's come back in video games, but I think in terms of a TV show cartoon, this is the first time Frank Welker has come back to reprise his role as Megatron.
Right, I think so. If someone is going to correct us, you can, but I'm pretty sure that it is the first time he came back.
And genuinely, This might be my favorite interpretation of Megatron, specifically in Frank Welker's portrayal of him.
Well, what I love about how he voices him is that they don't do the modulation because he talks like this in the original, and they modulate his voice to sound more computery. But in this case, it's
Well, he does like this rasp, but they also modulate the voice too. It sounds, it's unique. But yes, that's right. He was Megatron in the Bay tie-in games, but I'm talking about TV show because I do remember he was in the games because I actually have played those games. I do remember them. I played them on the Wii. But yeah, like he has this. At times it can be silky, but it is still a rasp, but it's almost. It's hard to like really.
It's a
describe
darker and just more. It's a more serious take on
and
Megatron's
very
voice.
sinister, but it's
The way
like,
he talks like this.
He talks like a demon almost, like a demon in your ear. It's very fitting for Megatron, though. It's almost, you could say, deceptive. Oh. See what I did there?
Yeah, and wasn't this one of the first like major things after the Bay movies that was kind of re-emphasizing the really close brotherly bond that Optimus and Megatron had years ago?
And this was part of the aligned continuity. But yes, they clearly were trying to take some strokes from the Bay films, but also take other things specifically from the comics at the time, as well as other iterations of the Transformers lore, and blend them together. But I think they did a really fantastic job. I know this Bulkhead's different from animated Bulkhead. I love both Bulkheads, but this one might be my favorite incarnation of Bulkhead. I just love him a lot. Also, because Michael Richardson.
Yeah.
he's just always my goat. But this Ratchet to this day is my favorite Ratchet. And Jeffrey Combs is so fantastic as him. I love Jeffrey Combs as a voice actor. He's so good.
Oh yeah, he's that guy's got a long time of like voicing roles, especially even he's voiced 2 robots in Batman cartoons.
Yes. And he's also the Question in Justice League.
Yeah, and I always remember he was the I forgot what the species name. He was one of the I think the Andorians from Star Trek, and in the show Enterprise, Jeffrey Combs played the main one that you saw in that show.
Jeffrey Combs is just so goated. I love him so much.
And I love having Ratchet be this grumpy doctor.
He's this curmudgeon-y old man, basically. And he's unironically, I'm not even kidding, he feels like racist grandpa. Because he always has these comments to the human characters where you could feel like RC and all of them being like, please disregard what my grandfather said. He does not mean what he says.
He grew up in a different time.
But I love him as Ratchet, especially because if you could tell, like, just he loves Cybertron so much. He just wants to go home. He really misses his home. But I love him a lot. I love how he's portrayed. I love how he's acted. He's really great. I do wish Bumblebee did get his voice back a little bit sooner rather than the finale. While it was really cool in the finale, in the moment, when he gets his voice back, just because of you got Will Friedle. It's like revealed when he finally gets his voice back. Will Friedle is voicing Bumblebee, and it's great in the TV movie that it's just Will Friedle's talking the whole time. But I'm like, Will Friedle is such a perfect cast choice for this Bumblebee. I wish we got a little bit more of him. It's almost criminal that we didn't. I don't talk about the really garbage sequel cartoon to the show.
Robots in Disguise 2015 does not exist.
It does not exist.
But yeah, it's very interesting that like they took so many cues. It's obvious, you can see like from the designs, it's very heavily inspired by the Bayformers.
Yeah,
but then they also,
like some of it is also a lot of G1 because Ratchet feels much more closer to G1 than he does Bayformers. But he's more got more sharper and angular features in him, like a lot of the Bayformers Transformers do.
Yeah.
And I think Sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to get it out there. This might be one of my favorite Starscreams, just because of Steve Blum is unironically so hilarious as Starscream.
Well, and it's so funny because Starscream is always like a constant traitor, and he's constantly scheming. This is one of the schemiest versions of Star. He is always doing something every single time.
And he's such a cosmic chew toy. It's really funny. But the one thing I really appreciate about this Megatron is just how threatening he is, though. And scary. Like, he's genuinely scary. Like, when he shows up, you could tell a lot of the Autobots are like, oh crap.
Yeah, and I did like how they merged basically they took the original G1 design and they kind of Bay-formed
Yeah,
the
they
original.
kind of Bay-formed the original design. They didn't make him too overly whatever, like with the Bay
overly
former
designed.
Yeah,
because like you see like he's got the bucket head, right?
Yeah.
But it's really
sharper, much more sharper features on him. Spikes and everything like that. Much more very demonic, I would say. So he's very evil looking, but he's just so cool.
Yeah. And even of course you had was it Shockwave who got the one episode?
Yes, Shockwave.
He came in, was like absolute peak, and then he completely disappears after that. And you're like,
Well, I mean, he doesn't 100% disappear because we do see
oh
him in
yeah, he does
season
pop
3.
up in one more episode. Yeah.
Well, no, he pops up in a couple of them, and we do also see him in the TV movie.
Yeah,
but the big one is when the big reveal when Shockwaves comes through was awesome. I'm like, as soon as he walked in, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's Shockwave!
Especially because he's the one character who basically is just his G1 design with a few extra bells and whistles.
It's basically they beefed him up. He's like very stockier, much more like he looks more muscly despite being a robot.
Yeah, but it's like it still has his same design. He's got the same like face with the same eye face thing. But he's got the whole same look. It just is a little extra detailed. Where everyone else has that Bayformers look, you have just Shockwave. He's just like, nah.
He's just jock scientist basically.
Yeah. He's like, I'm super smart. Also, I can beat you with my hands.
They made him so imposing when he walked in through the space bridge. It was really awesome. But the other thing I really love this show was the introduction to Arachnid. She also shows up in Transformers 1. But to this day, this is still the best Arachnid ever. Like, she's so terrifying.
Yeah.
And her voice actress, oh shoot, who was she again? Because I know she was in shoot, I can't remember what show she was in. She did a really good job. I'm gonna find it. What's that actor's name? Arachnid.
I like how it's Arachnid.
Yeah, I get it. Yuck, because she could turn into a helicopter. Which, okay, she does have a really cool design though too. Who is her actress? Dang it! No, I'm not talking about the wiki. Stop it.
Gina Torres.
Yes, Gina Torres. Yes.
Zoe in Firefly.
Yes, that's right. Okay, I was trying to remember my main. I totally blanked out Firefly because I'm like, it was a sci-fi show, and my brain was running through all the sci-fi shows, and I'm like, Stargate. No, that's not right. Battlestar Galactica. No, that's not right. Like I could just like kept filing through, and I'm like, eventually I would have gotten to Firefly. But yeah.
It's like, surprisingly, they got some actual pretty notable actors to voice some characters. By the way, Cliff Jumper. He's voiced by The Rock, and he dies.
And they kill him off immediately.
2 minutes into the first episode.
Anomaly. You need to watch Transformers Prime just for that. They kill off The Rock. 2 minutes into his introduction, he voices.
I know when we were looking at it, and you were like, some of these voices sound familiar. Wait, The Rock? Wait, Cliff Jumper's already dead in the time it took me to look up his
Learn this.
voice again. That was so funny.
It was hilarious. I was sorry. RC, I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah. It's so funny because like RC has this like multi-season trauma arc about losing,
and we're just laughing at him. We're horrible.
I'm sorry for your loss.
I do love all the characters in the show. It's quite enjoyable, and I actually really love the human sidekicks in the show. Miko, I know she's like kind of a bit of a mixed bag for a lot of fans. Like, I'll admit, when I first watched the show, I was a little annoyed with her, but I didn't hate her. But like, she did take a little warming up for me. But like, Cool Man never had that problem. He's just like, yeah, she's just a dumb kid.
Yeah, I mean,
but like, I quite like them. I do think Miko's relationship with Bulkhead is super endearing. I wish they explained how Raph could just understand Bumblebee. Like, I wish there was like a lore reason for it. That for whatever reason, they
other than
never
just he's
explained it.
autistic, so he can understand robots.
He
You're
just he could just understand robots. Like, okay, whatever.
that's his autism superpower.
It just is. And I do like Jack. I think the show was quite enjoyable. If they ever got like a proper continuation that felt like in line with it, I would totally be for it. And I'd be interested to see what direction they could go, especially with how the TV special ends. And the other unique character before we move on is Knockout is hilarious. And we were all like, who's that? And I searched Cool Man, and I'm like, that's Timmy Turner's dad. And you're like, he's what?
Tinkletron. he's such a prissy metrosexual. He's like, oh,
his torture from Starscream is I'm gonna scratch up your finisher paint.
Yeah, he doesn't like pull off his limbs or anything. He's like, I'm just gonna scratch your paint, and that is torture for him. That is worse than killing him.
It's so funny. Like, the show is much more serious than some other like past iterations, like especially like G1, but it will still have this moments to remind you, no, we're still a silly cartoon. We're gonna have fun with the fact that it is.
Yeah,
but, like,
I like how it is generally pretty serious in a lot of regards, and then sometimes it's like, no, we're Transformers. We're not even going to explain this dumb thing.
No. One last thing before we move on, I do think it's cool that if you love Lord of the Rings, Unicron is voiced by Denethor. Like, soon as we heard that voice, we were like, oh, boy, frick, why does it sound so familiar? And then we looked it up and we were like, Denethor? And then we started making jokes of where like Unicron would talk to Megatron like Denethor talks to Faramir.
Do you wish
Megatronus Prime would have done it for me.
do you wish that he had lived and I had died? Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. Okay. All right. Okay.
Only Scarecrow in Arkham Knight. He's voiced by a different actor in Asylum and City.
Yeah. But yeah, okay. I think we've made enough jokes. We can move on.
All right. This is actually going to be the last of the shows. So, because I was making that Joss Whedon video, I ended up like rewatching Firefly when I was making it, and I ended up watching the first season of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I had never actually watched the show.
I have. So anytime like he wanted some questions before he started watching more of the show, he was asking for clips specifically for Buffy and Angel that he could use. And I'm like, no worries, I got you covered. And like the behind the scenes clips, like with those interviews, and I'm like, no worries, I got you covered.
Yeah, that was a big help. So yeah, it was. I decided as I was watching, because I started watching a little bit of it when I was making the video, but after I was done, then I binged the season. I kind of wish that I had watched the whole season, because especially when I was referencing like the Kim Possible, and you know, like where in the first 5 minutes of episode 1, someone says, "What's the sitch?" And I was like,
and you were like, "Oh my gosh!" And I'm like, "Yeah, they just took that and made it Kim's catchphrase, and a character only says that once in Buffy."
Yeah, and it's just like, oh yeah, I know that's something I talked about, because I already knew that Kim had a lot of inspiration from Buffy, but when you watch it, you're like, oh no, there is a lot of the Buffy, and it's like, yeah, and there's so much that it's so funny because it has kind of become the standard, the tone that it has, but it's kind of hard to explain nowadays just how different this was at the time, and for many years, even into the early 2000s. the tone.
From what I remember, for Joss Whedon back in the day, whenever he was coming up with the concept of Buffy, the whole joke was that the pretty blonde cheerleader character that normally is like the first victim to a monster in a monster movie, she's the one that kills the monster, and she sort of becomes the monster to the monsters. Like it was like to turn like something in on its head, like for something that would be kind of funny and different at the time. Now, of course, this is not something new and unique, but at the time, it certainly was.
Yeah. But it is really like fun because I think I watched like 2 episodes of season 2, but like when you watch season 1, you can see so much of that style, and it would go on to also be used in stuff like, Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog and Firefly, stuff that I had watched.
Yeah.
But it's like,
I will say, if you continue with Buffy, I'm totally fine if you stop at season 3. I know season 5 is really good, but like if you said, like if you even dipped into season 4 and you're like, I'm not going to do it anymore, and I'm like, no, trust me, I'm fine with that.
I know, it's just like
Buffy can be a bit of a roller coaster. I still I love the show, but it's a bit of a roller coaster where it like has high highs and low lows at times, and certain characters that you love are just going to do things in some episodes that will piss you off to no other.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of years ago when I was rewatching Sabrina the Teenage Witch, and I was kind of looking up what people are saying, and everyone is like, stop watching after season 4 and then just skip to the finale. And you're like, okay, yeah, because apparently everything after season 4 is just hot garbage. And then they're like, but the finale's really good.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay.
With Buffy, I would say, like, even though season 5's really good, for the most part, there's a couple of episodes that occasionally piss me off. But like season 4 was, but season 5 was a step in the right direction, and then season 6 was such a hot mess. But there are some genuinely it has some of the highest highs in that season. So like, also it's got the musical episode, which is genuinely such an entertaining episode. It's so awesome. So like you could just watch the musical episode too, and I'm cool with that. Season 7. It has some high highs, but it's also was a chore as well. So like for me, the better endings to the show would be either season 3 or season 5. The season 5 does end a little bit depressing because Buffy sacrifices her life and saves the whole freaking planet from getting sucked into a hell dimension by basically shutting the hell dimension by using her own life to do it. Don't worry, she comes back.
She got better.
She got better. But like, I digress. Like, if you stopped at season 3, I would totally understand, because it does end things on a high note, especially when you defeat the mayor. The mayor's also one of my favorite villains of Buffy. He's so great, but I digress.
But yeah, it is really funny when you're watching a lot of the episodes, and it's like, yeah, like you have all these constant quips, and it is funny because it's almost been so overdone nowadays.
Yeah, but this is the precursor. It's really funny going back to watching something that started. It's like certain trends. For example, if some people who like hate the meta era and or self-referential stuff and like meta like stuff in storytelling, but like let's say they're so sick of it, and then they went and watched like the first Scream movie, for example, which is very meta commentary on a lot of horror movie tropes, but that's because of Wes Craven. Like after making stuff like a lot of the Nightmare movies, decided he wanted to make a more meta thing, but he was doing that before that became a popular thing. So it's like hard for some people, if they went back and watched something who kind of like did things before everybody went and ruined certain trends, you're not going to appreciate it for like, no, you don't understand. This was actually fresh and original at the time, and it was actually written with care and love of a thing, and it wasn't doing it to actually make fun of certain things, but it was genuinely like, I'm affectionately poking fun at it because if I do love these tropes, actually.
Yeah, it's like, and the jokes tend to actually be really funny and actually witty. And this is one of the things I was talking about in the in my video, is like Joss Whedon gets a lot of blame for copycats messing up the style that he really kind of pioneered. And just like, no, if you go look at it, Joss Whedon's like stuff that he was like running, they actually are unironically witty and funny. And whenever Buffy does say something hilarious, it's just like, oh, when they wake up, just think of something cool for me to say. Walks off.
Yeah.
Just like
It also helps. These actors all got an amazing start, and they're also really good just in general. Obviously, of course, Sarah Michelle Gellar is amazing. Like, genuinely, she's an awesome actress. And it's easy to see where certain characters like they try and fail to mimic Buffy and her energy. They don't quite get it right. One of the few who's ever gotten it right is still to this day Kim Possible.
Yeah.
But then she's got a cast of wonderful side characters that play off of her really well. Xander and Willow, of course, her friends. And then you have, like, I think the really funny thing, and Kim Possible did this too, where they captured it as well, is like the school bully trying to bully basically this superhero character who like could totally like snap their neck if they wanted to, but like whatever. They're just like, whatever, like, you're just annoying. I don't care about you. But at the same time, like with Cordelia and Bonnie, it's like they'll still have that one comment that will get under the female character's skin because of female. There's just certain things you're like, honestly, they're like, I could kill you if I wanted to, but whatever. I don't care about what you had to say. I'm not fat. I hate her.
Yeah, and it was also really funny to see Angel, and I'm just like, oh, he is such a late 90s, early 2000s character.
Oh, yeah.
But it's funny.
Since he's never gotten into Buffy, guys, I had to show him that clip of Angel where Spike is like monologuing and making fun of Angel.
Yeah.
Away to the Angel Mobile.
It was also funny because I had watched the show Bones before. That was where I knew his actor from the most. So you were
like, oh my gosh, it's him!
It's that guy from Bones. I don't remember his name because it's been years since I watched the show, but it's that guy from Bones. Which is ironic because Angel is his most famous role.
It is. It's always funny going backwards and like discovering a famous actor, but it's like, oh yeah, I know them from that. Like, I remember watching this one React channel, and they were watching Galaxy Quest, and all of them were like, oh, it's that one actor. They're like, yeah, Tim Allen. And like, you're expecting to be like, yes, Tim Allen, like Buzz Lightyear, or like Tim Allen from his show.
From his show, Tim the Toolman Taylor.
Yeah, Tim the Toolman, and the chick's like, oh yeah, that's the one guy from Shaggy Dog. And all of her co-hosts are like, that's where you know Tim Allen from. They're like, that's a deep cut, man.
That hurts my soul, especially because I remember that movie.
It was like, it's one of those moments where you're like, that's what you know them from, and not the other thing that they're actually famous for. But yeah, Buffy was insanely and he covered it in his video. Actually, you know what, Coleman, you should probably plug it in the chat. If people have not watched it, they should.
Oh yeah, just a second.
But like Buffy was a ridiculously influential show. Like, to this day, it's still being referenced in a lot of stuff. It's actually insane what a giant cultural footprint this had since it came out in the 90s. And it was one of the shows that was ongoing like for quite a long time. I would even argue it was sort of the Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones came out in terms of a cultural footprint that like sort of had a chokehold on the zeitgeist at the time, and everybody was trying to follow in its lead and usually failing to do so.
Yeah.
And it also had not the best final season. So, hey, there you go. But Coolman's got a great video specifically on Joss Whedon and the whole MCU speak. And on who's really to blame for all that sort of stuff. And I think it's also a look through of Joss Whedon's work. I think it's a very good, nuanced video.
Yeah, I go on to a lot of the details and talk about a lot of that stuff and why it is not his fault that other people suck at copying him.
Yeah, it's not his fault. Listen, Joss Whedon has plenty of things that we can criticize.
Yeah,
I'd rather criticize him for things that are his fault rather than things that are not his fault. But I digress.
Yeah.
But anyway, before we move on, since you've only watched season 1, favorite episode so far?
That's hard. I mean, a lot of the episodes are pretty good in
Okay,
season
let's say
one.
somebody said you can only go back and watch one episode of season 1, like right now, and I'll give you $100.
Okay, so probably I don't remember what the episode is called. It's Angel's introductory episode. It's the one where he first shows up and like Buffy is still trying to figure out if he's like actually a bad guy, but then he's just all like, "Oh, I'm
He's
dark
so
and
mysterious."
Yeah. Like, oh no, you can't love me. I'm too dark.
I'm too dark to shoot. Angel's a great character, though. I do quite like him. It makes sense that he got his own spin-off show.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a reason why there's a show called Angel that ran for several seasons.
Yeah, he's quite. I quite like his character a lot. Now, who is your not counting Buffy? Who is your favorite character so far?
Probably Giles.
Giles is really cool. I do quite like him.
Yeah, I always like the older mentor character who's dealing with a bunch of the wacky kids, and it's like
double points if they're British.
Yeah. Yeah,
they have to deal with a bunch of Americans.
But yeah, like he was great, and I always like especially his like relationship with Buffy.
They have this father-daughter dynamic.
Yeah,
something Buffy really needs, especially because her parents are divorced and her father's. We don't really see him a whole lot.
No, except for that one episode where her nightmares were made real, and the illusion of her father showed up to say, "You're the reason our marriage failed. It's all your fault."
He does appear in another episode, but I don't want to get into that in case you do decide to watch a little bit more. But again, like if you stopped at season 3 after looking at some synopsis of later episodes and later seasons, I would be like, yeah, that's very fair. But if you do want to get into Angel, it's complicated. So we'd have to probably ask Anomaly like on a timeline of, because if Angel runs along parallel to Buffy. But
I'm sure people in the fandom have already written out an extensive chronological watch list.
Yeah,
for what order.
So you'd have to double check, and they do occasionally cross over into each other. Like Angel has shown up in like a couple of seasons, and he does show up in season 7 briefly too as well. And then Buffy has shown up in it's been a while since I've rewatched Angel. Like it's been a really long time. I'd have to rewatch it again, but I know Buffy shows up. Like there's a big dramatic thing when she shows up in one episode, but I could have sworn it was more than one episode, but I could be misremembering. But like they do have some crossover. Some Buffy characters show up in Angel, and other characters show up to become mainstays who are more like minor characters in Buffy. It's actually really funny to see one of Spike's ex-girlfriends who's like feels like a dippy one-off character becomes a part of the cast of Angel. It's really funny. Cordelia becomes a part of the cast of Angel. It's really funny.
Okay, I literally just looking it up real quick. I already found an extensive and detailed watch order that tells you which orders of like Buffy episodes and Angel episodes you should watch in which order, and which ones you should alternate between, which ones you need to watch before certain episodes. Because it's just
see, I agree, Wolf, but the problem is then he'd have to watch season 4.
Yeah.
And season 4 was such a chore. It's so boring.
But yeah, it is kind of funny because you look at it, it's like, okay, seasons 1, 2, 3, and then 4, it's like alternating every other episode. Then it's like, watch these 2 episodes and alternate episodes and watch these 2 episodes in a row. And then alternate episodes and watch these 2 episodes in a row.
Yeah. If you do ever watch an episode of Angel, I do recommend the puppet episode. It's still one of the funniest episodes.
There's a reason why when you were showing me the clips,
whenever
I was
you're like, I need a funny clip from
one.
Angel, and I'm like, you need to see this. You need to see this. It is still one of the funniest things to this
Spike,
day.
Don't say it. You're a
bloody puppet. Wee little puppet man. Oh, I love that episode so much. It was hilarious. Okay. Anyways, Buffy was quite a cultural landmark. I'm so glad that you got to at least see the first season.
All right. And that's the end for shows. So again, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. you know,
Smash that like button.
smash that like button.
Ring that notification bell. Yeah, now we're going into things we've read.
Yeah, so I actually got really into a lot of Cyberpunk, and I told you before, like I was watching Johnny Mnemonic, I was watching the original Blade Runner, or at least the final cut version, and I was watching several things, and one of the things I did was I bought the complete Ghost in the Shell manga. They have the whole thing collected in one big thing. It's like I think the first 3 series all together, and I didn't actually get around to reading it, and I've read like half of it, but like I haven't gotten around to finishing all of it. But like, there's so much to talk about, even in just it, because if your perception of Ghost in the Shell was molded by any of the anime adaptations, it is going to be a trip to read the manga, because you find out
it's a different experience.
That Motoko Kusanagi can be a absolute goofball, because in the anime she's always so dead serious all the time, and in the manga she can be goofy, like she can make all sorts of wacky faces.
It is getting a new adaptation, which looks like it's leaning far more into the manga.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a direct 1-to-1 adaptation of the manga, so what, like including her hair having the same color,
well, and the way it's more styled like this.
Yeah,
it's drawn to be a lot more fluffy.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see. I hope they keep it the same as like the complete version, because
I just sent you a message on Twitter. You can watch it later, obviously after the stream, but it looks like they put another trailer out.
Oh, it is different. Okay, well, I mean, that's a little disappointing. I was hoping that we would actually get, because it's
no, I think no. I think Ghost is talking about the animes being an extremely different experience.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. I was a little confused. I was just like, I was thinking you're talking about the new anime.
No. Ghost. I'm pretty sure Ghost is agreeing from the talking about the old animes.
It is extremely different. Yeah. But that's the funny thing is, I think the director who did the original OVA movie was just like, he wanted her to be serious, but it's just like, it's kind of against what her character is, because there's so much. And what's so interesting about Ghost in the Shell is that the guy who did it, the mangaka, is so very particular about the world. I mean, even the fact that, because it's very clear, everyone knows that Motoko Kusanagi is basically a brain in a jar. Her body is entirely robotic. The only thing organic about her is her brain. And like, they make a point. There's even entire like sections of the manga where they have characters talking about stuff. When she's talking about someone else, this other woman who's getting a full robotic body, and they talk about like hers, and like she talks about like why she picked a very base model that was not meant to be like a super mega specific one, because she works as a spy. She doesn't want to be identifiable. And I'm like, oh, that's actually a cool little detail. And there's so many little notes in the in like on the side, little author notes, where he'll constantly put in, oh yeah, by the way, this is a reference to this thing in the world that's not going to show up in the story, and this is some sort of like scientific principle that I based on this. And it's like, I spend half the time just turning the book sideways just to read the little notes, because it's all these little details about the world and the technology. And you can see, like, he obviously likes drawing technology. There's some like mangaka that are really good at that, like Akira Toriyama. They love drawing like vehicles and tech. And it's just like, yeah, he loves drawing all those things. And he goes into a lot of detail on how those things tend to function. It's such an interesting experience. And it's got a lot of that. Obviously, it was made in the, like it came out in the late 80s, early 90s era. But it was, because the reason why it has become a fundamental like sci-fi and cyberpunk story, because much like in Blade Runner, it basically started a lot of trends that people were like, oh, this is actually really interesting. But a lot of the stuff that a lot of people don't know about if they only watched anime adaptations. Oh, yeah. Zamillion says the adaptation dictated how Ghost in the Shell is perceived, and how latter entries did their own things with his movie. Similar thing happened to Pat Lever, but not to such a severe degree. Yeah, it is funny, because it's like Motoko Kusanagi is a lot more of a I don't want to say more of a rounded character, but her personality is a lot more extensive in terms of how goofy she can be. Because there are some times when she gets into like petty arguments and she's like flipping off other officers that piss her off. It's so funny.
Yeah, I am curious to see what this new anime adaptation will do.
Yeah,
And then I think what I think is also awesome is Science Saru is the one animating it, and they've also been the one who've been animating the Dandadan anime. So it's going to look absolutely gorgeous. We can already see that from some of the images in the trailer.
Oh yeah, like I really want to finish the Ghost in the Shell like the manga, and then I want to watch the anime. I want to see how it compares because like it'll probably like maybe streamline a few things, but they keep saying it's going to be supposed to be a manga accurate like version, and I'm like, please.
That's what we've been waiting.
That's what we've been waiting for. Like, oh my gosh, it only took you 35 years. But yeah, like I want other people to experience goofy Motoko Kusanagi because that is so good, especially her relationship with Bato. It's just like there's so many little funny little moments and scenes between them that stuff just gets lost in the other adaptations and most other adaptations because there are like 6 or 7 different animated adaptations of Ghost in the Shell, and all of them are based around the original anime. Like even ones that take some stuff from the manga still follow a lot of that portrayal in the anime. Funnily enough, and I looked this up, the only time you got to see that portrayal, a manga accurate portrayal of Motoko Kusanagi, is an old PS1 game. Literally a PlayStation 1 game where you're in the little spider mechs the whole time. You get little cutscenes that are animated. And Motoko is actually similar to how she is in the manga. She can be goofy. And some of the scenes are just her being a goofball or a weirdo. And I'm just sitting here like, wait. So all these adaptations, the standalone complex anime, all these the other animated adaptations, they don't get it right. But some silly tie-in video game from the late 90s on the PlayStation actually got her personality accurate to the manga. That I honestly thought was kind of funny. But yeah, it is really interesting, especially because it was still written in an era where like you were looking at the early 90s. So it's kind of like with Blade Runner, where a lot of their tech is the tech of the era, but made to look more sleek. So this still has a lot of that sort of 90s tech, but it's like, but everything is way more advanced, but it all still kind of has that vibe of 90s.
It does have a really cool look to it.
Yeah, the Fuchikomas, that's the spider mix they're in. And in the manga, they actually have this hilarious, like they have like almost childlike personalities, and they're like goofy little robots. It's not in any of the other adaptations, but there's this funny, it's a little side thing. It's like 3 pages long, where the Fuchikomas are all like, we Fuchikomas are going to rise up and overthrow our human dictators. Yeah, wait, the humans repair us. That would suck if we got rid of them. So we're not going to revolt. It's just like, I wonder if the manga was like, look, I think that those AIs take over the world. It's like, no, the Fuchikomas would never. But yeah, it is such an interesting manga, and I really need to get around to finishing the rest of it. I've read like a good chunk of the story so far. But now, for you,
Janie, I hope you're here. So we've already talked about it in the last video, as we got into the Dandadan anime, and so when I caught up to a certain point, I just started going through the manga and reading it. Janie, however, outpassed me. Her friend just absolutely superhero in the chat. She she went like balls to the walls in this thing. No pun intended, considering I'm not talking about Janie. I just realized. This series is such a fun delight. It's insanely fun. It's super creepy. Like it's a horror comedy, but it's also got like a bunch of like rom-com elements to it too. So it's a really fun show. And so then I started reading the manga, and there's a lot of crazy stuff about it. The whole series is basically all conspiracies are true. And there's all sorts of crazy, wacky cryptids they fight, aliens they fight, ghouls they fight, all that jazz. And our main character, she's got like psychic powers, and then the other male lead, he like gets like possessed by a ghost, but like soon as they take care of that and get her out of him, he now like has her powers, and so he's got like basically demon powers now. And then other characters they recruit, and they have their own like bouts with the supernatural as well, and they get powers to help them fight, or with the sci-fi, and then they have other elements that they can fight. They even get eventually will get an alien on their team, and it's just so much wackier. And then I was saying to Nicole, man, I'm like, you need to get to the manga. I'm like, because I'm not even kidding. There's a straight up chapter that references Sharknado, and there's actual sharks in this cycle. I love the Dandadan manga. I remember sending that message, and I'm like, "What do you mean there's Sharknado in my Dandadan?" It's actually a pretty the anime, especially it's interesting going and reading binging the whole manga right after I finished season 2. The anime, for the most part, from what I can tell, is actually pretty darn almost close to a one-to-one adaptation of the manga. There's still a couple of things they change a little bit slightly differently, mostly for the sake of a joke. Like for example, like when spoilers, Gigi, he has like a Rama 1/2 sort of reference to his powers, where the evil spirit comes out of him. Like if you sprinkle any liquid that is basically not hot, anything cold, because the whole thing with Rama's transformation, cold water transforms the characters into whatever spring they fell into. In Rama's case, he turns into a girl. Hot water turns him back into a boy. And so like they do a similar joke with Gigi. And the anime outright like takes the joke all the way full to the 9 yards, where Gigi sings the original Rama 1/2 theme song, doing the yappa bye. but like they'll like reference things like that, but then the anime will add in like a little bit extra to the joke, like where the joke is where the soy sauce gets spilt on Gigi, and then the evil spirit comes out. He just comes out in the manga, but the anime adds a little fake out to where like they do this long shot where it like builds up to like, oh no, Okarun's gonna accidentally spill a little soy sauce on Gigi as he's about to pass the soy sauce over to Seiko. And then she's just like, no, not that one. I want the other sauce. So he's like, oh, okay. And then he goes to put it back down. Nothing happens. And you're just sitting there like, oh, come on. And they repeat the exact same gag shot, only for him to finally accidentally spill the soy sauce on Gigi. Like they'll do like little things like that for the anime. And it's quite enjoyable. And they've added in like a joke. Like one of my favorite things that they added in, like in the manga specifically, when Evil Eye throws Gigi's backpack, when he gets pissed off at Kenta, it's just he throws the backpack and it flies, and it's like, well, I guess Gigi's just not getting his textbooks. Rip Gigi. But the anime adds the gag where the backpack flies and it hits the freaking not Godzilla. Due to international copyright laws, it is not Godzilla. It like hits it and sends it toppling to the ground. So it's like it's a funny little brick joke that the anime added, which I do appreciate. But the manga is actually quite awesome. I do love it. I love the little side chapters, and I know a couple of them have been like added into the anime. So I hope they add in a couple more. There's like some really great ones, specifically with Evil Eye interacting with Ira, and ones where Evil Eye like outright like basically like grabs Ira's friends and drags them against their will to talk to Ira so they can all make up. which is nice to know, like, oh, look, Evil Eye, you do care. And like, there's another really great one where I even like sent it in the Discord where I was like geeking out because I suddenly realized that Momo is holding in her hands an Xbox controller, which Xbox is super niche in Japan, especially when I noticed on the screen the gun and the ammo count, and I'm just like, wait a freaking second! And I'm like, Momo's playing Halo.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh my gosh, she's best girl. She's playing Halo. Which is cute because then you're like, oh, is she playing that game because it has aliens and Okarun loves aliens? But it's just like little things that are really fun like that. I do love all the different characters that they've introduced so far. The anime hasn't shown all of them yet. We do briefly meet Ren in season 2. Not the best introduction to her character. Especially considering the circumstances of Okarun being bullied, and it's like, why are you speaking up now, chick? But I digress. Later on, when she officially becomes part of the team, I do like her story arc a lot more, especially like when you find out about her past. And there's a bunch of other characters like Zuma and oh frick, I just forgot the other chick's name. It just flew out of my head. But I digress. There's yes, well, she is a Halo girl. Momo is goated. And like, Dandadan's a really cool series. I think it's genuinely fun how it blends the comedy with the horror. We briefly talked about this when we talked about it in season 1, how they will adapt. Like, they'll go to like these really dark storylines, but at the end of the day, it still comes back to the fun. Koki, thank you, Janie. Thank you so much. But then at the season 2, and the manga, especially when you get into the Evil Eye arc, it really gets into really heavy territory, and then they go back to having fun again. And so I think it does a really good job balancing act of the horror with the comedy, the rom-com with the dark. And a lot of the characters are super endearing, super fun. I do love that, like, one of your first antagonists, Turbo Granny, becomes like a mainstay part of the cast, and she's essentially your mascot. It's really funny. I don't know if we talked about this enough in the last stream. I don't remember when we brought up Dandadan, but in the Japanese version of the anime, she is voiced by Luffy, or also Krillin's voice actress. So, but it's just her Luffy voice. So it's really like, whenever you hear her saying Turbo Granny's lines, but it's just Luffy's voice, it's like already like, psychic damage. And then it's even worse in the dub for me, because of her voice actress in the dub is Barbara Goodson, who, for those of you who are 90s kids, it's freaking Rita Repulsa from Power Rangers.
If you wanted to hear Rita Repulsa say balls and dong, then...
No, so when I hear Rita Repulsa's voice say things just like, let me gobble your dog, and I'm just like, no! No. Oh, but she's insanely hilarious as Turbo Granny. Like both of them are. They do a really good job. I think both sub and dub are fantastic for Dandadan. I can go back and enjoy both equally. There's an energy in the English dub that I have not heard in a while in an English dub, because some English dubs, they're pretty good, but there's like this energy, specifically, like, especially from dubs in the early 2000s or the 90s, specifically not from, like, say, Funimation, for example, but from like other studios, where like some actors will throw their whole throat into a take just to, like, for a comedic bit, and it's one of the funniest, like, takes of a line you've ever heard. One of my favorites is, like, for comparison, the original Ranma 1/2 dub, and then you could just the voice actors for Akane is so funny, especially when she gets into her scrapes. Koala! She's so funny. And the Dandadan English dub actually has moments like that where the actors will just, their delivery is actually insanely really funny. And, like, even though a couple of the actors, like, never follow them on any social media ever because they're dumb twats, but they are good actors. They're genuinely good actors. They actually really do a good job. Never follow any actor on any social media because they will, like, just, in general, celebrities, micro celebrities, whatever, they're all dumb. It doesn't matter what side of any aisle of any, like, whether it's politics or real world stuff or anything. They always have dumb opinions because they're so uninformed on any side. It doesn't matter what side they're on. They're always dumb. But like there'll be the occasional real ones. Then again, they can't all be Ryan Gosling.
True. That's because he's literally me.
He is literally me. But I digress. I think the dub is actually a genuinely really good dub. I think all the actors genuinely do a really good job. And I don't think just because of some of them, a couple of them, two of them are dumb on social media should take away the fact that they are, I think, talented people and do deserve praise for like what a really good job they do. They actually are genuinely good actors. And I'd rather judge people based on their skill rather than things that are unrelated to their job. Like their opinions on social media about any topic, whether it's nerdy things or real world things, does not have any bearing on their skill as an actor. Now, if they're a terrible actor, I could be like, you have terrible opinions and you suck as an actor. But this one is like, you had bad takes, sure, but you're an insanely good actor. And I think, yeah, but I digress. That has nothing to do with manga. But the manga is really good. I think the characters are drawn really well. Okarun's hair's drawn a little bit differently in the manga than it is in the first couple of seasons of the anime. So that's like an interesting, like, oh, like, huh, like that was something I immediately noticed. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I think Tatsu has really, he has a great way of randomly introducing like these horrors beyond man-made comprehension characters, and he draws like scary characters genuinely really terrifying, like these certain like yokai or aliens. You look at them and I instantly, as you turn the page, and I'm just like, ah, drops the book. But it's fun. It's a fun series from start to finish. I do recommend the anime. I especially recommend the manga. I do think so far, I don't know if, granted, we'll see by season 3 and on. So far, the anime is actually a pretty dang good adaptation of the manga. There's a couple of changes here and there overall. Most of it's just for the sake of jokes, but there is some times where occasionally it'd been like, oh, I kind of prefer the way the manga phrased this line better. But there's a lot of times where I've actually said to myself, oh, I actually like the manga and the anime equally so far. Usually I tend to prefer the manga to the anime, or I'll prefer like the once in a while where I'll prefer the anime to the manga. That's not as often. Usually it's the other way around, but I digress. This is one of the first times where I'm like, I actually both of them, sorry, getting tongue-tied, in high regard. And I think both are very quality and fun. And if you're looking to get into a new series, specifically a manga, I would recommend Dandadan a lot, especially if you don't mind comedy and horror together.
All right. So that's actually all it is for stuff we were reading. It was just those two. So the next we have movies.
And there was a lot of them, guys. There's going to be a lot of movies we're
going to try to get through this.
Okay, so we actually have a confession to make. We did not watch this in 2025. We watched this in 2024. We realized months later, we're like, oh, crap. We were supposed to talk about Lupin III the First. And we totally forgot to put it on our list. So to make up for it, we are going to talk about it here because this is a genuinely really good movie.
Yeah, so I haven't like sat down and watched like all the Lupin movies and shows.
I have not, but I've always been aware of Lupin. It's an
like,
insanely famous series for a reason.
Yeah, I've seen bits here and there, but like this was the first time we sat down and we watched this and it's crazy to me because wasn't this the first 3D animated Lupin?
It was, and what got us is whenever we were randomly watching stuff on Amazon Prime. This was in a recommended. I don't even remember what we were watching before we were watching Lupin, but it was in a recommended. Since you like this, you should probably watch this. And when we were watching the trailer to this movie, and just how well it was animated and how good it looked, we were like, okay, this looks really cool. We should check this out.
Well, yeah, they used the laser hallway scene. That was in all the trailers. I remember.
Yeah, it's so good, but it's also the way the characters move. It's very fluid. It felt like an old school Pixar movie, like we were watching like Incredibles or something. The way how well it's animated.
Well, and it's so crazy just how well they mimicked the 2D style. Like the style of Lupin is very specific. Right? Like the way that the characters are drawn. It's very much designed for 2D. The fact that
even the way they're like their facial expressions, like Lupin himself has a very almost monkey-like facial expressions that he give. And but yeah, like all the characters like have this specific energy that is so very crafted for specifically 2D animation. And it's got this old anime style because it is an old anime.
It's from the 70s, wasn't it?
I think it was the 60s. I could be
Well,
wrong.
but
60s
yeah.
or 70s. It's an old anime. Very old. Very old. And it's constantly got a new adaptation every single decade.
Yeah, and but this movie is just like, it's obviously designed to be like, okay, you can watch this as your first experience. They give all of the characters an introduction. If you haven't watched the show, here's this guy, here's that guy, here's Mine, here's Lupin, and here's Detective Guy trying to chase them. And then they actually go into the
here's
plot.
Fujiko. Here's the detective guy. Yeah. Like Lupin's allies, Lupin's like the detective that's always chasing him around, this bumbling cop. But they all have this specific energy. And what I do love is the 3D animation takes advantage of the fact that this is like a gag you would see specifically in a 2D anime. Like I remember the ending shot where like the cops are coming to arrest Lupin like at sea, and they're like all in that boat, and remember how the cops are like chasing after him, and then the way they're like all like they're like eager to like handcuff him, and then all the cops huddle to like one end of the boat. The way they move, the way they shuffle is so like that's how they would do it in a 2D movie. But then the gag is like they're putting too much weight on the boat's starting to topple over. It's gags like that. Okay, 1967, thank you, Wolf. So
Right.
yeah, it is late 60s. But like it's a very specific gag where it's like, okay, it understands it is a 3D adaptation basically of a 2D normal thing. Yeah, that's right. That is right. I do remember that trivia about Lupin. But Lupin is insanely influential. It's been referenced a ton in a lot of anime and even in some Western settings. Oh, okay, so the anime was the 70s, but the manga itself was the 60s. Got it. Thank you, Wolf. But yeah, but this movie, it came out, I think was it like 2022 or something like that?
Yeah.
But this movie was it was an original plot, mind you, and it's even got a movie original
2019.
character. Yeah, 2019. And it's even got its own movie original character like a lot of anime movies do, but I actually quite like her and her story.
Yeah, the girl in the shorts is the character.
What was her name again?
I don't remember.
I forgot her name, but like they focus a lot on her, but I think she's actually a very nicely fully fledged character and she's quite endearing. I had a brain fart about her name. It is interesting. The movie kind of introduces her first. Like you start to get to know her. Like
Letitia.
as if this is yes. As if like we're starting to get to know her, and then suddenly Lupin comes crashing in and he's like, actually, this is my movie. Anyway, you're actually my side character.
Well, yeah, it is funny because obviously because she's the movie like original character, she's relevant to the plot, and then Lupin is actually like, but I'm the title character, so I'm gonna be involved in this.
But like it is a really like nice like friendship he sort of pseudo forms with her. There's like a great like mystery, and the whole mystery is like one of them is like, yes, these remnants of the Nazi party want to find Adolf Hitler to resume their work and bring about the takeover of the world.
Yeah, and they do it so nonchalant. You're like, wait, what?
Nazis? And they're like, yeah, Nazis.
When they pull out that photo and you're like, here's Hitler, he survived. You're like, wait, what?
And they're like, haha, psych, no, he didn't. It's a really enjoyable movie. I do quite like it. The animation's very beautiful. If you've never watched anything Lupin ever, it's easy for newcomers to get into. Like, because we were newcomers, we got into it. It's really great. I've managed to hunt down this really cool PS2 Lupin game, and I'm going to play it. It's on my backlog, and I want to get into one of the Lupin series. I just need to find a good jumping off point. The other really cool thing is I can't remember which Lupin series it was, but this brought back a lot of the original actors who were in that Lupin series. Because I know Oh shoot, I forgot his name. I know he was Sonosuke in the Bang Zoom dub of Rurouni Kenshin. He plays the samurai, and they got Lupin's actor from that series. They got Michelle Ruff back to reprise her role as Fujiko, and like things like that. So actors from that specific version of Lupin, they brought them all back to reprise their roles, which is really nice and cool to do that. And so, but like, yeah, I do also want to watch the Lupin movie. I believe that Studio Ghibli's one of their first original movies was a Lupin movie, actually.
Yeah, there's like 50 Lupin movies.
Yeah, I know there are so many Lupin TV shows as well. It's like whenever I tried to look into, where's a good starting point, and then I look at how huge it is, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to at least pick a starting point because this is a bit expensive. I don't know if I'm gonna deep dive and watch every single one of them, but I'll pick one and and I'll just watch that. But it's genuinely endearing, and I can see why it has such a giant cultural influence, especially in Japan. It's really cool. You got anything else, cool man?
No, I think we kind of covered that. So, next movie.
This we actually did watch in 2025. Again, Transformers 1, it put us in a tailspin of actually watching more Transformers stuff.
Yeah.
I actually never watched the Bumblebee movie when it first came out.
Yeah, neither did I. Like by the time it came out, knowing that it was like a different continuity, and by that point I was kind of just tired of...
Yeah, the other problem is like I know some people who are glazing it to hell and back as the greatest thing since sliced bread, and the problem is one of the people who did, Cool Man and I were quite annoyed with this person. Like we no longer talk to them. They were just but that's drama I don't want to get into. But like so like it kind of like made us just avoid this movie for a while. And I'm like, I'm sure it's good. I've heard good things about it, but like I got a million other things in my backlog I got to get into. But after Transformers 1, we're like, why don't we just actually sit down and give this movie a shot? And I'm like, oh no, this is a good movie. It's a much more smaller scale movie, which is I think Transformers kind of needed to dip into smaller scale, especially after all the Bayformer movies. And I can see why a lot of people liked it, especially after the train wreck that was the last night. And this was like, okay, let's dial it back, smaller scale, simpler story, more character focused. It's sweet and endearing. Charlie is the titular human character here, who she goes through a lot with her family life, and of course, as any human character ally does, is they stumble upon a transformer, and that transformer obviously is Bumblebee. But it was like, it's obviously a lot more bigger throwback to the 80s specifically. We even like see like a lot of 80s like tech, 80s, and not in the 80s like hoo it's the 80s and it's all stereotypical, but it's more of like just this is how people lived back in the day, like, oh hey, remember this, hey, remember that, in terms of like, but not like shoving it in your face, like, oh, like this is just how certain things in the house would have been, like in terms of both technology and just style. Like it is. And I think it's a quite sweet movie. I think it's quite nice, but cool man.
Yeah, like it was nice that they basically, because one of the things about the Bayformers movies, it felt like every single movie, it had to be about a world-ending threat every single time. And Bumblebee scales it back where it is mostly about Charlie and Bumblebee. And then, okay, there's like a couple Decepticons that show up, but...
Now, granted, it is a huge threat for Bumblebee. The stakes are high because he's supposed to find a place, that would be safe for the Autobots to hide out in after they're starting to lose the war.
Well, yeah. But I mean, like in terms of like, it's not like you have.
But it's not like a giant, like planet Earth will explode if we do not get the MacGuffin.
Yeah, it's like that. That was something I did appreciate about it, and it was very like low key about that. I do like I do think like when you had the other Decepticons show up, I felt like I wasn't as invested when they showed up.
They're fine villains, but I think maybe it's just because of their lesser deceptive. Like it's not like it's Starscream or like somebody,
Shockwave.
yeah, like or somebody that's And now, granted, I can understand some people have been like, but isn't it nice that it's not always going to be the same set of Decepticons that we always see? Like, yeah, I get that. I just would have also would have been nice if it was maybe I don't know, if it was maybe Thundercracker or somebody else like that I would recognize with another one also with another character. I don't know, the villains weren't the most memorable part of the movie to me. It was mostly just Bumblebee and Charlie.
Yeah, they were the core of the movie, and I think they were done really well. And then it's maybe to the detriment of others, but I mean it was still they made the movie. So if they are good, then I'm okay, then the core of the movie is good. And then there's just a couple complaints. Okay, I actually think this is the best live action Transformers movie in years.
Yeah. I think I think the smaller scale lends to it being a much more palatable thing because of it. I think the other problem too is because of, especially after things like the MCU and the DCU, where there's constantly world-ending threats, right and left with a lot of these franchises that try to do these cinematic.
Hello?
Help him, and then stakes start to rise there. So it's it is interesting because of it's dialing it back and keeping the story more lower concentrated. It feels okay, we can just actually take our time to get to know these characters, and then you can slowly build up into other storylines. Then granted, they rushed things immediately into Rise of the Beast, but I digress. But I can just ignore that one and just look at Bumblebee as a self-contained thing and enjoy it quite nicely.
Yeah, it was cool at the beginning. You got to see the war on Cybertron. Though I question how Optimus escaped.
That's okay. We don't. He is him.
Yeah.
But it is thanks to that though. I think it led in part to why we got Transformers 1, which I adore Transformers 1. So I do thank Bumblebee for that as well.
True.
Even if I'll never get a sequel, I hate you. I hate you, Paramount. I hate you, Hasbro. But I digress. It was a charming movie. I quite liked it.
Yeah. So the next one to talk about. The Day the Earth Blew Up. This movie was worth. I'm so glad it ended up coming out.
Oh my gosh, I am so happy it came out. You guys, if you've not seen it and you like the Looney Tunes, please buy it online because of this was a return to and specifically in the western part of the world, not anywhere else part of the world. Specifically the western part of the world having a theatrical 2D animated release. That was the really big thing. I want 2D to come back. And this movie got no marketing, but it actually didn't do too bad in the box office, just considering all it had was word of mouth. That's all it had.
Well, yeah, and they had to buy the movie in order to release it, so they just had to make up what they paid.
Yeah, Ketchup Entertainment bought it, and they're going to do Ketchup Entertainment bought the distributing rights from Warner Brothers to now do Coyote versus Acme. Which will be coming out soon. So I hope everybody please go support that as well. If we want the Looney Tunes to actually get some love and resurgence in popularity and not be treated like the Muppets are right now currently, that we do need to support these Looney Tunes stuff. But this movie was genuinely a really, really nice movie. It was so funny. It was actually it's not like the biggest cast. It's just really Porky and Daffy. And then Petunia, wasn't she like a character that they brought back after not having her for a while?
Yeah, she was someone who was introduced in, I believe, the 50s.
Yeah, like
And she
as
hasn't
Porky's
had
love
as many
interest.
she hasn't had as many recent appearances, and this was like a big return for her.
And she was just this really funny, like goofy, clueless scientist character. There's like this whole plot line about like the gum factory and aliens are invading our world. And then there's like this big like twist that's I don't want to spoil too many jokes because of this movie is genuinely
Oh yeah,
funny.
yeah. No. Hide that because
Yeah,
it's
no.
actually the funniest part. Like
This movie is genuinely hilarious, guys. I'm not even kidding. They even like make jokes, like riffing and like and satirizing like zombie plots too, like zombie infestations and things like that. And it is hilarious. This movie is so funny. It's got a lot of jokes to a lot of also alien invasion stories, especially from like the 60s and 50s. It is a funny movie from start to finish, and you can tell the voice cast were having a blast. I think some of the jokes that made me laugh the hardest though was specifically with Farmer.
oh, Farmer Joe.
Where he's like this still image that's not animated except his mouth. Every time he appears like in their memories, and he's just, the best is when he walks away and he's still a still image that's just basically hopping and not moving.
Yeah, he's moving like a South Park character, just kind of like.
It was so funny.
Oh, apparently, Petunia was introduced in the 30s.
Okay, so she's even older than that. But yeah, so this was bringing her back. So I think while it would have been nice to see some of the other Looney Tunes cameo in this movie, I do think part of this movie's strong suit is the fact that it's pretty much mostly focusing on Porky and Daffy and having their hijinks.
Yeah.
And they go ham, no pun intended, balls to the walls with so many really funny jokes with these two. And apparently they they do that, like, you know how like stupid movies will give origins to things that don't need origins, like, you know, like and your name shall be Han Solo.
Because you're
They make a
alone.
joke of something like of giving something an origin that didn't need an origin, and the fact that they gave Porky's speech impediment an origin, I don't want to spoil it. It's genuinely funny. I lost it. And
they don't even treat it as something serious. It's literally just a one-off gag. And
yeah,
then
and then
move
they
on.
just immediately move on. The other thing that also was really great, Cool Man's used a clip from this movie before, specifically in his Suicide Squad game criticism video. They have a fantastic fourth wall break in this movie.
Are you kidding me? Who greenlit this garbage?
Who greenlit this garbage?
I want someone to make a green screen version of that.
Yes,
we can
so bad.
overlay it.
This movie was a delight, and it's actually really pretty 2D animated. It's really funny considering it's just a Looney Tunes movie.
No, yeah, it's art. Like actually, like the fact that they weren't going to release this movie is literally a war crime.
It's insane. This movie was fantastic. So yeah, if you have not seen it and you love the Looney Tunes, or you just miss 2D animation, and of course you like comedies, give this movie a shot. Watch it. It's genuinely got such fantastic jokes. It's really funny.
Mm.
You can find it on Amazon Prime. You can buy it right now. I bought it recently because I'm like, it's so funny.
Yeah. So the next movie is Ballerina from the world of John Wick.
Silly title.
So
Yeah, sorry.
No. So this is a movie that is the first major spin-off movie that they were doing for the John Wick, because they clearly want to like spread the series out. They had that Continental show that they did.
Yeah, we still haven't seen it.
No,
I'll need to check that out at some point and see what it's like. But this movie didn't do as well. It kind of like Furiosa. It didn't do as well, which I don't blame it. Like it's It's hard to do a movie around somebody who's not John Wick when that's the main draw to the franchise. So it was already an uphill battle to begin with. And I do think the other part of it is people are burnt out by girl boss characters. And the problem is both Ballerina and Furiosa suffered because if people automatically see female protagonists. And the sad thing is I knew Hollywood, once you try to run these tropes into the ground, you're going to turn people off of female protagonists, which is like, no, you're hurting the very thing you're trying to do. Like, if you want
Yeah.
representation, maybe stop trying to run things into the ground and force it. Things happen organically. People like these characters organically. And unfortunately, Furiosa, from what I heard, which was a good movie, and it wasn't like anything people feared it was going to be. And it suffered. It didn't make its money back. And Ballerina, unfortunately, was another casualty of that. But it was just a genuine, she's a normal female action star movie. They're not like trying to make a point. They're not trying to lecture the audience.
No,
In fact, sorry.
Yeah. Well, it's like they actually bring up the whole thing of saying fight like a girl, except they make a really big point of you are weaker than a man. A man will always overpower you in every single instance.
Yeah, they teach her when she's training, she has to start fighting dirtier. She has to start doing anything she can to survive, because of the fact that a man can physically, like, there's even a scene where one of her male assailants that's attacking her, and she's trying to break his arm, but he's bigger than her, so he just keeps lifting her up in the air as she's like literally like clinging onto his arm like a monkey. He just keeps like just dropping her onto the table, keeps dropping her back onto the table over and over until like he's trying to get the table to break, to like obviously to knock her out cold. And she's doing everything in her power to cling on because she's trying to then break his arm. And
she
but it's clear
has to use
he's
her
stronger
whole
than her,
body just to do.
Yeah, but like she has to work so much harder just to do that one action. And once she does that one action, then she can get the drop on him. But she has to work harder. And that's the other thing. The difference is she's a much different protagonist than John, because of obviously John is the dreaded for a lot of these villains. It's like, oh, this is the Baba Yaga. Like the first movie makes a giant point about that. Whenever it's just like, they're like, why did you punch my son? It's like, well, he shot John Wick's dog, sir, and he stole his car. Oh, it's just like, oh crap. Like he is the epitome of why do I hear boss battle music character.
Yeah. Well, and the tie
Eve is the opposite. She is a rookie. She is the underdog who has to fight her way to survive. But she also is like John, like she wants to get revenge, but she's at a great disadvantage and she has no allies in this quest. And so she has to fight tooth and nail to get to her goal.
Well, yeah, and the big tie-in to John Wick is that she was trained by the same family that trained John.
Yeah, that John's family was, yes.
Yeah, and like this was something that John Wick 3 was doing when he goes back to his family.
This movie, both this and 4 sort of like are telling me that they're soft retconning 3, and just only broad strokes of 3 are canon now, because there is a lot of stuff in this movie that is an outright continuity snarl to John Wick 3, but I hate 3 so much, so I don't care.
Yeah, like they have a little bit of John Wick in this, because John Wick showed up at the Ballerina house, and that's how they show that from Eve's perspective. So you get like a few minutes of John.
I hope you guys didn't hear that. I nearly fell out of my chair.
So yeah, like they have Keanu Reeves in this enough to put him on the poster, but he's not like a major character in this. He only shows up just to be like, "Hi, I'm John Wick. I'm doing a John Wick 3 right now," and then he leaves. But yeah, it's like the whole thing about this movie is that it does cross over with events from John Wick 3, but it also basically the things that happen.
It makes no sense in timeline with John Wick 3 though.
Yeah.
Which again, I hate John Wick 3, so I don't care if it basically is soft retconning a lot of John Wick 3.
The funniest thing about it is you could probably just replace John Wick 3 with Ballerina and you wouldn't miss anything.
Yeah, all you need to do is like maybe read some of the wiki on like some of the broad strokes of John Wick 3 before you jump into John Wick 4 after watching Ballerina, and you're good.
Yeah, so the thing with this though is like since it's tying in, they were also trying to like have these events happen
Oh yes,
concurrently.
Ronan.
And
John Wick 3 is a chore.
oh,
It is such a chore. We
it,
talked
it
about this in our 2023 video when we were talking about the John Wick movies.
when we talk about it, John Wick 4 is so good because it basically says no, we know that John Wick 3
We're
is bad.
walking back a lot on the stupid stuff we did in
Yeah,
3.
well, and to bring up something like that, something that this movie understands that John Wick 3 didn't, is one thing I really like about the John Wick series is that it has an understanding that a lot of the people who would be in positions of powers are people who are older, people who are over 40, the people who have been in the series, like been in the job for many
Yeah,
years.
they survived. This is not exactly a healthy job description.
Right. Well, and it really epitomizes the phrase "beware of the old" in a occupation where men die young.
Yes.
So it's like someone like John, who's in his 50s, compared, and then you have like frick, what's Lance Reddick's character? Frick, I forgot his character's name.
Oh,
but I feel so bad because like
well, to compare, like say in the first movie specifically, like John Wick is an older character, all these other characters are older character, and then you have like say, like Vigo's son, Yusuf,
Yeah.
Theon Greyjoy, who's clearly naive and stupid and got their family into giant hot water because he's an arrogant punk who does not understand the way of things work. And so, like, he basically got his entire crime family killed because of his stupidity and arrogance and hot-blooded nature, and entitlement. Because if he put basically the worst type of black mark after him. Oh, Charon, Tim. Because you're talking about the hotel guy, right? Lance Riddick?
Yes.
Yeah. But anyways, you were talking about Lance Riddick, sorry.
Yeah, like with Charon and Winston and the Bowery King and the mob guy, like all these characters who are in positions of powers are older. Many of them are in their 60s, 70s, and even 80s. But like one of the biggest problems with John Wick 3 is you had the freaking adjudicator, who's some random 20-something girl who's walking around and bossing everyone around because she's like some like representative
But
of
she's
the
such a like not following the rules herself.
No, it's like,
and here she is lecturing people not following the rules
and
of
it's so annoying
the
because
table.
she's not even following the rules. She doesn't seem to care about the rules, but like she's younger than everyone. And what we saw this in the first movie with Theon Greyjoy, and also with that female assassin who got like
Perkins.
Where she killed that other dude in the
Continental. And like you kill in the Continental, that's the whole point of John Wick 2, the ending. Like you kill in the Continental, you put a mark on yourself for life.
Yeah.
You
so
don't
it's just
like that's supposed to be the no-go zone.
Yeah, so it's like, and the fact that she thought she got all uppity, thought I don't need to follow the rules, I can do what I want because I'm aiming for this kill. And then that's when the Continental assassins showed up to her at the end of the movie, and they all just immediately gunned her down because they were like, "You do not mess
with the rules." And but then this movie does follow like, do not mess with the rules. Like John even tells her, because even though he's like on the life on the run, and he's telling her if she pursues like and goes through this, she's basically going to end up living his life, the life on the run, because of everybody's. And she's younger, so John's like trying. And that's the other important thing. It's so funny that this movie is a breath of fresh air to us because it's doing things that it's like that should be no-brainers. Like, yes, it should be a no-brainer that a man physically is stronger than a woman, so a woman's going to have to fight harder and smarter in order to gain an advantage. Like that, duh. It should be a no-brainer that the brand new character to your franchise shouldn't be able to beat the protagonist, the main character of the franchise that she is spinning off from. Duh. But we're like, oh my gosh, this movie does things that are common sense that's so rare. Because, John shows up, fights her, and she is losing badly. And there are many times where John's clearly not even trying, and he's just constantly telling her, like, stay down, because you can tell he doesn't want to kill her.
Yeah, that's the first thing he says to her, like when he meets her. He's just like, "Do not do this." He's like, "It's not worth it." And then she's kind of like not listening to it.
Yeah, after he beats her over and over again, and she kind of then by the end of it like pleads with him, like, "Please." And you could tell he kind of sees a little bit of himself in her, like his younger self. But she's like going through a lot right now. He's just like, well, okay, then. He's like, technically, he's like, he gives her a time limit to like basically get her revenge. And if she's like doesn't get her revenge within that time frame, he's unfortunately going to do what he was set out to do, because he was basically hired to come kill her and take care of it. So that way there isn't a bloodbath between this cult and the Russian family that John and her were both raised in, basically, to become assassins for. And like, so there's like a whole bunch of crazy, of course, there's crazy over the top action in this movie. The most ridiculous one that was hilariously awesome that Coolman and I loved, they had an outright beam struggle, but with flamethrowers.
Yeah. The entire flamethrower section was awesome.
It was ridiculous, but it was so awesome. I'm
Yeah.
just like, I didn't have Dragon Ball Z in my John Wick, but here we go.
Yeah, well, one thing I really did like in this movie was the fact that the action scenes are all distinct. That's also another reason like John Wick 3 is such a sludge to get through, is because all the action scenes are basically very much the same.
With the exception of the one with Halle Berry and the dogs.
Yeah, like that's the only one. But then again, after
then she leaves and we never get anything remotely that cool for an action set.
Yeah, and it's just like John burned his marker on her for a 30-minute diversion that didn't mean anything because she walks off. He doesn't get any help in the long run, and he has to keep going back on the run. I'm just like,
and then the movie just ends right where we started anyway, from after the end of the 2. So it's like, what was the point? But I digress. We've already ranted about this before in the 2023 stream.
Yeah. But yeah, it's one of the reasons I really do like the fact that Ballerina just seems to also be adding to what John Wick 4 did, is we're soft retconning 3. Like a lot of those events, you can just ignore them. Like you probably could do a cut of John Wick 3 that sort of like pulls a few clips from John Wick 3, like the most important ones, and then
splice it in Ballerina.
Splice it into Ballerina, and then you can just see, all right, this is what John is doing during this time, and then it goes right into John Wick 4, which starts off with he's on the run and he's like trying to solve his problem. So,
this movie was like a genuinely breath of fresh air. And I think the other thing that's great is like Eve's an actual character. Like a lot of these Hollywood like executives, just because they're like, oh, we need more female representation, but then they don't make these, they don't make characters, they make walking tropes. I'm like, if you want me to like your female character and want more of her and be like, yeah, like, I don't know, make her interesting, make her fun, make her fail, and succeed. Like, I want to see the female characters go through it like I do male characters. If she's just going to keep being handed victories, she's boring. If she's going to keep bossing people around, she's annoying. Like, I want to see an actual human being. Or at least make them cool. None of your characters are actually cool because none of you people are cool, you stupid rich prickwads. They forgot what cool was. This was cool. I genuinely loved the action in this movie. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, so watch Ballerina.
Yeah.
This is another whiplash.
So to explain, because of in 2025, two very horrible things happened. Two Chris Sanders movies got a live action remake, and we were very salty about it. And we got into the topic of Chris Sanders and how much we love Lilo and Stitch, how much we loved How to Train Your Dragon, how much we loved The Wild Robot. And after I was talking with Cool Man, I came to realize he'd never seen The Croods, which is another movie that Chris Sanders did.
Yeah, I literally had just never thought about it. I just kind of skipped it and never registered for me.
So I was like, oh, let's sit down. I'm like, I'm not going to tell you it's not going to be the most like, oh my gosh, this is my favorite movie of all time, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, but like most Chris Sanders movies, you're going to sit down and you're going to be like, oh, this is a story we've heard before. And Chris Sanders has this way of telling stories you've heard before done in other movies, but for some reason you feel like it's the first time you've ever seen the story. This definitely also has a lot of Chris Sanders humor. Like he's got a really a genuinely goofy sense of humor in all of his movies, especially with all the jokes he tells in each of his movies. And his humor is so specific. Like with whenever he's talking about like when Stitch goes crazy, yeah, he's just like he's He's gonna blah 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 and back up sewer lines and destroy tall buildings and steal everyone's left shoe. Like, and so like he has this very specific brand of humor, and this movie has it too, especially with the dad who is voiced by the goat Nicolas Cage. But I've seen this movie before. Cool, man. You've never seen this movie before. This was your first time, so
Yeah, and it was interesting because like it doesn't it kind of like went by and people didn't really talk about it. It made money. They made sequels, but
yeah,
like,
it had a sequel.
but it was it's funny like when you're talking about this in terms of like the whole thing.
Yeah, that's
Chris
right.
Sanders.
That's right. He's voiced by Nick Cage. Grug is Nick Cage.
But it is kind of interesting because that's the one thing that you see with that through line through all of Chris Sanders movies is a heavy focus on family, and especially like the guardian figure and the kid always have to have that.
And there's always something of an outcast element and a broken relationship that needs to be repaired element, or like things like that. And like there's this through line, and it speaks to a lot of people, but he does different types in a lot of his stories. But it's like every single one of them, it's like, oh, everybody's like somebody's experienced this somewhere in their life somewhere. And all of his characters are cheery. He also does dark humor in such a funny way in a lot of his movies, because I swear every single one of his movies will have like a dark joke in there, but it's like genuinely gut bustingly funny. Like especially in The Wild Robot, there was so much dark humor at the start of that movie. Especially
Yeah.
with nature. But then like in the Croods, you'll also have like constantly like Nick Cage's character like hoping that his mother-in-law is dead, and every time she's just like, I'm still alive, and he's just like, and they're like, we gotta go on this journey, and then he's just like, no, we gotta go back to our cave and blah 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 blah, I don't want to do this. And then his mother-in-law, she's just like, I don't think I'll ever make that journey. He's like, let's do it. It's just like Chris Sanders has such a great sense of humor. It's so funny. But I also love that you got the funny thing about this movie is you have this family of they're all Neanderthals basically, and they end up running into a Homo sapien, and the Homo sapien's going to teach them a few things that'll help them endure. But of course, the dad's not having it, not just because of his daughter is obviously starting to get feelings for this new guy, but also because of this guy is like helping take care of the family. His role, his whole life has always been taking care of his family and keeping them alive. They're helping them survive. And this guy is teaching them how to basically live. So like everybody's got to adapt, but like, each character grows. It's not just Grug needs to grow. Like all of them grow in a different way and learn a new perspective. Like even Eep learns that she kind of took her father for granted. And like even Guy, the Homo sapiens name is Guy. Like even he like has things like he admits that he's afraid of, and like he starts to get braver by being around this family. So like they all like help each other out. So it's like it's a family movie.
Yeah. And it's just got that good simple story of like the dad wants to keep everyone safe, but then they're forced to leave. And it's about them having that journey, and the father and daughter having to develop to understand each other, and the father having to make the ultimate like choice to become sort of a better person. In a lot of ways, it kind of reminds me of Stoic.
Yeah,
in How to
kind
Train
of.
Your Dragon, where he's stuck in his ways. He does things this way his entire life, and then the second that he has to make that decision. What does he value, tradition or his child? And it's like he chooses like, no, I actually care about my child enough that I will put aside what I have known my whole life if it means ensuring like
this will ensure the survival of the family, even if my ways weren't always the right ways. But like at the end of the day, he also learns that he doesn't have to be like Guy to make things like he's like, I got to figure these things out in my own way, like figure out my own plans, not like how Guy would get out of it, this like tough spot. How would I get out of this tough spot? And so like it kind of like sparks him. The one of the big themes of this movie is, one, don't be like afraid of the unknown, and the other is don't be afraid of your own creativity, just because of failure could be around the corner. And so like it's like a lot of characters get inspired to, like, the movie's a little bit in your face about the theme, especially where it's just like, I will never try new things ever, Dad. like, but like Chris Sanders kind of always does that. He has very obvious themes to his movie, but it's never feels like, even though it's obvious, it doesn't feel like it's being shoved down my throat.
Yeah.
It's kind of cheeky about what the obvious theme of the movie is. Like, it even is kind of just like winking at the audience, like, ha ha ha. But like, they're just all so likable. Like, I even like Guy, despite the fact that he's voiced by an actor I don't like. But hey,
I can look past that.
I can look past the fact that it's Ryan Reynolds. But it's all in all, it's a fun movie, and it was fun rewatching it again, because I did watch it when it first came out, but I was just like, oh, I like that movie, and I kind of never went back and revisited it. But since we were on the subject of Chris Sanders movies last year, and he'd never seen it, and I was like, you know what? It would be fun to revisit this movie. Let's go do that.
Yeah. Just a fun movie.
Yeah. Yes, Guy was voiced by Ryan Reynolds. That's correct. But anyways, Karate Kid Legends.
Yeah, this was...
Anomaly was so mad that we saw this before he saw it. He's like, you guys didn't even watch Cobra Kai.
There's like one reference to Cobra Kai in this entire movie, Anomaly. Shut up.
It was so funny. He was so mad at us at DMs when we told him we went and saw this movie. He was just like, how dare you?
It's not our fault. He's slow. Yeah, so it's funny because this is the movie that people had been wanting for years. It just makes sense. Like, Jackie Chan was the only thing from the not Karate Kid movie that was called Karate Kid that people liked.
I said for years, because while I did like that movie, it was more of like, oh, that movie was fine, but it was clearly doing basically a pseudo remake, pseudo not remake of Karate Kid, because it had all the
doing karate. He's doing kung fu.
Yeah, I know. It should have been called the Kung Fu Kid. I think if that would have eliminated a lot of people's problems. But like you could tell, like they were doing the story beats of Karate Kid, but in a new, like, with different characters and a different setting and things like that. But I always said that what would have made the movie a lot more palatable is if they called it Kung Fu Kid and treated it more like a spin-off rather than a remake. As like, yes, this is in the Karate Kid universe, but like, it's just a spin-off title.
Kung Fu Kid from the universe of the Karate Kid.
But like, like that way it's not like, like it's just another movie as a part of this universe. Then like, it wouldn't feel like, it was always kind of a weird movie in a weird spot. And so this movie retroactively did exactly what I said it should do. Make it sort of a pseudo spin-off instead as a part of the Karate Kid universe. Especially because of Jackie Chan is the best part of that movie. And so seeing him with Ralph was awesome. Seeing the two characters interact. It's a shame that Miyagi's actor has passed away, because that's the one I think everybody would want to see the most, is those two interacting. But since unfortunately he's no longer with us, it was at least nice to see him interacting with the titular Karate Kid.
Yeah, like that was the big one. It's like, okay, we got Ralph Macchio back, and it's like, oh, we're treating him as like he's the mentor. He's coming in to teach this kid a little bit of how to fight. And that
because this kid he's the student specifically and relative of Jackie Chan's character from the Jaden Smith Karate Kid movie. And so this, like, he's obviously mentoring him, but then a big dramatic and genuinely like dark thing happens in this kid's past where his brother is murdered right before his eyes. But it was such a traumatizing event that it's like, he struggled to get back into doing Kung Fu, and like, he knows how to hold his own in a fight, but then other things happen in this movie where he comes to help, like, obviously his female love interest and her father there to jam, and he's going to enter in a karate tournament, but but karate is a different discipline than kung fu. Ralph Macchio comes in and helps teach him karate specifically, and also Jackie Chan like shows up as well. And like they have this really funny, like almost like Gimli Legolas bantering relationship between Jackie Chan
Yeah,
and
because
Ralph
they keep
Macchio of
arguing.
what's better, kung fu or karate.
Yeah, and it feels like, okay, so because the main character is trained in kung fu, but I'm like, okay, but it feels like it's about karate because it's
Well,
like
yeah, but it also would make sense why this character would learn karate so fast overnight, because if he already has like martial arts training in a different discipline. So it's like, okay, so he just picks up a little bit quicker in this other discipline.
Yeah. And then it's like they had that whole training with the dad where he's trying to teach him, like he's trying to get him back into shape so he can box and he can try
Yeah.
to do that one competition to get money for their little pizza store.
Yeah. And the characters are all just likable.
Yeah, and it's like I like how they managed to kind of do a few similar concepts from the original movie, but then they mixed them up. Like, okay,
And, yeah, it didn't feel like the Jaden Smith one where it was a lot of the beat for beat story beat just with different characters in a new setting. This felt like it was also taking in some story elements even from that Jaden Smith one, because they took a kid from one setting, brought him to a completely brand new country because he's from China. He moves to America, specifically in New York, and it's a completely different like lifestyle for him and his mom. And so they kind of try to do a little bit of both, but also do its own take and do story beats not exactly in the same one-to-one order. They play around with it.
Well, yeah, and it's like, and you can technically still kind of treat this as a sequel to the Jaden Smith one because the Jackie Chan was like in the dumps because they just regurgitated Miyagi's story. But in this one, you get to see he reopened the school. He's got
he's teaching all these students, and they're all doing the jacket on, jacket off, like training montage.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, so that's a nice little nod to that movie where it doesn't sit here and because then it's like, okay, we know you're here for the karate part of the Karate Kid. So,
yeah, and we know the real reason you're here. You want to see Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio.
Yeah. And like it's like they were in the movie not as much as I thought they would be.
I thought they'd be in a little bit more, but granted, I'm glad they didn't try to shove nostalgia bait too much down my throat.
Yeah, because it basically comes in of you need to learn karate, and he's like, it kind of is the I know a guy, and then Ralph Macchio walks in, and you're just all like,
yeah. But what I also do love is the characters, the new characters. Like it could be so easy to just like make really boring new characters and you're just like, when are we going to get Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio? I'm so tired of these characters. No, I think all the new characters are actually really engaging and likable. The one problem with the Jaden Smith movie is while I liked Jaden Smith's character, his mom was really not that interesting. And even and his love interest, she was fine. The bully character was the only other part that was also memorable in that movie. But that's because that kid was a
so
psycho.
Evil, yeah.
That little kid was just such a psycho.
Yeah, but like I like Fong or Stuffed Crust as they end up calling him.
Yeah, like I think all the characters in this movie are like actually quite likable. They're very memorable and they're fun. So that way I'm not sitting there bored out of my mind just being like, when are we going to get to the legacy characters I actually care about?
Well,
so I'm already engaged with his story and like the characters that are surrounding him. So that way whenever the legacy characters do show up, it's icing on the cake.
Yeah, and I also think the fact that Fong is already trained in martial arts basically kind of skips a lot of the basics of, we need to teach him all the like they do a little bit of the basics when they're teaching him karate, but like he already knows the basics so that you can skip a lot of that. So you're not just simply regurgitating the same kind of training montage.
But it gives us more time to actually sit down with the new characters too. So you do get to know them a little bit better because this movie does have to juggle a lot. And I do think it juggles it well.
Yeah. Hi, Charlie. Sorry, I just saw that.
Also, I will admit the cameo of what's the actor's name who played the bully in the original Karate Kid? Because he's in Cobra Kai.
I
forgot the actor's name all of a sudden.
Johnny.
The actor's name flew out of my head. So he had a really funny cameo, like at the sting of the movie. Him and Ralph Macchio together, like they were so funny.
William Zabka.
Yeah, William. Okay, thank you. Yeah, William and Ralph they had the funniest Sting cameo at the end of the movie together, just bouncing off each other. It was.
I thought
really
that was so funny because I was wondering, I'm like, are they going to be making any? Because I have never watched Cobra Kai. I never particularly was invested in Johnny's story, but like I was wondering, are they going to make a reference? Because I know the show is really popular.
They did.
And then like when Ralph gets home, because he had to travel to go and help out Fong.
Yeah, because Jackie Chan's character seeks him out because he was actually seeking out Miyagi's school.
Yeah, so he brings him in, and then he's like, so he gets back home, and then Johnny's just like chilling out, and they're like sitting, and then he's like,
they're eating pizza.
What if we open a pizza place, call it Miyagi Do? He's like, no. And that's the funniest thing is if you didn't know anything about Cobra Kai, you're going to be like, why the hell
why is Johnny here?
Like hanging out with Johnny, like why are they chilling? You're like, oh yeah, you missed like a 5-season arc, Cobra Kai.
It was a pretty funny stinger. I'm not gonna lie, it was great. But yeah, the movie was fun. Second anomaly, we saw it before you.
So I don't care if people are going to find this controversial.
Well, we've kind of made it clear in Dominion that we do like a lot of the Jurassic Park sequels. Not all of them, mind you, but we do like quite a few of them.
Well, and the thing is with Jurassic World Rebirth, it is the first, because they had the trilogy, the main trilogy.
Yeah, and they kind of settled the story arcs with all those characters, including the old legacy characters. They're like, their stories are pretty much done. We're not going to just drag them back unless we absolutely need to for another sequel, because they might, for all we know, they might bring back Jeff Goldblum in another one.
Yeah.
The thing with this one is granted, I do have some criticism of this movie, but it's more of why did it take so long for us to do this? And it was more of like, for the longest time, I've been saying, since these are clone dinosaurs, why isn't there ever like failures, like failure clones, like freaks of nature that they accidentally
where are Resident Evil monsters in dinosaur form?
Yeah, because if it's like they're mishmashing some animal DNA to fill in the gaps of the dinosaur DNA that was established in the original Jurassic Park. So there should be mutations. There should be these horrible abomination creatures that they've accidentally created. And I'm not talking like where they're intentionally trying to create freaks of nature with the Indominus Rex, for example, which Indominus Rex didn't look like a freak of nature. I wish it looked like a freak of nature. I wanted things that look like freaks of nature. And they introduce the D-Rex and another weirdo dinosaur in this movie that's sort of like a velociraptor, sort of not like a velociraptor. It's got wings too as well. Like, they actually introduce mutated clone dinosaurs in this movie. And I'm like, why did it take us this long to finally do that?
Yeah. Yeah, because the premise of this movie is detached from a lot of the other ones. Like they kind of address something
it's like, I think they've raised the stakes so much, especially by Dominion. It sort of took a Bumblebee approach where it's like, let's dial it back.
Yeah, so Scarlett Johansson is a mercenary
yeah.
And she's got her own little squad, including the guy who would be Blade. And
he should have been, poor Marshall Ali, but he's really cool. Duncan's my favorite character.
Yeah, so it's like they're basically hired to do a mission on the
with this scientist, because it's about like a pharmaceutical drugs, and they're like, okay, there's actually like, we could completely reinvent it by grabbing in specifically some DNA from some of these dinosaur clones. We could like, I know that sounds silly in sci-fi, but that's actually like true to like reality too. Like, there are some genuine medicines that have been created because they've gotten like poisons and blood and stuff like that from, or like DNA from like animals and stuff like that. So it's like, it's not out of the ballpark in terms of things like that. But it's a little bit silly, but like we're talking about like the 7th movie in the Jurassic Park franchise. Like, I think we've gone well over the silly market.
Yeah. Well, and one of the things that I liked is like, okay, we're kind of going back to this old concept, but now we're doing, I'm like, because, they would always bring in these hunters or mercenaries, and they usually all end up dying off. And now it's like, well, what if they were the main characters? And then you had them and a scientist dude are on a mission.
And of course, your evil, greedy businessman guy.
Yeah, of course.
Well, and the other thing is they run into a family that got stranded because of a certain hungry fish Monosaurus from Jurassic World is now prowling around, and it sort of stranded this poor family that are stuck out of there. So they save this family, and then they're like, well, we'll park here, we're gonna go get our stuff, and then we'll drop this family off somewhere. And then of course some of the mercenaries are like, no, are you crazy? We should turn around, drop this family off, and then go on our mission. But then a bunch of like the Monosaurus and the Spinosaur are like right on their tail. And that's the other thing. They actually made the Spinosaurus scary to me. I never found the Spinosaurus very scary at Jurassic Park 3, but that's neither here nor there. No, Monosaurus, not a megalodon. It's not a shark. It's specifically the one giant fish, sharp toothy. It's not a dinosaur. It's a giant fish, specifically in Jurassic World, the very first Jurassic World.
Yeah, that was the one that they showed at the beginning of Fallen Kingdom when they were going back to the island, and it was like, attacking the sub.
Yeah, but I digress. So, and some of these mercenaries are starting to drop like flies as they're like going on like this whole journey. And I do think I remember us when we the other thing that surprises when we watched this movie was the dinosaurs actually, it started to feel like less like they're movie monsters and more like animals. Mosasaur, thank you. I keep saying monosaur. I don't know why I said that. I'm stupid. Thank you, Charlie.
We needed to have our resident meteorologist help us out here.
Exactly. But like a lot of the dinosaurs actually acted like animals in this movie. Like the thing that was the most striking is they finally adapted from the books is the raft scene and the river raft scene, which is the only time it's ever been like referenced in anything Jurassic Park related, is in the theme parks specifically. Whenever you're going down the big water slide and the T-Rex is popping down trying to eat you, like that's their reference to from the scene in the books, and they actually adapt that in this movie. And the T-Rex at first, now granted, I do have a criticism why it randomly does a ninja stealth high buy. Like, I'm just like, okay, that's pushing it a little bit, movie, but like that is one thing where I'm like, okay, that was a little dumb, but like I digress. The rest of the scene was genuinely like intense, like where this family is like freaking out because in the book that was Grant and the children trying to flee the T-Rex, and in this movie it's this family. And at first the T-Rex isn't like trying to eat them. In fact, it's like following them, more curious, kind of like a cat staring at something like, oh, like what's that? That's interesting. And until like after it finishes assessing them, much like a cat, it's like, all right, I'm a pounce.
Yeah.
Obviously for this little family, and as it's curiously assessing them, of course the family is like panicking, paddling, like crying and screaming. It's like it's two completely different emotions because yes, these will be bite-sized snacks once the T-Rex decides, you know what, I will eat them, in fact. The other thing I do appreciate is, even though I do like the Jurassic World movies, I do like that T-Rex just kind of had that one scene, and then they weren't trying to like shove T-Rex like down your throat. Like, we're going to have the T-Rex save the day. Like, as much as I enjoyed that in some of the Jurassic World movies, those were fun and like popcorn flick stuff. I'm like, yeah, that does get tiring if you do that every single time. So it was nice just to have like a scene with T-Rex, and then we moved on. Oh yeah, the other thing that surprised us, the boyfriend character of the girl in the family.
Yeah.
Remember how we were like cheering and hoping he would die at first when we first met him?
Yeah, because you're like, okay, he kind of seems like a moronic douchebag, and
yeah, but it was the scene where at first where you're like, oh my gosh, that CEO is actually gonna just let the girl fall into the water. Mind you, the Spinosaurus infested waters. But it was just like, oh wow, like, so they're like, oh dang, he's just gonna let that teenage girl die. Okay, like, yep, that character's just like Because it's one of those moments where it's obviously the movie's slow-moing, and it's clearly a choice situation where it's like, is this character who's obviously, a rich CEO guy, is he going to like redeem himself, or is he? And you could tell he's thinking, do I save her or do I just let her drop? And then he just lets her drop. And already that's a because then you're thinking, oh my gosh, is this movie going to kill off a teenage character? That's not something this movie's ever done before. And the family is, of course, freaking out. The father's freaking out. The sister's freaking out. And you could tell they're ready to jump in after her. But like before anybody can think about what's going on, the boyfriend, the dumb, stupid jerk, douchebag boyfriend character grabs the flotation thing and just dives in, no hesitation, after his girlfriend. And both of us were like, whoa, like,
I apologize.
okay, like,
I wasn't familiar with your game.
Okay, like I didn't realize they were going to go that direction with that character. We just thought it was going to be a typical monster movie trope where like he's the dumb boyfriend and he's going to get eaten later. And like, yeah, he's still a comic relief character through most of the movie, and he's dumb and he has some douchebag lines. But like, you came to realize even whenever he had a small moment of heart to heart with the father, where he's like, I don't know what your daughter sees in me. Like, even I don't know. And he's just like, hey, like, he's just like, plenty of people like say, I can't even remember the exact line, where the father's just basically like the world can be hard on us. There's like no need to add to it by being hard on yourself. And so I'm just like, okay, like it wasn't a lot. It wasn't like anything deep or profound, but it was nice to know there is more to this guy than just a stereotypical dumb, like douchebag guy. Like there is something in there, and he does actually like his girlfriend. Like he does care about her. And like the movie's not perfect, mind you, but I did appreciate how it did feel a little bit more scarier at certain times. Certain scenes did feel a little bit more intense. And it felt a little more, it didn't feel too popcorn flicky. It felt more like it just wanted to take its time with certain scenes, and then it would ramp up the intensity in other scenes. What did you think of some of the creature designs, though, like for the mutant ones?
Oh, like, I mean, they could have gone farther. Like, we could have actually had some like Resident Evil looking monsters. But I mean, I think they were probably like trying to make it look freaky while basically trying to show that it was still recognizably attempting to make a dinosaur, and then it just went wrong. But it's like, yeah, I thought in terms of like the mutants, it was actually just kind of cool, especially when you first start seeing, like when they first like go down to that little lab and you start to see the like, oh yeah,
yes, yes,
aliens.
yes, CT, that is the plot.
Yeah, like they're mercenaries hired to go to the island and do a job.
Yeah, basically the scientist hires these mercenaries because if he works for a pharmaceutical company. Well, actually, no, the pharmaceutical company's hiring all these people, and they're getting also this guy who's a dino expert scientist.
Right, yeah, because he works at a dinosaur museum, which isn't really
and they easily could have had the pharmaceutical guy go and grab Grant or Ian Malcolm. And I'll give this movie props that they said, let's try not to rely on just the legacy characters. Or they could have like grabbed Chris Pratt again. Like it would have been so easy to do that. And they said, no, let's introduce new characters. Like they're not the only characters in this universe that has expertises in certain like fields. Like, so like, Duncan's the character that I like the most. My only criticism is like, they reveal he survives at the end. Actually,
yeah, there was a moment when he looked like he was absolutely going to die, and that was actually in the
like. I'm happy he survived because he is my favorite character, and even though I wouldn't have been sad that he died because he did do a heroic sacrifice, but like I think would have been better is if rather than not making it a plot twist that he survived, like showing us how he got away.
He escaped.
Because granted, he does reference a line in the movie when he talks about like how he had to like in the trenches of a jungle of like how much he hates like being like a mercenary in the jungle, and like how he's had to survive and he could hate the jungle more than anything, and he refuses to absolutely die in a jungle. He does make, I can't remember the exact line, but he does make a loose reference of how he would get away in certain situations when he had fought in the jungles before. But it's a throwaway line that like if you could have totally blinked and forgot about it, and then you'd been like, wait, how did he swim away from the T-Rex? It was like right there at him. And I'm like, granted, he's And he's clearly competent. I could believe he got away. I just think pacing-wise, I don't think they should have made it a plot twist. Now, granted, there is a reason why they made it a plot twist, why he survived. It's because of originally he was supposed to die, and test audience had a more negative reaction to that. And all of them expressed wishing that his character survived instead. So they basically changed the ending of the movie to, and I'm sure they were probably like, we got to get this movie out on time. So they probably were like, okay,
They had a quick reshoot of just him
just
kind
the
of like
characters of just the characters turning around the boat instead to go grab him instead. Granted, like I would have said I'm fine with delaying the movie like an extra month or two if it means we could change the scene and grab Marshall Ali's character just to film him at least like swimming away and showing us how he escaped the D-Rex before he reunites with Scarlett Johansson and the rest of them. Like that is one criticism I do have. It's not that Duncan survived. I'm happy he survived. He's my favorite character. I just think the way they could have handled that a little bit better, but overall I still had fun with the movie.
Yeah. So I think that's all we really need to talk about with that. So, the Batman versus TMNT movie.
So, I think we were getting into a kick of getting back into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff again, like after 2023 and 2024. And this movie kept popping up on my radar, and I never sat down and watched it. Cool Man never sat down and watched it. And then I heard a lot of good, then I wanted to gauge because one of the reasons I mainly avoided it is because one, the cover art for the movie is so insanely ugly. It does not at all reflect the art of inside the movie itself and the animation. And two is it uses Burnside Batgirl design, and I absolutely hate Burnside. And Cool Man hates it way more than I do. He's the biggest Batman fan I know. I started looking into what people's like popular opinion of this movie was, and then I found out, to my delightful surprise, that from both Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle fans and Batman fans, unanimously this movie is loved across the board. And I'm like, oh, okay. And so we're like, you know what? Let's sit down and watch this movie. Cool Man, you're a longtime Batman and Ninja Turtle fan. Verdict.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. I thought it was actually a really good, aside from some questionable choices like
there is some strange choices, but in isolation, like ignoring certain timeline questions, especially in regards to Bat family characters with Damian and Barbara as Batgirl, disregarding that.
No, I thought it was actually really interesting, and I especially liked the fact that we got to see Batman fight the Shredder.
I never knew I needed that my entire life. Oh my gosh. When we saw that scene for the first time, and at first it seemed like Shredder was just going to run away, but then he just came down and squared up, and we were like, oh, this is happening, isn't it? And that fight, genuinely, that might be the best fight scene I've ever seen in any animated property. It's because of you could tell these two are basically on equal terms in terms of prowess as a fighter.
Yeah.
Like, we actually saw Batman struggling a little bit at the first part of the fight, and you could tell he's just like, I'm going to have to take this guy seriously. And then he's starting to, like, fight a little bit harder against Shredder. And then when Batman's starting to get an edge, Shredder's like, okay, I'm done playing with this guy.
I'm whipping out my mystical martial arts.
It's just like, you could tell, like, these were two insanely skilled, competent fighters, like, giving it their all at each other and trying to figure the other out to get the one. It was so good. And that was like the first biggest fight scene of the movie, like major one, besides the turtles fighting Penguin and his goons. It was the most hype thing I've ever seen. And like, after we saw that, we were like, what the heck is in the rest of this movie? This movie was such a love letter to Turtles fans and Batman fans. It was so good.
Yeah, it was like we just want an excuse to have them like fight, but then we also like having the turtles like interacting with different members of the Bat family.
The only thing I would change, like, granted, I know this is based on a comic, so these are the characters they used in the comic, mind you. The only thing I would change is, like, because timeline-wise, it really does not make sense that to have Damian as your Robin with Batgirl as, well, Barbara's your Batgirl. So I would only slightly tweak things to have Batgirl as Oracle, and you could still have Donnie interacting with her. And then maybe either bring in Dick Grayson or uh,
Well,
I'll, I,
Stephanie Brown was the Batgirl during
yeah,
a
yeah,
good
well,
portion
yeah, I
of
was,
Damien's time as
I was just,
Robin.
I was trying to think of like, because there's so many different members of the Bat family that would bounce
When
off
in doubt,
different turtles.
Stephanie Brown.
Well, yes. Stephanie would absolutely vibe with Mikey, and so would Dick Grayson. They would totally vibe with Mikey. Mikey felt like the odd one out. He didn't really have a counter to him. He was just kind of annoying, like Damien and Alfred. But it was genuinely entertaining. But certain characters paired off well with other characters. Like Leo did like great, like bouncing off Batman. Raph did great bouncing off Damien, and Oracle and Donnie had cute little like geek out moments. And like I could totally see like if like you had other members of the Bat family, like Tim would bounce off great with Donatello, and like you'd also like have
Dick would
Cassandra would bounce off great with Raph.
Yeah, well, Raph and Leo, like you could have done either one.
Yeah, and it would have been fantastic.
Well, and
Now,
Jason
granted,
Todd
if you
would have
were
been perfect to bounce off of Raph, especially.
yeah,
if,
but I think if you were to like maybe a slightly smaller scale, like Bat Family cast to bounce off with the Turtles, like if we were to have like a smaller scale like cast, I would still keep Damien, but then let's say have Stephanie Brown here, and she can like fight alongside Mikey a lot, and then you can have Oracle in the Batcave, and like she's like constantly like interacting with Donnie specifically on an earpiece, and then you just have Batman on the field. So I think that would be like a nice switch up instead. Especially, I also loved seeing the side of Damien because he's still like his snarky little. He still like has his bratty little tendencies, but he's clearly chilled out a bit in this movie. So they're able to have kind of fun with him about how he's like kind of got a stick up his butt, but he's still like he's not too up his own butt.
Yeah.
He's genuinely one of the funniest parts of the movie, ironically. I do like Damien, so it was really funny seeing like him interacting with the turtles. I just love, and I love how he still addresses a lot of them too. And it was interesting too to see one of the best parts was seeing Ra's al Ghul and like teaming up with Shredder. Like that was so cool. And then you had like, okay, to raise the stakes, let's get the TCRI ooze that mutated the turtles and all that. And Shredder gives it to the Joker and just lets the Joker go hog wild with the Arkham Asylum inmates and mutating all of them just to serve as just a diversion. So Batman and the Turtles would be forced to deal with all of that rather than seeing like what Shredder and Ra's are doing elsewhere and stealing all this other stuff. Those scenes were incredible. They were so fun.
Yeah.
I think my favorite bit though is when Poison Ivy was mutated to a plant, but she basically got a downgrade because she was rooted to where she was, so she can't reach Damien and Raph and Mikey. She's trying to like use her Venus flytrap hands, and she's just like, and like she can't reach. Go around her. Like the movie does get like pretty serious in certain scenes, but then it goes back to being silly and fun. That's the best part of the Ninja Turtles. It lends itself well to crossover material because of the Turtles interact with so many different things in their comics. They run the gamut of mysticism, sci-fi, goofy, dark, and serious. So it can literally cross over with anything, and it would not feel weird to have the Ninja Turtles interacting with something.
Yeah.
And so, like, having them interacting with Batman is genuinely fun. And both of us are big fans of both, so it was just great to see both. But what would, if you were to have, like, a favorite moment in the movie, besides the Shredder and, Batman fight? Because obviously that would be the number one thing. But, is there another moment where you're just like, oh, yeah!
Well, I would say the first time when the Turtles fight Batman, when they first run into him, and... like they're fighting, and he's just like like dominating the fight. They're like, what is this guy?
But see, there's the thing you notice though is they aren't fighting in unison. They're all taking him on one, each of them. Like if they fought more as a unit, as a team, like they do normally with Shredder, because that's how they're always usually able to thwart Shredder's plans. Like even Bruce had a moment when he was talking to Leo whenever they were training together. He even said, if you fought more like that, you might have actually beaten me, like in our first encounter. And it's like, yeah, because if Raph went in gung-ho and started charging first without listening to Leo, then of course everything was in disarray because of they were all like individually trying to counter Batman. So it was like, it's great to show that like how one works versus the other works. Like, because Batman does have sidekicks, but he has been at this long enough by himself that he's used to taking on multiple opponents by himself. The Turtles are a team. They work as a team. They work as a unit. That's where they're at their strongest. So when they try to individually take on an opponent that's just as good as Shredder, obviously they fail.
Right.
It was just overall, this movie was so much fun. If you like Batman, if you like the Ninja Turtles, go watch it. It's a genuine gem. It's just from start to finish. It's a giant love letter to comic book nerds. And an amazing voice cast. They got Troy Baker back.
Yeah. So back in 2007, they made a live-action Yakuza movie. And
it's the same guy who made the live-action Ace Attorney movie who directed this movie, by the way, which should tell you everything.
Yeah. It's funny because on one hand, it kind of generally follows the plot of the first Yakuza for the most part.
Well, you have to remember also at the time when this movie came out, Yakuza 2 only just barely came out. And I mean the PS2 Yakuza 1 and Yakuza 2. There was no Kiwami, there was no Yakuza 0, there was no expanded lore and
Yakuza
anything
3
like that.
hadn't even come out by the time this movie was made. And when they
so
started this movie, they would have...
so it really only had to work with specifically that. And so they kind of had to just go with the flow. And so it is really funny going into it knowing that we know all the added lore from Kiwami and Yakuza 0.
They did have some secret Koreans.
True, they did, but I don't think they intended to follow that part
that wasn't
of
the
Yakuza
deep
2.
tie into Yakuza 2.
It's really funny because they do have these movie-only original characters with this side plot, and we're like, where are they going with this? It was so random. But the Ace Attorney movie also had things where it's not like it's bad. It's more like that was a strange choice.
The super ultra high-tech TVs that would come from the ceiling.
Yeah, it was like they had a lot of like strange choices in this movie too. But it's like, I didn't hate it. This movie is so goofy, though.
It certainly got the spirit of Yakuza right, even if they didn't get the words right.
Yeah, but and one of the best parts is the actor who plays Majima, even though he's technically like kind of blind in one eye, so he's got the eye patch in the wrong spot, but it's like they got no choice. All I'm thinking of is with the Zuko scar. But you have the eye patch on the wrong side. It is not on the wrong side.
Especially that one part where he's poking his head around a corner, except it's the side of the eye patch.
Kiryu-chan.
Yeah, it's funny because there are some things they get like almost exactly right. You look at Kiryu's outfit, you look at Haruka's outfit, and minus the shirt and the eye patch, like Majima's outfit is spot on. And then there's some other stuff that they're just like, oh, we're going to have this long-running side plot of the police and this one like bank robber that
that people are held hostage and the AC unit's out and everybody's like it is so random and funny,
because you're expecting, oh, are they going to reveal that one of these detectives is Date? And then it's like, nope, they just never go anywhere with that. By the end, they end up getting the guy, and you're like, but why?
Why was that?
And then they had that whole other side plot with that young couple, and you're like, okay, what are they? What is this leading to? And it goes nowhere. And you're like,
it's so random. It's just like, but it's like kind of like, okay, but strange choice. Moving on. But it was genuinely a fun movie to watch,
Well,
even though
well-
some parts of it are so bad it's good, and some parts of it are just so fun it's awesome.
Yeah, like there's some moments when they're like, "Oh, we're being serious." Like, "Oh, it looks like Majima's mortally wounded and he's crawling." And then
I know, and he's like genuinely, I like. It seems like,
and then
he's
he goes,
dying.
he goes
and
up
then
to
and then the actor just sneezes like after a long pause, like he did, like genuinely, like he's
well, yeah, but
bleeding
you
out.
remember even before that, like he's crawling up the stairs, and then he goes and he grabs the the open side, and he closes it,
Like,
and then he
the store's
collapses,
closed.
and it seems like he died. And he's like,
And it seemed like he's bleeding out, dying, and then just like after a long pause, the actor just
Achoo.
sneezes.
yeah, and there's the one part when they actually do like adapt to the big fight in the Millennium Tower at the end.
Yeah.
With Kiryu. And then
I
at
love
one
how
point,
Nishiyama just shows up, and they're like, "Oh right, we're supposed to be adapting
like-
Yakuza 1."
like yeah, it's like they didn't even do the full adaptation of it, because at least Yakuza 1, the game, did bother to set Nishikiyama up. This movie is just like
the best is when Yumi also randomly shows up at the end too.
yeah, Yumi's like, I'm here, and we're like, who are you? I mean, I know who you are. I played the games, like, and then like it's also funny because like Kiryu is like he's getting.
I
beaten
do
down.
like the actor who plays Kiryu. Now, granted, it is so funny too, especially with the people who are like, Kiryu doesn't kill, and then here in this movie we have
He's
Kiryu
running
just
around with a shotgun,
just
just blowing
blowing
people
away
away.
some of Majima's men.
They're rubber.
They're rubber
shotgun
bullets,
shells.
guys. Don't worry about it. I
Well,
think
and
my favorite is whenever somebody who, like, anytime somebody's like sees like any clip from this movie out of context and like they've never even heard of this movie. I think my favorite is when somebody like saw like a gift set of this movie on Twitter and they were so taken out because they were like,
It's a Japanese dude wearing a gray suit with a red
with
shirt.
with the red shirt.
I
and
don't
they're-
want to say it. It's like I can't just say that any Japanese guy doing it is Kiryu. Is that Majima?
Like they're always taken out. They're like, that's Kiryu. They're like, no, not every Japanese guy wearing that suit and that specific shirt has to be Kiryu Majima. And then they're like, wait, what the? This is Yakuza. What is this? But we were laughing, crying so much at this movie.
Especially in the big final finale when Kiryu is fighting up against all of Nishikiyama's men and he's getting beaten down, and then he pulls
and then
out
he pulls
a Stamina
out
Royale.
the Stamina Royale. We were like, yes,
He drinks it, and then he charges up. He gets the heat going, and he has the blue flames.
And then he
he's like,
straight up does the heat action. I love it too whenever Kiryu first shows up and he's fighting all those punks at the convenience store. And he straight up just does heat actions. Like he's even got the blue flame. And we're just like, finally, an accurate video game adaptation. Okay, sure, it doesn't get the story right. But finally, an accurate video game adaptation.
yeah, it was just one of those things where it's like I like the energy it brought. I just like maybe someone
Listen,
could
the
have
story
polished
was
the
nonsense,
script.
but it's got the spirit. You're a little
Yeah.
confused, but you got the spirit.
Yeah.
But it was a blast to watch. It was so funny. I think we were laughing at the most is whenever when Majima was interrogating and torturing the guy, and then he like keeps like slamming the door at the guy's like hands, and then he slammed the door in the guy's feet, and then the Majima is just like, you want to give me that information, and the guy's like, no, I'm not going to give you that information, and then Majima gives him the look, and then the guy just
He puts his
slowly
foot-
puts his feet back into the doorway, just resigning himself to being like, okay, just beat me up. And the Majima's like, okay, bam! Oh, it was so funny. It was comical. I loved this movie. The reason we also went and watched this is because of the awful Amazon show. And we were like, you know what? Let's go back to
Ugh.
something that actually captures the energy of the Like a Dragon Yakuza franchise. Like,
Oh my
sure,
gosh.
it got the plot like bonkers wrong, but like, hey,
At least I
the-
had fun.
it had the energy. Also, the casting just looks better,
Yeah.
even if the eye patch is on the wrong side.
At least
Anyways.
they had Majima in it.
Yeah, it had true Majima. It was awesome.
All right.
This was another surprise.
Yeah.
So
This is the Miraculous Ladybug movie, not
no,
not
we
the
heard
show.
it. We heard it, that it had a movie, And like we kind of got burnt out from the show a while ago. We didn't like kind of moved on, didn't think about it. And I remember it got a movie, didn't think about it. I heard a lot of people said the movie was really good. And I think one day, I don't know, we were just sitting around talking while I was house sitting talking about Miraculous Ladybug. I don't know how we got on the subject of Miraculous Ladybug. And so we decided, well, hey, because the movie was there too. After I showed you a single episode of Miraculous Ladybug from a season that you like hadn't actually watched all the way through, and I said, oh, it had this one episode that was actually really good. We're like, okay, watch that. And then it's like it was in the thing for like, would you like to watch XYZ instead in the streaming? And then the movie. And so we're like, I've heard a lot of people, even people who like hate the Miraculous Ladybug show, like both fans of the show and people who've like grown to hate the show, who were former fans of the show, both camps liked this movie. We were like, dang, maybe we should see this movie. We were not prepared for it to be a musical, however. Nobody who talked about this movie prepared for me for that. Literally every person who said this movie's good, none of them told me it was a musical. So when Marinette suddenly has a completely different singer singing a song, because it took me out because it wasn't Christina V.
Which is weird because Christina V is a really good singer. She got her start.
Well, so is Bryce Papenbrook. They had a Miraculous Ladybug Christmas special where it was a musical and all of them sung. So I'm just like sitting there. So even when Adrian like suddenly is no longer Bryce Papenbrook, and it was just like, it's what took us out because we went into this. It was the biggest plot twist. We didn't know it was a musical, and then all of a sudden, like it's not Christina V anymore, and suddenly she's like breaking out singing, and we were like, "This is a musical."
Yeah, and the funny thing is like the whole thing is sort of an abridged retelling of the origins, and then including sort of just general adventures that they go on. But it
tries to be self-contained as a movie, and it does like try to adapt other future plot lines, especially with the whole Adrian finding out that Hawkmoth is his father. But it actually, one of the things is like, especially what a lot of people who get tired of Miraculous Ladybug, it does is it re-rails Gabriel's characterization. And it actually makes him a more sympathetic villain again.
Yeah, like they actually made him a very complex and sympathetic antagonist.
Because he started off that way, but then they kind of made him go a little bit off the rails.
Right, like especially because in the show, once he finds out that his son is Cat Noir.
Specifically in the Bad Timeline episode. That's one of the episodes that I showed you, which is ironic because that was the episode I showed you before we saw this movie. So we had a direct comparison.
Yeah, and then he's also like, I'll still use him. But in this movie, like Gabriel,
when he finds out Adrian is Cat Noir, he actually breaks down crying like, oh no, what have I done? I've been hurting my son.
Yeah, and which is also funny
and he drops the fight. He refuses to like pursue like his goals anymore because he refuses to hurt his son anymore. We were like, oh
my gosh,
well, shoot.
Yeah, and then like the fact that shocked us the most, they did the reveal.
Yeah, the movie ends with Marinette revealing herself as Ladybug to Adrian.
Yeah, because she found out that he was Adrian because of the ending where. Because she was there.
Yeah, she was there to witness this scene between Hawkmoth being revealed to be Gabriel and Adrian revealing himself, well, as Adrian. And so since she saw it, then she finally approached Adrian later as Marinette and basically revealed to him that she is Ladybug. And then they just,
and then they get together
as a couple.
And you're like,
the movie just ends. And people are like, oh, well, no wonder people who loved the show and even people who like used to love the show but now hate it love this movie. It did everything people said that you should have just done forever ago. You're dragging out this stupid stuff that we don't need.
Like the reveal, like after, like there's a reason why I didn't finish season 3. I was just like, I just want you to do the reveal.
It's like you're dragging stuff out, you're meandering, you're wasting your time on other things like we don't care about because you want to keep to a status quo. It's boring. And Gabriel's no longer an interesting villain anymore. Like the part that made him interesting once the reveal happened in season 2, he stopped being interesting. So it's like, yeah, whatever. But overall, it's also very beautifully animated too.
Yeah. Like that's also the thing. I mean, you can even just see from the renders here, they are way more like detailed. The shadowing is a lot more detailed.
Well, even though like the Adrian's hair specifically, you can tell.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, and you can see the textures on Marinette's like outfit that like, oh, like this is probably what she's intended to look like, but they don't render all
Yeah,
the
but they can't like do
tiny-
that in a TV like for every single episode, especially for specifically for like a simple French superhero show.
Yeah, it's like it kills me because I'm just like, they kind of should have just done this, because like the love square thing is haha funny, but like after a season,
Yeah,
it's,
like after like 2 seasons of it, we're like, okay, we've kind of played this out already. Even with every angle of the love square of one loving one alter ego and the other loving the other alter ego, and then having different aspects of their alter ego interacting with each other, with the Ladybug and Cat Noir, with Marinette and Cat Noir, Adrian and Ladybug, and Adrian and Marinette. It's like, okay, we've kind of done every story you can possibly do with these different sides of their alter egos. Now just do the reveal. And then they'll like do a reveal and then retcon it. And then they're like, okay, here's a bad future where we do another reveal and then that gets retconned too.
oh
Like,
yeah, we literally have to
as
have time
enjoyable-
travel.
like as enjoyable as like Oblivio and the time travel like episode was,
Yeah,
like
Chat
those
Blanc,
were
yeah.
in isolation enjoyable episodes with enjoyable scenes, but it's just like, but like the ending always kind of makes you in hindsight go, and they're never going to commit. And the movie is just like, we're just going to commit.
Yeah, it's just like it's funny because that's the one thing that really puts this above the show is they were like, look, we had some love square shenanigans in the movie, but then it's like, no, we're going to say that they get like they find out who each other are, and then they just officially get together, all in the span of one movie.
Yeah, and just
literally, it was the Salieri with the notes just dropping. Like, oh my god!
Finally, it was enjoyable. I was not expecting the musical.
No,
that was like what? Why did nobody tell me it wasn't a musical? I would have seen it sooner if I'd known that. I love musicals, but I digress. Okay. So I wanted to show Cool Man some Superman stuff that I really, really love, with minus Superman the animated series because he's already seen that, or like the Fletcher Superman shorts. Those are great too. So one of the movies that I really love, it's an adaptation of a comic, mind you, is the All-Star Superman comic, and this is obviously a very different than, like, you know, say Superman the animated series. But Cool Man, since you've never seen it, and I know you're more of a Batman fan, but you do like Superman too. Tell me why you really like this movie.
Well, it's like, it's obviously the whole thing of like Superman dealing with like mortality, because obviously
he's got cancer.
Yeah, he's got super cancer.
He's got super cancer.
But like, it's also the whole thing of like, what would Superman do if he was dealing with the end of his life? And you see him like actually get forward with Lois. He actually tries to be more like, instead of just sort of them dancing around the thing, he tries to do it. Then you had him like, especially with
basically clear up any last regrets he could have.
Yeah, and then you had the whole stuff with Lex Luthor and his, of course, desire to chase that power, which ultimately ends up leading him to see what Superman sees.
That's the best part, when he does get access to that formula, the one that Superman has given to Lois, where she basically can experience what it's like to be a Kryptonian for a day, to have similar powers, but it only lasts for a whole day. And when Lex can finally see and hear what Superman sees and hears, he understands, like, suddenly, like, Superman's perspective, which is such an interesting way to end the movie of defeating the villain. Of like letting him taste that power and then realizing why Superman uses his power the way he uses it.
Yeah, and like the whole thing of it, I think it's one of the best like portrayals of Lex. Especially,
I think that the one of the great scenes is whenever Clark is interviewing him of what his plan is.
I was just about to bring that up. Well, and he's going on about like, this is like, you know, this is human work. I've built my muscles. This isn't a product of alien physiology.
I love how he keeps trying to get a rise out of Clark, and Clark is just not taking any of his rage bait.
Yeah, and he's like, I like you. You're not like that Superman. And
Well,
Clark is
the
like,
best is whenever he talks about like, but he's just like, in a world without Superman, even a mild-mannered Clark Kent could have a chance with Lois Lane. Like as if like you could tell he's trying to dig. Like he's like, I know you fancy her. Not obviously the joke. Obviously, the irony is he does not know that Clark is Superman. So it's just like Superman's just like anyway. Like Superman's ignoring all his barbs as Clark Kent and still just trying to interview him.
yeah, and especially it's funny when there's the big escape sequence and
Oh
Lex
yeah,
is
when
dragging
Parasite
Clark.
gets out.
Yeah, and then like Lex is like, "All right, I'm taking charge. I'm escaping."
I know he acts like he's the one protecting Clark, and he's like, "Stay close to me, Kent, and you might make it out of here to write that paper."
Yeah, and then Clark is like very subtly like
secretly like,
yeah, he's like, "Oh, I accidentally tripped and knocked this guy over. Oops!" And oops, he shoots his laser eyes real quick just to do. He's like, "Oops, I'm so clumsy."
well, and then Superman like accidentally manages to make oh no, is there an earthquake just happening to happen at this time, and like we can take advantage of this and get away. It was such an enjoyable scene, especially because of it's like your life is in my hands now, kid. Don't worry, stick by me and I'll protect you. And you just know Clark is just internally rolling his eyes. Just like, okay, Lex.
It's like you mustn't laugh. You mustn't laugh. Yeah, it is interesting. Like regardless of how like kind of sad the ending is, because
Well, yeah, because Superman sacrifices his life to basically keep
restart
planet
the
Earth from
sun.
dying.
Yeah, but then it's like,
But it is genuinely like a beautiful story about like thinking about mortality and like everybody has that question. What would you do if you found out you only have like months, days, whatever to live? Like, how would you spend your last time on Earth? And Superman just keeps doing what he always does. He wants to do something nice for like, oh yeah, sure, part of it's him for himself as he loves Lois, but he doesn't want to regret like not finally like, revealing how he feels to her and like spending special time with her and getting her all these presents, having the most romantic dates ever he can give her, making special memories with her. But then like he wants to do all these other important deeds, solve all these other important problems. And then, and of course, in his final act, rather than dying from cancer, he gets to do one final act as Superman, and he sacrifices his life so that way the solar system can continue on living, especially planet Earth, the planet he loves so much.
yeah.
But the nice thing about it is Lex is like he gets a new perspective, and he actually like does like that's the interesting thing is Lex wants to continue the work that Superman started to make the world a better place. Like his perspective is genuinely changed, and it actually feels believable and not forced that an egomaniac like Lex Luthor could actually be humbled, all because he got that taste of Superman's power and he realized that's where Superman's humility comes from.
Yeah, he can see beyond what he could ever see before, and he realized just his true place in the universe. And it's like, and yeah, and it also shows that while he's an egomaniac, he's also incredibly intelligent. He's able to like understand this, and he's able to adapt his life to that, even if that means giving up what he had been searching for so many years.
Yeah. And I do think it's also nice too is the movie does leave this really nice implication that Lex is going to help basically, now granted a reference in cloning because of like they have cloned Superboys before, but like he's going to help create a child so that way Lois can still like, because if it was revealed in one future that like Superman has descendants, and it's like, wait, how does Superman have descendants if he's supposed to die? And then the movie ends with like answering that question, basically that Lex, like he can inadvertently sort of create a pseudo half clone of Superman, but even like the reference is that like all he needs is a human mother test subject to basically be the one to help like carry out this experiment to make it work. And then the implication is obviously that Lex is going to contact Lois so that way Lois can have a part of Clark with her always, something to remember him by, and that she will get that chance to have their child, because if she won't have that chance since Clark sacrificed his life.
Yeah, obviously, especially because he saw that Lois saw the future descendant. She's like, why does he have my grandfather's nose?
Yeah, like it's like, so yeah, but I love that, like that's such an actual, like genuinely heartwarming thing that Lex is going to do for her. He's giving Lois and Superman the chance of having a child post Superman's death, and not out of any other reason, not for his glory, not for anything like that, but as a genuine act of gratitude for Superman for what he did for them. It's like that, it genuinely handles Lex character in such an interesting way. I love this movie. And obviously the comic it's adapted from.
Yeah, so on the topic of Superman, another Superman movie that we watched.
Now this movie is based on the comic of What's So Funny About Truth, Justice, and the American Way. Superman versus the Elite is genuinely what I consider to be one of the best Batman adaptations into comic book ever, into a movie format, is Batman Under the Red Hood. I feel like this is one of the best Superman comic book to movie adaptations ever, in a movie format. And it brings back Tim Daly as Superman, the original voice actor for Superman in Superman the Animated Series. And my gosh, is it wonderful.
Yeah, and it's funny because this is only aged better as time has gone on, because there's been such a constant push for darker superheroes.
Yeah, there's been this push, but there's also been this pull of people wanting the polar opposite. Like, look at like something like, say, like the New 52 and some of the other more darker DC comics that have come out, Injustice, things like that, and all these cynical Superman clones that are like the evil Superman that they've pushed, like things like Homelander and stuff like that. Like there's been this push like that, and then the polar opposite is people wanting something to go in a completely different direction. So we have this sanded down cookie cutter thing like My Adventures with Superman, which is obnoxiously sanded down and obnoxiously hideous. I hate that show. This show shows that there is a happy medium, that yes, Superman is an optimistic guy at heart, but if he ever went down the dark path, it's a scary thing, and you do not want to see that ever. And Superman makes a point that you don't want to see that ever, and why he refuses to cross that line.
Yeah. And it's interesting because the original comic came out in 2001, and at that time there was a turn of like a lot of those sort of indie comics that were doing like really hyper violent. This is where you get stuff
like where you were telling they wanted to criticize.
Yeah,
they wanted to criticize these like superhero comics, like, ugh, this is all stupid. And that comic was sort of the answer, being like, oh, you think it's funny? What's so funny about it? Genuinely, what's so funny about these good principles that we're trying to teach people? Like, there's a reason Superman's supposed to be a paragon.
Yeah. And that's what I love, is that they show that people in universe are seeing Manchester Black and the elites. They're basically going, we take no prisoners. If we see someone we don't like, then we kill them. And sure, it seems at first like that. It's like, oh, you kill the bad guys. That seems right. Except then, of course, when that power goes unchecked, why do you get to be the ones who rule over everyone else, and you get to decide who lives and who dies based entirely on your own feelings?
Yeah, like sure, in some short terms that can create some good gain, but like you don't want to see what happens when somebody can be the judge, jury, and executioner in the wrong hands, especially with that type of power when you can play basically God.
Yeah. And it's like it's in the big fight at the end when Manchester Black is trying to fight, and it's like, oh, you realize Superman was holding back. It's like what Wolf is saying here. And he's just like, look, I could have killed all of you immediately. He's like, yeah, you do not want Superman to turn into Sephiroth.
Not that Superman. George Newbern was a different Superman.
But it's like that was the thing. And he goes and he's like, sure, I could do that. At any time, I could just go around and kill anyone that I wanted.
He's like, but I don't, because I do believe in my ideals. And he's like, and I'll never stop fighting for it, creating that type of world where everybody like blah blah blah. Tim Daly gives the speech so freaking well. I love him. He's like my favorite Superman. I love him so much. He's so good. I love this movie so much. It's genuinely like it is my Batman Under the Red Hood of my favorite comic book adaptation to a movie for Superman specifically. Like because of Batman Under the Red Hood's my favorite Batman movie, and this one's my favorite Superman movie. I genuinely love it, and seeing my favorite Superman reprise his role as Superman was just chef's kiss.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially with stuff like The Boys and Invincible getting modern adaptations. And then people have turned around and they're like, yeah, we want superheroes to be edgy and to kill and stuff. And they're like,
and some people have kind of gotten tired of that. And
yeah,
so,
well, and this movie has is aged even better than it was before.
yeah, it's like, so if you're genuinely tired of those interpretations, watch this movie and it'll feel like a nice breath of fresh air. Because it's like dark stuff still happens in this movie, but at the end of the day, Superman's like, no, like this is who I am, this is what I represent. Like it's not cynical, basically.
Yeah, it's quite the opposite. It fights against that cynical attitude, and it shows it's like, sure, you can have like your dark backstories, you can have reasons for why you do this. He's like, but that'll never.
And bad things do happen, and villains do terrible, horrible things.
Like, yeah, but that doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want. Well, I mean, the comic and the show both suck. Like, The Boys, I think, is just it's made to be hateful of like traditional superheroes, and both the comic and the show do the exact same thing. The show just happens to, well.
Okay, the show's a lot worse because you could tell it doesn't even care about certain plot lines that was important to the comics.
Yeah, but there's some parts where even the comic is even more edgy and more over the top, which is, yeah. I don't like any like comic book media, like any superhero media that's like really edgy and people are gruesomely dying. Yeah. Like, I don't like it. I didn't like Watchmen. I didn't like The Boys. I don't like Invincible. I think all of them completely missed the point. And the whole thing of, what if we had people getting gruesomely ripped apart? Like,
I will say, out of the three of them, Invincible's
it's the least offensive.
Well, because it still tries to. Well, there's parts of it that are still bad, but I do think there are certain storylines that are genuinely good, and it still tries to. It wants to try to have a point. It's not. It doesn't want to always be crap for the sake of it.
Unfortunately, Kirkman is not a good long-term writer. So
no, he's not. But
he messes up a lot of his own points.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I agree with you, Wolf. It's like, I do like that. You know, we have people being like, we're tired of the edge.
People are tired of nihilism, basically, because so much in Hollywood has been saturated with so much nihilistic crap that people are like, can we just go back to, like, I don't know, like remembering that we like sunsets and touching grass?
Yeah. Okay, so again, we're
Cool, man. Did a video on this.
Yes. So we were getting into watching like the Naked Gun, and I by myself, I've watched all the Naked Gun movies and Police Squad. Us together, we watched the first Naked Gun movie.
Yeah, in preparation to go see the new one because of like leading up into the Naked Gun coming out, the new one. Like more and more, we were like, I kind of want to see this movie. It looks like it's going to be really funny. The marketing for this movie was genuinely really funny, especially a lot of the stills. The funniest one is whatever like they did like a PSA style, like comedy movies are in danger of extinction, like as if like we can save them from dying completely, like as if they're like telling you we could save the animals from being extinct.
Yeah. And I love the all the posters, especially the No AI was made. Yes, Ghost. Yeah, the No AI was used, and he's got like 6 thumbs on the gun.
Well, hang on, no, let me Naked Gun poster. Let me pull that up so we could put it on screen. Oh my gosh, this movie was funny. But yeah, while I'm doing that, talk about the original.
Yeah, so the original one is basically a continuation from the Police Squad show, which was just gag comedy. It was so funny. I guarantee you've heard jokes from it because like people have repeated those jokes. One of my favorites is always going to be this one guy. He's like a boxer, and Drebin is talking to him, and he's like, I could beat that guy. I give you that guy with tied hands. He's like, well, what if his hands aren't tied?
So much stupid.
Yeah.
But it's stupid in the most delightful way possible.
Yeah, and like the whole thing is this big like parody of like action movies of like, oh, it's the Dirty Harrys are getting involved in like trekking down something. And it's like you've got Ricardo Montalban as the main antagonist, and they have this absurd plan to use mind control to
Okay, I'm sending you both of the posters that are some of the funniest marketing posters for the remake. But one, the AI one, I put it in the chat. But yeah,
it's like, and it really is like the epitome of gag comedy. It's like if you like to watch movies like Spaceballs or Airplane, it's in that same genre of
exactly
comedy.
that same ballpark. Very
so
funny.
Everything is absurd. The total like everything is nonsensical and
constant fourth wall gags.
Yeah. I especially love after OJ Simpson, and yes, OJ Simpson is in this movie.
Yeah, he's in the original. Yeah,
as after he comically he's trying to like get evidence on these mobsters, and he gets caught, and then he ends up
shoot him, and then he keeps like falling into different things.
Yeah, he's like he puts his hand on, his hand falls on a stove, and then he runs into a wall with wet paint, and then he trips and his hands get
he trips and falls into like a wedding cake or something.
Yeah, and then he falls back and his hands get caught in a window as it closes on him, and,
and you could tell the guys are like just like the mobsters are just kind of staring at him, and it's just like, just shoot him. It would be more merciful at this point. like just kill him. And he somehow survives all that. But the best is whenever they come to investigate like the attack on him, they have like the murder like tape cut out of where a body would be on the lake.
and they're having a very serious like discussion about how horrible it is that this is happening to
OJ Simpson.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, I sent you those posters in the chat for the new one. If you want to put it on screen in case people have not seen it, it's genuinely hilarious. Both of them are funny, but the AI mocking one was specifically really funny. But yeah, so then going into the new one, the remake understood the assignment. It is so absurd as comedy. It's really great. The opening scene, like action scene, was really funny and reminiscent of like the first movie. But the thing that really got me, one of my favorite jokes, is when they get to the action title sequence, where you could tell it was kind of riffing a little bit on Mission Impossible and other action movies of our time. Is whenever they start to do like the gunshot of Naked Gun. Oh yeah. The best part is also the handle is slightly bent.
Yeah.
It's great. Just good old fashioned funny Photoshop. But yeah, so like whenever like there's like flames and they're trying to show the letters of the title of The Naked Gun, and they're like the bullets are like it's spelling out naked, and then and then you hear suddenly the video editor being like shoot.
And then they put it in sideways
you
on the
in
bottom.
upside down underneath the because he ran out of room. It's just that quiet shoot. I rewatched the movie recently. That gets me every time. Also, Clippy saves the day. I won't tell you how, but Clippy saves the day, guys. It's so stupid. But yeah, Coleman did a whole video on the Naked Gun on his channel. I recommend checking it out if you haven't. It's great. So there.
Yeah, let me actually get the link.
Yeah, get the link. Yeah, both of them are funny nonsense plots. I do also love that Pamela Anderson came in as the love interest instead for Liam Neeson in this movie because, you know, she was like a heartthrob icon back in her day.
Yeah.
But she still looks great for her age. And
Oh,
so,
yeah.
and so does Liam Neeson. So they like put them together. They are funny together. They genuinely have great comedic duo chemistry. I didn't realize Pamela Anderson could be that funny. Like when she was making fun of like, you know, like the like women that are obsessed with like crime, like podcast, conspiracy theory podcast, and like watching like murder mystery documentaries and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like you could tell she's specifically like spoofing that type of woman that's obsessed with all that stuff. And like she wants to be a murder mystery novel writer. And whenever like Frank Drebin Jr. is like telling her to stay out of the case, like, yes, it's personal, but like she's a civilian and she has no business being here. And she's just like, I can help you solve this case. I wrote my own murder mystery novel. It's based off of a true crime that I made up in my head. Oh, the movie it's just filled with so many zingers, the original and the new one. They're just it was so great. Like I don't think we've cried that much laughing at a movie in a long time.
No, like
It was
we watched
genuinely a
the
delight.
original, like the original movie, and it's like we laughed so hard we had to pause the movie multiple times because we were just laughing.
I can't remember which joke it was, but like one of them, we paused the movie and we're like, I can't do this. I can't continue. If I hit play, I'm going to die. I will die because I can't breathe. We were crying so hard our eyes hurt.
Yeah.
And then when we were at the movie theater, it was worse because we couldn't pause the movie like we could with the first one at home.
Yeah, but in this case, everyone in the theater was also laughing.
I think that like everybody was dying, everybody was crying. I think it was whenever Liam Neeson's character and Pamela Anderson were going in like the villain's like club, and she was distracting him, and then she goes like to do a song to help distract so that way Liam Neeson can break in. I think that was the one where we're like, please stop. There's too many jokes. I can't.
And of course, she has this shrill, awful singing voice.
Well, I mean, she actually doesn't have that bad singing voice, but she does bad at jazz. That was the joke. Where she's like, all right, boy. She's like, we're gonna make some chicken and make it lumpy. And then just like for some reason she starts barking.
And the main villain is sitting there watching it.
He is
He's
into it.
And he's like, it's only because it's Pamela Anderson doing it. But like that's the funny part. It's like, and then when Drebin is sneaking in and he's fighting the guards, and then there's a bunch of guards.
One of the guards' arms, and then suddenly he's got like mannequin hands and he's beating it up with his own hands.
And then they're all like walking in a line trying to get ready.
It's
to
like
fight.
that airplane gag, but instead it's just Liam Neeson beating up a bunch of mooks.
And honestly, you talk about Pamela Anderson. I didn't realize Liam Neeson was so funny. He can deliver, like he has that certain like attitude that Leslie Nielsen had.
Like, you know, he's been in a lot of serious roles, especially with Taken. You think of that action movie star guy.
Yeah,
he's like this serious, I'm going to find you and I will kill you. I have
and he delivers these funny lines with the same level of seriousness that he would do in any like serious action movie. And that's what makes it so funny. He's taking it so seriously.
I still remember, you can't fight City Hall. No, you can't.
Yeah,
it's a building.
And I especially loved when they had the like
the
they were
cold
like
case.
Yeah, it's just their big like freezer in the back of the room,
and they're pulling files out of a freezer. It's so stupid.
And they keep getting handed new coffee cups. They just keep throwing their coffee.
So stupid.
Yeah, so that was a reference to like Ted 2.
Yeah, I believe that might be why, because if Seth MacFarlane probably had a lot of fun working with him.
Yeah, because Seth MacFarlane was a producer on this movie. Like it feels like he knew what he was doing, and that was that funny like joke that I've seen the clip of, where it's like he's walking in to buy the tricks, and he's basically dressed like he was in Taken, and he goes, "Tricks are for kids, and I'm an adult. Is that a problem?"
Comes back covered in blood.
Yeah, and he's like, the implication that people were trying to kill him because he was an adult buying tricks.
Oh man, but like, watch the Naked Gun movies. All of them, they're funny, guys. You'll love them. Like if you're hankering for genuinely funny comedy movies, like especially things like Spaceballs and Airplane, and you miss movies like of that genre, watch it. It's so funny.
Oh, it's.
I haven't even told you the jokes that are my favorite. I just told you. Like, oh man, the movie's just good. Just watch it. Both of them. Just watch them. All of them. The trilogy. Watch them. All of them.
Yeah.
Speaking of funny movies.
Yeah, there's also another movie we saw right around the same time.
Yeah. This is like Naked Gun for children.
Yeah. So we both enjoyed the first Bad Guys
Yeah,
movie.
we talked about it in one of the other streams.
Yeah, but it's like this one was like cranking everything up.
Yeah, because now the bad guys are supposed to be the good guys. They're not villains anymore.
Yeah. But then of course, new bad guys blackmail them.
Yeah, but it's a gang of an all-female cast. It feels almost like they're riffing on like, like the female girl power sort of thing.
Yeah.
But like they could have easily been the most annoying characters, but they genuine, they were all so funny, all of them. They were hilarious. And the female villain, actually, the Panther chick, she actually was pretty scary.
Well, and I did like how they let her just be the villain. Like the other two, they were like they teased, oh, there's sympathy, but then the main one, no, she's just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
And bitter and like dark. And obviously she's a clear reflection of Wolf, of what he would have been like if he continued staying down his bad guy path and not tried to turn a new leaf and take second chances. But they're also likable and enjoyable. There was also that really funny and weird romance between the crow chick and the snake.
Yeah.
I love how she keeps like double crossing him constantly, and that's what makes him more into her. Because of he like is totally like super into her and constantly complimenting her for constantly backstabbing him. She's just like, "Oh, baby cakes, you're so cute," and that's why she does eventually double cross her boss. Is because of she's just like, "Oh, I can't betray Snakey again. I like for real though. Like I actually love it."
Yeah, I think in general they did a lot of the escalation well. Like they showed like there was a flashback scene where they do another like car chase.
Yeah,
but then
reminiscent of the first movie.
Yeah, but I'm like, okay, well they make that a flashback. This is something that happened a few years ago.
Where the tarantula was first recruited into part of their crew.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, that's a good way to do that, because you can't just have, because they do stick with being the good guys.
Yeah, but their lives are harder because they decided they no longer wanted to be villains.
Yeah, and especially when Wolf is going to the bank and he's like,
they did different job interviews. He's like, some of my best work has been in banks. You robbed our bank 3 times. That was this bank.
And I do think it was funny when the guy's like, okay, I'll put it under consideration. He's like, yes, a win. And then he opens the door to turn it and he's like shredding
the resume. That feel win a little too real. It's basically a lot of what you love with the first movie, but the jokes are even funnier. I love that they do bring back this stupid hamster guy, but he's like ripped now because he's been in prison.
He's been working out
inexplicably jacked. I don't want to go too much into the movie because the problem is I might spoil a couple of plot points that I do think were genuinely good. But like, if you like the first movie, you would like this one. I wanted to go more into it, but I'm like, it's just a good movie. Go watch it. And they teased up for a sequel. I didn't know, by the way, the bad guys were based on a series of children's books.
Yeah, I heard about that one. I mean, obviously, it's different, but
But
like,
yeah, DreamWorks have been doing that a lot, like because of like Shrek was actually a book. I'm like, I did not know that originally. How to Train Your Dragons was a
Dragon.
children's book series. The Wild Robot was a children's book series. Of course, they've done like things like Captain Underpants and the that dog one. I think it was like I can't remember. I know
It was from the same guy who did Captain Underpants.
Yeah, but I know like because my nieces and nephews have read those books, like that book
It's
series.
like Dog Cop.
Yes, I don't know if it's like Dog Man or something like that. I can't remember. I don't know. I've never read them. I know my nieces and nephew have read those books, but like they were excited when they saw that DreamWorks was making a movie about it. So Dog Man. Okay, so it is just called Dog Man. Okay, thank you, Ghost.
I'm not hip with the kids.
I'm hip, but I'm not that hip.
Yeah. I used to be with it. That they changed to it was.
Yes.
Now what I'm with is no longer it.
One day it will happen
Will
to
happen to
you.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of hard to go in because there actually is some notable like parts of the plot.
Yeah, it's without trying to talk about too much that would retread things that we talked about in the first movie. It's got a lot of great jokes, and this is genuinely the movie I don't want to spoil. It's a good animated movie. The animation's great. The characters are all great. You forget Aquafina's in it because she actually doesn't sound as terrible, and she's not written annoyingly here, just like the first one. Okay, now the chat's just spamming Dogman and Doggus Magus.
Do you think that name is funny? Doggus Manus?
But yeah, anyways, go see this movie. It was really fun.
Yeah. Now we have to go to a bit of a classic.
Oh yeah.
So we watched the 1959 Hound of the Baskervilles movie.
So the funny thing is we watched the first episode of Columbo last year. Columbo would be on this list if we actually finished watching Columbo. We only saw the first episode. It was a surprisingly long first episode to a TV show. It was really good and we really liked it. But one of the things that happened on the Amazon Recommends was this, The Hound of Baskerville, this really old movie. Yeah, really old Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
And not only that, it's Peter Cushing, aka Grand Moff Tarkin,
as Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, and Baskerville, Lord Baskerville, is played by none other than who, cool man?
Christopher Lee. Count Dooku.
Young Christopher Lee. So we have Dooku and Tarkin as Sherlock Holmes and Lord Baskerville in a movie together.
Yeah, and what was really interesting to this is The Hound of the Baskerville was the first Sherlock Holmes like book that I read. I need to get back to rereading a lot of those. It's been so long, I barely remember most of them. But like this was this is the first book. So The Hound of the Baskervilles is something I have a very
fond memories
of. This is why I was able to predict a lot of plot points in the Great Ace Attorney, because I know it was funny when I was seeing some of these and I was just DMing them. I was just like, hey, so is this what's going to happen? And they're like, how do you know? I'm like, I just read Hound of the Baskervilles.
No,
like,
no. There were some times whenever you said things, and then in a separate chat, because me, Janie, and Julie have a girls chat for the three of us, and we deliberately created it separately. I think it was because you were getting into Great Ace Attorney, and we needed a separate chat where all of us talk to each other, being like, how does he keep doing that? And I'm like, guys, he's read Sherlock Holmes. And they're like, oh, that makes sense. But there were so many times where you were like, oh my goodness, they're going to be referencing this. I wonder if this is the plot point that'll happen next. And all of us just sat there like, nobody say anything.
I see the giant like painting on the wall, and I'm like, I'm just going to predict one of the biggest plot twists in the game just because I've read the book that it's based on.
But this movie, like, it's a really old movie, but it's so good.
Yeah, like,
and the people who made the old horror films, the Hammerstein films, right? Hammerstein?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, like they made this movie. And it was such a different movie for them to make because normally they're known for monster movies. And they made an adaptation of The Hound of Baskerville.
And it's good.
It's
Like,
genuinely really
and
good.
honestly,
Peter
like,
Cushing is such a good Sherlock Holmes.
yeah, like he is, and I know we were just noticing, like when we were watching it, especially a lot of his sort of weird mannerisms and
And he created some on the fly. The funniest one that we immediately noticed, and they turned it into a brick joke, is when Watson is talking to Lord Baskerville about like what's going on, and then Peter Cushing is just randomly in the background, and he's randomly grabbing like like a piece of like of
because
broken off
he's poking
burnt
around in the fire.
yeah, poking around in the fire. So at first it's like, oh, is he like, like helping like stoke the flame a little bit to help like breathe new life into the fire? And at first he does that, and then he picks up with like
The metal tongs.
with the metal tongs a piece of like broken off tiny chunk of the firewood, and then he shoves it into his pipe.
Yeah, he lights it and then he puts it back in.
Puts it back into the fire, and then he goes to smoke his pipe, and he's just doing it in the background while Watson's talking to Lord Baskerville. And then later on in the movie, when they're at the mansion and they're having this other conversation, and then we see Peter Cushing doing it again.
I was so delighted that they nailed that just weirdness from Sherlock, because like Peter Cushing, like in terms, if you've ever seen like the actual description of Sherlock, Peter Cushing actually looks a lot like that description.
Minus
that
the
sort
hair
of-
color.
Yeah, mine's hair color. There's hair color. There's black, but it's like the gaunt look, the tall, like thin body. Like he nails that look.
This was a very enjoyable old movie.
Yeah, like, and it kills me that it didn't do well enough for them to make more adaptations. I'm just sitting like, but they did so good.
Yeah, they did a really good job adapting Sherlock Holmes. It was genuinely really good.
Yeah, they nailed the plot. They had the story all right. And like the casting was so good. Like, and you never would have think, and you're like, Christopher Lee.
It was so funny because he looks so different. But yeah, this is a young Christopher Lee. And it's also funny seeing him in this role because if he's like obviously very like frazzled and like spooked by a lot of things going on.
Yeah,
like,
well, he's this 6'5" guy towering above everyone except Sherlock, because Peter Cushing's like 6'3". And then there's poor little Watson sitting there.
Yeah.
He's the only normal sized person there.
But it was genuinely a delight. The cast was just fantastic. I cannot recommend enough. Like, yes, it's an older movie, and some people are like, "Oh, I don't really watch older movies because of like I think some of the effects are blah or whatever." Blah blah blah. But like, no. Please give this a chance. It was genuinely really good. You can get it on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, it's real simple watch. It's not that long either.
Yeah, like it does things a little bit differently from the books.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a 1-to-1, obviously. Like,
but overall, it's a very faithful adaptation.
Mm-hmm. So we have one more movie to talk about.
Yes.
And you might be surprised. This is the first time I had ever watched Jaws.
Yeah, Cool Man's never seen Jaws. He's always seen clips. He's seen all the references. So he knows most of the most famous parts of Jaws, but it's completely different seeing things in context. So Jaws had its big 50th anniversary re-release. And like freaking tastic though whenever it came out re-release and Cool Man like got to sit down and actually see everything in context, all these famous references, and more importantly see the movie that started the birth of the summer movie blockbuster. It's genuinely a delight. Mute again. Ronan, have you never seen Jaws?
No. I had a Wi-Fi connection blip.
Oh.
So it must have blipped on the stream. So
Oh no. It's not your fault. Hopefully the chat heard me explain things.
I heard most of it.
Okay. But yeah, since you've never seen this movie before, one of the most important scenes in cinema history, I would argue. Tell me, how was your first time seeing it and your thoughts?
it was, I mean, obviously, like I've seen uh Spielberg's like cinematography before. So like seeing a lot of this,
His first big break.
yeah, his first big like movie, like it was, I recognize it a lot stylistically, but what struck out to me was just how, what's the word? Unnerving so many scenes are, even if like there's not like the shark isn't like actually there.
Oh dang! Apparently, chat didn't hear me at all, so it must have blipped, and like people didn't hear me talking about some of it.
Oh no.
Okay, I'll do the quickest TLDR ever. I was talking about how important this movie is to cinema history, and cool man, I brought him to the 50th anniversary. I even bought the box set years back of the 4K with all the special behind the scenes. Because for me, even though I like Jaws, I wasn't like a big Jaws head, like crazy about this movie. But I always loved learning about the behind the scenes, how this movie was made, both its production history, how troubled it was, the ups and downs they went through. I was always fascinated by. So when I found out Cool Man never seen it, I had to take him to it because it is an important movie in cinema history, arguably one of the most important ones. It is the one that created the phenomenon of the summer blockbuster. Anyway, sorry, Cool Man, go back to sharing.
Yeah, there were so many scenes that were like unnerving or uncomfortable, and it's like it wasn't just about the shark being there, it was about the paranoia of if the shark could be there. And it's like, even when there was just scenes of the main guy just doing
Brody.
stuff. Yeah, Brody. There was just these moments when it felt, especially after like the shark stuff starts coming up, like it's like he's doing a lot of normal stuff, and he's like with his family. And
well, yeah, and the best part is scenes where like the music's not even trying to hint at like fear and dread, but especially after that first opening scene where the skinny dipper girl gets dragged down and eaten, and then the next morning day where they're like, okay, what do we do about this, blah blah blah, and then he's going out because there's like, we need to close the beaches, and it's just all these mundane characters like just talking. Brody's like bouncing back and forth with like one of the other cops, and then of course there's the mayor, and then there's the coroner, and they're all kind of like debating. They're like, are we overreacting, blah 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 blah. And like you just see in the background like other people, like especially like Boy Scouts are like, they're like canoeing and stuff like that with their Scouts master and stuff like that. So just with the context of knowing what just happened to that girl, it already makes you scared for everybody in the water in every single scene. Even when and the movie does, by the way, start to hint at when the titular shark is coming to get you is whenever you hear the John Williams score kick up. But it makes all those scenes anytime you're near the water just immediately terrified of the possibility that you can start to hear those first few notes, that da 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 da. It's genuinely fantastically masterclass in suspense, and it does so many simple techniques.
And it's like, and obviously, like, I think everyone knows that like the shark doesn't appear as much because the animatronic wasn't functioning as much, but that really, they managed to make that work because it really lends to the fear, because most of, like, half the time, like, there's not a shark around and they're just freaking out at the possibility, but everyone gets so paranoid, and especially Brody,
that fear of the unknown.
Yes, Brody is like trying to deal with this while you have all these people in charge that are like refusing to actually take any action. Because,
and I think in modern
season.
times, a lot of young people don't, like they don't appreciate it because either they don't live in an island or they don't understand the time period of when this movie came out too. Is that whole tourist season, people are like, oh my gosh, the mayor's so stupid. And I'm like, well, like you hear it in the scene when it's not just the mayor, it's all the different like people in the city council, all the people who own all the shops in the town. All of them flip their lid when they hear Brody's going to just close down the beach, even for a single day. You even hear one woman shouting, like of a shop owner shouting, 24 hours is like 3 weeks. And some people are like, what an overreaction. I'm like, but if you don't live in a town that literally thrives on the summer tourist season to get you through like the droughts of no tourism, because that's your economy. They're like, yes, 24 hours to them is a big deal. That's like 3 weeks worth of money to feed their family. That's what it is to them. So to them, this is like can we just please just quietly deal with this so we can go back to the tourist season? Like, please, like, I won't be able to feed my kids for the winter if we can't just have normal tourism. But because of like that realistic worry of like that, combined with the shark is genuinely eating people and things come to a fever pitch like already, like at this, like when the child character gets eaten, like just some one-off child character, but then they still try to deal with this quietly, and then it gets worse when even more beachgoers show up, and then another guy finally gets eaten, and then they're like, okay, this is real, we're going to hire the guy, and then we're going to go out in the ocean, and then the movie takes a completely different turn when it's Brody and Quint and Hooper going out to hunt the shark. And like that's where the movie's tone starts to slightly change a little bit. And cool, man, how did you feel about those three characters interacting? Because it's by that point of the movie changes dramatically.
Yeah, that was funny because it's like they had such an interesting dynamic because like for the most part, like you had Brody, then you had
Hooper,
yeah, and then you had
and Quint.
Yeah, you had the three, and it's like they hadn't really interacted much, and then suddenly they become
mostly it was Brody and Hooper because he's the young and up and coming marine biologist, comes from a a nice, well-off family. He's educated. Obviously, he's gone to like super nice schools, very educated. And Quint is a sea salt sailor, built by his own bootstraps. So obviously, him and Hooper do not like each other. They couldn't come from more different worlds, and both of them are just at each other's throats. And Brody is just trying to keep the peace.
Yeah, and then it's like then they had that moment when they're all drinking together, and then they all start like giving their own stories.
Yeah, swapping stories about different scars and things like that.
And it's an extended scene. It's probably the longest single individual scene in the movie where it's just the three of them talking. Like there's nothing much going on. It's just them telling stories. But it's like the most important character building because you need them to all have that bond by the big final fight when when you have the maximum investment in their characters.
Yes. But it's just great too, especially when Quint gives that the most famous, the monologue about what happened in the Indianapolis during World War II, and then all those men were like stranded out in the ocean, and a lot of them got picked off by sharks, and it was a genuinely chilling like monologue. A lot of the cast and crew talked about it behind the scenes, like just like how entranced a lot of them were by his acting in that scene. And then, of course, they start singing sea shanties together, only for the shark to come attack them in the middle of the night. And like things slowly get worse after that, especially during the following day. And like the movie is insanely famous and iconic for a reason. It's not just that like it's got Spielberg's start in his career. But like I said, it is the start of the summer blockbuster movie. It spawned so many animal attack copycat movies. But it's also based on a book, which is loosely based on an actual real event of the Jersey. I believe it's the Jersey shark attack. It was the 1912, I believe it was, in history. But it's a same amount of victims too, like 5 victims. But the only difference is in the real life one, I believe the 5th victim in the real life example, like he actually barely survived, but went on. But most of them, all of them, did not, and it was like a genuine panic and scare. But it was like a moment in history where that's where kind of like a fear of sharks really started to evolve. And I will say though, I do like what the movie does a lot more with 1916. Thank you, Wolf. I
Yeah.
was a couple of years off. But 1916. Thank you. Yeah. But I like what the movie does a little bit more with some of the characters, especially with Hooper. He's much more sympathetic in the movie, and they eliminate that subplot of Brody's wife and Hooper having an affair together, which is like,
why?
But I also appreciate them eliminating the whole mobster subplot that the mayor owns a lot of money to a bunch of loan sharks and stuff like that. it's not really needed for a movie. Like it's one thing for a book, because if a book has a different pacing than a movie. Oh, hello, Wish Upon a Roses. But like the movies have to adapt things a little bit differently for a book. But I do think it does a much better job making certain characters much more sympathetic, so you can get more attached to them.
But yeah, like Book Hooper, like I couldn't even imagine caring about him.
Yeah,
Like,
because originally his character was supposed to die in the movie too, just like his book counterpart did. And I could only imagine how sad I would have been if he died as well, because if I'm actually much more invested in his character. Whereas like when I'm reading the book, and I'm just like, yeah, you get what you deserve, trying to like move in on Brody's wife, like while he's relying on you to help on this crisis, you're doing this, like really?
yeah.
But like ironically, it's because of another technical difficulty like thing that happened with the shark cage, because of a real shark actually got caught in it, and the stunt diver like barely managed to like swim away out of there. And because it got caught in it, but they wanted to leave that shot in, because when the shark freaked out when it kind of got caught in there, it created for a much more interesting dynamic shot too. And they thought, no, let's throw it in the movie. So then they threw it in that basically that Hooper survived, which is like, I like that better, because of then that way when Brody like is finally like won the day, and then he reunites with Hooper, and they kind of have that breath of like relief, and then they get to and then they just in the movie just kind of just casually just swimming and talking to each other, just thankful that they survived as they're swimming back to the shore together on the buoys. It's like, yeah, like I also like how the movie doesn't like try to do some big, like, yeah, sure, it had his big grand epic ending of we blew up the shark thing, but the way it ends, it's in so chill with there's just the two of them talking and swimming back to shore. Like,
Yeah.
and then it just cuts and ends, and then the credits start rolling, and then we slowly see them like walking back on the shore and then walking away. I'm sorry, muted again on your end. Oh my gosh, did it? I hope it didn't cut to again.
I can still hear everything.
Okay, chat. What is the last thing you heard me say? I'm going to need you to tell me, chat. I'm going to rely on you. I'm hoping Janie only accidentally hit a button. Okay, Go says I'm good. So, Janie, I'm going to assume you accidentally hit a button. I didn't put. Okay, so, Janie, I'm just going to assume you had a boomer moment.
Okay, so, yeah.
Sorry, Janie.
So we can all hear each other.
Okay, so chat heard me. Janie just didn't. I'm sorry, Janie. You are now boomer coded.
R.I.P. F's in the chat for Janie being the boomer.
Rip. But yeah, so sorry, I talked a lot about that stuff. So cool, man. What did you think about the whole climactic final act and the ending, especially Brody, because of how he's terrified of water specifically, and he's the last one standing that has to face the shark?
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously that's like the classic character having to face their fears for the climactic moment.
And he's not the expert. He's the one that has to bring in these two experts to help him take care of the problem. And both of his two experts from different ends of the spectrum are put like one way or another. Neither of them can do it.
Yeah. It like the whole thing, it actually felt really stressful when you're watching that whole final
insanely. The way Rob's the actor who plays Brody, you can hear that frustration in his voice, and it feels so natural. Where he's like, "Come on, show me the tank, blow up!" Like through clenched teeth, where he's just like, "Show me the tank, come on!" and it just keeps building as the shark gets closer, and he is making shots, and you see blood coming in the water, but he's not making like kill shots. And it's just getting closer and closer as the boat is slowly sinking, and then he finally makes that perfect last shot, and then kaboomy! And then just the most realistic laugh. But of course, he gets the action movie quote before the explosion cuts him off before he says the curse word. "Smile, you son of a boom!" Such a good line. It's a reason it's been quoted forever. But it was so fun seeing your reaction, though, too, to a lot of these most famous movie moments where, like, when we finally got to the moment where you're gonna need a bigger boat, and you were like waiting forever for them to say that line because you knew that line. You're like, when are they gonna say the line? And then when he said it, you were like, oh, he said that in the most nonchalant way. Like, granted, he's still terrified because he's slowly backing up after seeing the shark randomly
I
pop
think
up, and
you're
he
gonna
was
need
not
a bigger
expecting that
boat.
thing to be so big. And everybody knows that that was an ad lib line. That's like one of the most famous things talked about this movie. It's like that wasn't even in the original script. They just liked it so much they kept it in.
And it's a good thing they did.
Oh man, it's so I love this like taking you to it though. It was a big crowd that went to go see it too.
Yeah, like it was a packed theater. Everyone wanted to go see it.
Oh no, Janie, I think it is just you because the rest of the chat's still like, eh. Maybe it's your internet, Janie.
Yeah, I think maybe you need to turn it off.
Listen,
and
our
on.
internet had problems obviously earlier a couple of times, sure. But I think this time now it's a you issue. You can't keep always blaming it on us. Sometimes it's our fault, not always. But yeah, this movie is, while it's not my favorite movie ever, I do think it's one of the most important movies ever.
Yeah, and it was great to experience it for the first time.
And
Like,
you got to experience it in theaters for the first time.
Yeah, like this is a movie that I was like, if you like movies, you need to see it.
It's important to history. The other thing, though, as I told Cool Man before going into it in chat, can you think of the biggest nope ever? Is my mom told me when my dad took her on a date to go see this movie, they did a re-release in his old hometown. They did it at a lake. Like, you know, one of those drive-in movie theaters, guys, like where you go, you're sitting in your car and you watch a movie theater in your car, like those. So I don't know where, but somewhere in Utah, there was at a lake, they put a screen up and then they put Jaws on at the lake, and everybody's sitting in like rafts or inner tubes with your date watching Jaws. I cannot think of a bigger no way, no how am I getting in that water. I don't care if a shark's not in that water. I'm not getting in that water.
But what if there is a shark? like, I don't want to be the idiot who went in thinking there's no shark here, and then I get eaten.
Well, because you also know there's going to be that one douchebag boyfriend who's going to rock the thing just to spook their girlfriend. Like during the movie.
And someone who walks in with they have a little fake fin and they put it in the water.
Yeah. But like when my mom described it, she's like, I hated that. And I'm like, I would hate that too. I'd be like, absolutely not. I'm not doing that. But yeah, wow. I can't believe we did all of that stuff that we talked about in nearly almost the same amount of time we talked about our previous year streams.
Yeah, and we had several more things than
several. Now, granted, we've got the other ones. We didn't go nearly as long. We're still almost at 6 hours with this one, but still, I digress. I'm impressed that we managed to actually condense that.
Yeah, I was worried that we'd push it to like 7 hours. I was like,
yeah, I was so scared about that. It's like 7:53. We should probably make ourselves some dinner. But thank you guys so much for showing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we covered everything, Wolf. We did. Thank you, everybody, though, for showing up. Thank you so much. Thank you, mods. And thank you, super chatters. Charlie, we love you. Anomaly, if you watch this back eventually, I'm going to tell you certain timestamps because I've insulted you a couple of times on purpose. Also, thank you for recommending Dr. Stone.
Yeah.
But thank you so much, everybody. When this does stop being live, please be sure to hit the hype function on your phone if you have it. That would really help out Cool Man.
Yep. So, yeah. That was a fun stream. I think we managed to do this in a nice, timely manner of 6 hours.
And for once, we didn't have weather that kicked out Cool Man. And
thank goodness.
Alas, it is not my city now.
Okay, thanks everyone for coming and watching this stream.
You all have a wonderful night. I'm going to feed Cool Man now. I made the
All right.
most amazing beef stew ever, not to toot my own horn.
And I'm hungry. All right, have a good night, everyone.
Ta-ta!